Hello, everybody. Hi. We're back. How are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing well, that you guys are very, very ready for today. Yes, even you, Abby. Yeah, even you. Hi guys. I've missed you. I know it's only been a week. Not even. Actually, yeah, a week. Almost exactly. Um, since I last streamed. Um, I had a lot of fun at con. Um, I got to meet, hi! I got to meet Jonah Scott. I got to meet Zeno Robinson, Kira Buckland, Lizzie Freeman, Kieran Strange. And let me tell you, hold on, I need you guys to understand. Zeno is so sweet. I was so nervous. I didn't really say much to him, but guys, he is so sweet and he is very funny. Um, he him him Lizzie and Kieran all played Jackbox with congoers, and Zeno is so fucking funny. I will say that. If you guys ever get to meet him, I do it. Please do. Every single voice actor that I met this weekend was the sweetest, nicest person in the entire world. I also got to meet um, a an old podcaster that I had collaborated with when Shanime was a podcast, when there was more of us, and I just, got to meet him. I only went to one of his panels because his second panel was about Frieren, which I have not seen, so I did not go to that. But yeah, very, very excited. If you guys go to my Instagram, either one, either my personal or my streaming, I cross-posted pictures. I got a lot of art. I spent a lot of money um, on art and just all the stuff. So much gay. Love it. Anyways, um, yeah, so I had a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun, and yes, I got to meet Sky's hubby, Hawks, living legend. I actually had him sign a Sethos print, so Sethos from Genshin Impact, because of the fact that I already have a Hawks autograph. So because I already have a Hawks autograph, I needed a Sethos autograph. So yes, and he is just the sweetest man in the entire world. Um, but yes. So going forward. Also, guys, Jonah thinks that our concept for our VTuber is so cool. That was all the praise I needed in my entire life was Jonah Scott telling me that he thinks that my concept is cool. I even showed him the scribblings that I had sent you, Sky. I was like, "Here, this is the concept that I um sent to um my artist." And he's like, "Oh, that's really dope. Holy shit, that's cool." And I'm like, and he remembers me. He like remembers us. He's, like him and our podcast friend, like they've all like remember us. They remember that we're streamers and stuff like that. And oh, oh, literally, like, oh my gosh. Now, just to complete my trifecta, I need to meet Alejandro. Like, that's literally the last little bit that I need is I need to meet Alejandro. Oh man, him and like Jonah, Alejandro, um, Zeno, they've basically raised me as, you know, they've raised me. They are just, beautiful, beautiful people, beautiful souls. So, if you ever get the chance to meet them, please do. And like I said, um, everything should be on my socials, all the autographs that I got, pictures that I was able to sneak of some of them. The only panel I didn't get a picture of a voice actor because I would have felt so fucking awkward doing it was at the LGBTQIA panel because I was literally sitting right in front of Kieran. Like literally, like Kieran and I made eye contact the entire time. He was such a trooper for it, but I felt so awkward because I was like sitting right there. But yes, so anyways, a little bit of backstory on this game. So I was looking on Steam and I was like, okay, we need a good um we need a good game to play. We need a game um, that we can play that I've never played before that kind of is more chill vibes, whatever. So I was like looking at Steam, see what it was recommending, and this game came up because one of my friends has played it before, and so I was like, you know what? Why not? This game came out about 4.5 years ago, December of 2020, so about 4.5 years ago. Um, and I think it's really cute. We get to create our own character, and basically, it is a um, your choices matter for how the romance plays out. Um, and I'm very excited to play it. It's a visual novel, so if you guys aren't familiar with that play style, um, you will be. I play a lot of visual novels, especially off stream, so I think this might be like one of the first I've played on stream. And I do have all of the DLCs for it. It wasn't the game itself is free, and the DLCs, like the extra content, you do have to pay for. So for being a free game, we'll see how it is. And DLCs obviously will dive into either other storylines and an expansion on um, the game itself. So without further ado, let's hop into our game. Let me know if you guys have any issues with hearing the game, if I'm too loud, if the game's too quiet, anything like that. So yeah, let's start a new game. The game is louder than me. Bad thing or good thing? Bad thing? I can hear that down. Can you hear me now? Okay. See, and this is why, because I had to capture it. I had to capture it a different way because for whatever reason this game was not picking up correctly, so I had to capture it a different way. So I apologize. Okay. Okay, so tutorials. Welcome to Our Life Beginning and Always. There are various ways you can customize and interact with the game. The tutorial is an overview of how certain features work. You can read the full tutorial from the main menu to learn about everything in detail. To start off, the game is divided into 4 time periods called steps. Step 1, childhood. I read as a sentence and got confused. Skip autosave, config, load, log, menu quit. Yes. That is not a full sentence. Step 2, adolescence. Step 3, young adulthood. And step 4, adulthood. Our life is further divided into sets of vignettes that take place during specific periods of time. Those are called moments. Moments can be played in any order or skipped entirely. You move on to the next step whenever you want by selecting that summer is ending. Steps 1 through 3 include 5 moments each, and even more can be unlocked by purchasing DLCs. Some are out now, and other DLCs will release later on. Step 4 is an epilogue and doesn't include moments. A lot happens over the years that go by, especially in regard to the character you play as. You determine nearly everything about the main character: name, appearance, personality, pronouns, interests, skills, their relationship with major characters, and so on. You can decide to change the details as time goes on, with a few exceptions. Your last name, skin tone, and eye color can't be altered once set. Much of the MC's basic traits are determined on a character creation screen. As the MC grows up, more options become available on the screen. As mentioned, one of the decisions you'll get to make for your character is selecting a name. You can type in any name you like or pick a preset name. Preset options are called voiced names because the name will be voiced aloud by the romantic lead. You'll get to hear him say your name as you play through the story. Only the default name, Jamie, is included in the base game. Hundreds more can be added by getting a free voice name expansion DLC. The full collection of names is separated out as a DLC because of how large it is. If you're not interested in that feature, you don't need to get it. I don't know if I have that DLC. Hold on. Pause. DLCs. Browse. Do I have? I do have that DLC. Okay. Wait, no, I don't have that DLC. Yo, shut up. This list has my my birth name on it. I might reload the game. On the character creation screen. Hold on. Okay, hold on. We're gonna quit. Quit the game, yes. We're gonna restart this. Hold on. I didn't know that that was a thing. Play now. Okay. Oh. Why would you pull up that screen? Okay. DLC info. Is it downloaded? No, it's not. Fuck. Okay, hold on. I think it loaded too fast. How do I leave? Do I just close? Okay, we're just closing. Hold on. Play. We got this, guys. Don't panic. Okay, hold on. DLC. Installed. Let's go. Ooh, we do have the wedding DLC. Yay. Okay. New file. Okay. Start again. Panic. No more. Okay. Okay, so this is the page where we figured out about the name DLC. Hundreds more can be added by getting a free voice name expansion DLC. The full collection of names is separated out as a DLC because of how large it is. If you're not interested, you don't need to get it. Each name in the DLC belongs to or is selected by someone who supported this project. I did not support this project, so that's not my real name. On the character creation screen, there's a cute doll you can decorate to get an idea of what your MC looks like with the different traits put together. Not all the things you decide about the MC appear on the doll. The script referencing what you've decided for the MC is the main way those decisions influence the game. Our Life has a first-person perspective, so your character doesn't appear next to other character sprites. You only see the MC as the decorative doll and in special cut-in CG images. The cut-in CGs only appear if certain choices are made. It's possible not to see any during a playthrough. There's also a second type of special MC-based screen, the Interest Comfort screen. Unless you get DLCs, the game has one love interest, Cove Holden. He grows up with the MC, and the interest/comfort screen is crucial for determining how that plays out. Interest level sets how much you like him. There are 4 levels: disinterest, fond, crush, love. Love is only available starting in step 3, and if you were at fond or crush in step 2. Comfort determines how you generally react/think when it comes to him. There are 3 levels: nervous, relaxed, direct. Your level of interest and comfort will set the type of dynamic your character has with the love interest. What you did in the past will influence the present, and feelings can change over time. You get to pick your interest comfort near the beginning of every step. Comfort can switch between the 3 levels as you please. Your interest level can only stay the same or increase. Your current level of interest will become the new lowest option on the screen in the future. For example, if you decide to be fond in step 1, disinterest will not be available in the screen in steps 2 and 3, which will make fond the bottom level option for your relationship. Interest level has an impact when it comes to physically interacting with Cove. While growing up, things are rather simple. If you get along with one another and have a closer relationship, you can choose to touch him, and Cove will occasionally interact with the MC in lighthearted and comforting ways. But starting in step 3, touching can become more romantic and suggestive if you're at crush or love. To make sure things go nicely with that, there will be an extra choice to determine initiative level, and a bonus mini tutorial that goes along with the choice to explain the feature in more detail. Basically, even if you decide you like Cove, the game won't force you to act on those feelings. You can always choose not to get together with him, choose not to accept or give romantic gestures, etc. If you do decide to date Cove, though, you can't break up with him later. Jesus, you're stuck with him. Interest/comfort gets the basics down, but it's the choices that appear throughout the normal game events that decide what actually happens between the MC and Cove. And it isn't only the MC who is impacted by your decisions. Cove grows and changes over the years. How he's treated and what he experiences help shape who he becomes. In steps 2 and 3, Cove's personality, appearance, and interest will vary based on what happened in the previous step. It's something of a mystery exactly how your decisions end up changing him. You can try to guess as you go along, or if you prefer, you can also just design your own ideal Cove directly using the co-creator option that pops up at the beginning of steps 2 and 3. Making the choices you want is always more important than making a choice because you feel like you have to in order to get a certain result. When a choice does appear, usually you'll see that hovering the cursor over an option shows a certain color, yellow, blue, or green. The colors aren't related to specific points or effects. They're only there to give a bit of insight on the tone, emotion of the choice, since text alone can potentially be read in more than one way. Blue tends to be casual, straightforward, yellow more emotive, reactive, and green less certain and uncommitted. Though there are hundreds of options in our life and not every choice menu falls in line with that pattern. picking just one color every time doesn't give a gameplay benefit. Only stick to a certain type if that's what you happen to like. Otherwise, switch between them freely. Always pick yellow, never pick yellow. Pursue romance right from the start. Never romance the love interest. Be disagreeable or amiable. None of them will lead to a bad ending. You're welcome to enjoy the events and shape the story without reservation. And then, if you like, you can play again to try something new. There's only ever more good content to discover. We hope you'll have a nice time with our life. Thank you for playing. Oh, that was cute. Okay. Okay, guys. Now we gotta create our character. A chubby face, a pointed face, an oval face, a peach face, a square face, a round face. I kind of like that little chubby face. Chubby face is kind of cute. We'll do the chubby face. Oh, Jesus! Oh, ghost. Maybe we'll do peachy. Oh, okay. I don't like any of these eyes. I guess we'll just do this basic one. And we have to have red eyes, because that's our color. Curly hair. Okay. I think we have to do short. I mean, we don't have to. Oh my god, that's so cute! Scruffy. If I have none, does it just mean that I just have front bangs? Because that's currently what that's currently my hairstyle. Currently. Okay. So the default name is Jamie. Do we like Jamie? Holy jeez, guys, there's so many names. Hold on. They do have it! I didn't hear that at all. Did you guys hear that? Because
Cat.
we're gonna go with it just because it's my name. What should our last name be? I suck at making up names. We'll just do she, because that we are she and we. Okay, so we've got they pronouns. we have birthmarks? Let's see. No. I don't know what that one is. No. No. Close. Oh, cute. Mm. I have scars on my arms and legs. You guys did not know. And then I do have freckles on my arms and legs. I do not have freckles on my face. Okay, what do we think? This is us. We are cat. Hold on, we're gonna turn on the music, because the music's fucking loud. Whoa, how loud can you turn the voice up? Summer in Sunset Bird was a special time of year. Your usually sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. Is it too quiet now that I've turned down the music? I hope it's not. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of schoolless vacation with it. During the summer, your mom didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included the people. Families came and went from Sunset Bird, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved when passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or often just said hello. Um, let's see. So the options are you didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway. You ended up saying hi to a lot of different people since most of the tourists that came and went every summer were the same ones. You were too anxious to say hi back to most of the other residents that greeted you, but they all knew you well enough to expect that. Honestly, this is the most me answer that exists because I am very nervous person, especially when I'm around people. They smiled at you anyway, and that made you feel a little more comfortable. But today, there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever, or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bird was that people who you didn't recognize really, really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your mom's called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your moms had talked with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of thing, about this kind of situation before. Yo, I've never been a younger child before. I've never had a big sister. Never had a big brother either. I'm gonna turn up the music a little bit. I turned it down, but I'm like, it's a little too quiet. You hadn't exactly been listening at the time. You think you'll be okay. It could be okay to talk to new people. They mentioned that some people aren't good to talk to, but other types of people can help you even if you don't know them. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite then. I'm torn. Definitely not this one. Definitely not this one. But one of these two. You weren't sure about this man yet. Still, you felt a bit scared knowing that he was blocking the way to your front door, but you were pretty interested. You wanted to know more about him. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. You slowed down, your mind racing for ideas on how to get past him unseen, but it was too late to escape. There was a split second where your eyes met, and you took in a shaky breath, your eyes darting to the sky, pretending to stare at a bird who was hovering nearby. Oh my god, wait, that's actually me! Holy shit, that's me! Hey! His voice startled you and made you jump, but still, you didn't look at him. The bird landed on top of a nearby gatepost, and its black feathers ruffled against the gentle breeze. Trying to keep your eyes on it was tough, especially when the man stood up and started to make his way toward you. Not wanting to see him too approachable, you folded your arms and stared, still unsure about him, but willing to be friendly. You offered the stranger a smile, your whole body frozen in place as he approached. Oh my god, guys. Oh, there was a voice. Do you live here? What's your name? You looked the man up and down, taking in his tan skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. Yeah, I live here. I live right there. My name is Kat. No. You continued to say nothing. I probably would answer because I'd be nervous. That's great. He looked happy to hear it, giving you a broad smile. $20. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It crinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. Even more confused than before, you looked back at him.
Well...
Could you do me a favor? Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have... Let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where you were standing, it just made him look creepier. I have a son. His name's Cove, who's about your age. Cove, that seems like a strange name for an actual living person to you. You chewed on the inside of your cheek. This guy was desperately so obsessed with water. You thought that was pretty cool. He wasn't the only person like that in Sunset Bird. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Kat Shi, right? I met your moms earlier and they told me you were 8, just like him, so He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? He's paying me to be friends with his son? Just give it a chance and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him.
Do you mind?
But you've got to keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. You kind of felt sorry for Cove. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that. What'd you say? Want to make a deal? You didn't want the money. No thank you. Sorry. He deflated enough to notice, but not completely.
Are
you
you sure?
Oh my gosh. Stop. I said it at the same time that he did. It won't be so bad. Even if it's just for the summer, that'd be enough. That only made this sound more strange to you. Why does it lasting for the summer matter? When it was clear his initial strategy wasn't going to fly, he tucked the bill back into his pocket and changed the request. I get it. You don't have to. Would you be more comfortable with he and I coming by for a normal visit? No money involved? Okay, you can do that. His smile got bigger again, his eyes crinkled at the sides. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but, well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses. You can't miss it. Okay. This definitely wasn't the normal way kids made friends. You knew that, but you were still going to help. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away instead. Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Kat, so much. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decided to check the hills behind your house. First sight. Ooh, let's go! The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. Listen, I want to pick this one just because of the fact of the line, especially the sand, which got absolutely everywhere. But I really like this one. Because I hate the ocean, if you guys did not know. I am absolutely terrified of open bodies of water. But, but, I do love, like, I do love this concept of merfolk and all of that. But I think if we're going for a realistic, this is it. You didn't enjoy the beach all that much, especially the sand, which got absolutely everywhere. You really couldn't understand why so many people came all the way from where they really lived just to visit the ocean. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try and relax. You wanted to try to relax and couldn't. You weren't sure what, but something told you that you weren't alone, so you glanced around. Oh, there was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. He looked so sad. You watched him a bit longer, feeling a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. though Deer didn't have sad frowns. Thanks for the alert, Zad. Oh, Zad, seeing your name. I'm going to text you a picture because I thought of you while I was at con. I'm going to text you. So you got to expect a text message. Thank you for popping in here because I remembered. I almost bought something for you. There you go. I texted you. I kept forgetting to text you because con. Okay, so I'm gonna do sad frowns because that's the first thing that I noticed when I saw him was the sad expression on his face. But this new boy did. You wondered what could have upset him. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another, and then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light. um, you stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hi. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his side. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. Oh, he's so sad. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheeks and his knees, soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes were still shining with a few more. You'd obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man earlier had said stuck out to you. Cove? Uh-huh. Eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? I met your dad.
Oh.
So, is this your hill? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can leave if it is. You shook your head. While doing so, you also picked at a strand of lint on your leg. What a weird question to ask someone. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knee again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers, too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why'd your family move? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they'd never stopped, his tears started up again with a vengeance. My parents, they don't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave and he took me with him, and now we have a house here and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. I'm sorry. His hand slipped underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. You felt bad for him being forced to come here with no choice. You, Jesus, guys, we've only been doing this for not even 30 minutes. Oh my god. You couldn't imagine what it felt like, what it would feel like to live with only one of your moms. But it must be pretty hard. But from way off in the distance, you heard your parents. Cat,
Cove?
kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here.
I want to go home.
I don't want to go back to that house. I want to go home. It'll be okay. You were struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna be it's not gonna all be fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then can you count on him when you really, really need him? You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, and then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm. Sorry. I still don't want to go. You waited silently with him. Yeah, I get it. You do? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all of their eyes landed on you and they rushed over. My moms are so cute! Wait! Both your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. Cat, you're here after all. We had been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. Cove didn't want to go home just yet. Mommy gave Cove a small smile, and then she turned back to you. Thank God you're both fine. Were you two having fun out here? You looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. He's gonna think I'm gonna marry him! Stop! Such conviction! I like that. I like the conviction. You nodded, smiling slightly. Oh, that's wonderful. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you.
That's a relief.
Thank you very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Kat knows this whole area so well. Absolutely. We should be getting home now. It's been a long day for all of us. Say goodbye, Cove.
Bye.
Bye, baby. You're so precious. The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading towards the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? You nodded, ducking your head down. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. Choose your feelings for Cove. This is how you feel towards Cove for this step. It can change in a later step. Oh, I definitely have a crush on him. 100% have a crush on him. I feel like more of a nervous. Definitely more nervous. Begin step 1 at nervous crush. You won't be able to change it again until step 2. Yes. The next morning. Ugh, man, guys. Uh, I was crying. The next morning, you finish your breakfast so fast that you got a tummy ache. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you'd stayed put. Today, just like your mom's promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see your new friend again, Kat? I'm excited. If you were going to get married, it made sense to be around each other.
How sweet.
Isn't that just the sweetest thing? I bet the two of them are going to be great playmates.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Your bowl was entirely empty, so you nodded. Mm-hmm. Good job. He should be here soon. Cleanup began, and then on cue there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud, though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Kat, could you get it? You practically leapt out of your chair on the way to the door. Hi, She family. Thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him and mom and mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see the interesting new boy again, you smiled at Cove. Cove returned it shyly. Do you want to come see my room?
Okay. Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
See you later, son. Play nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, and a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't shown it to anyone in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. I drew that. Cool. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the wall. You started to feel a bit nervous. You wanted to say something, but didn't know what, so you let him keep looking. Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you'd collected tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. Yeah. You gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with the specks of sand. Neat. This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice or to be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. Ah, Shiloh is coming over. Shiloh? My sister's friend. He wants to meet you. Do I have to see him? It'll be okay, I think. Here, I found this shell in a log, and you pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining where you'd gotten each one and holding them up against the light. They were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. Over the past few years, you'd even learned some of their scientific names. The collection was so huge and varied that you had a lot of fun telling stories. You were really proud of your shell collection, and it made you happy that Cove was really interested in it too. Apparently fascinated either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. For some reason, it was making your cheeks feel warm. You'd never felt like this around someone before. It was kind of weird. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I want to keep looking at them. Okay, but be careful. I will. You weren't sure if you could trust someone else with your treasure set, so you stayed next to him while he opened the lid and peered inside. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. That's my favorite too. Cove smiled at you and you both admired the shell together. It was a giant conch with dark shades of dark and light orange. Wow, that was a really hard thing to say. If you held it to your ear, you could practically hear the ocean. I actually have an orange conch style shell somewhere around here. So this is really ironic because I do actually own a lot of shells. And I don't like the ocean. I found that one last summer when we went to the beach on a picnic. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, you figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. I'm sorry, there's nowhere to go. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked onto the back of the house. I can go out the window. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. I'll come with you. Hurry, they'll see where we're going. He glanced back at you, then nodded. The two of you made your way to the window together. It wasn't much of a distance to clamber out, and by the time you landed gently in the bushes, you looked up to see that Cove was already taking off from the house. I like sneaking off. Let's do this. He was fast, but you knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast. You knew you could outrun him if you had to. He was not that fast, but neither were you. At that speed, you weren't sure if you could go fast enough to reach him. Hey, wait up! You ran as fast as your legs would take you, grass whipping around your ankles as you did so. Cautiously, Cove slowed to a halt and looked back at you. Where are you going? I don't know. Somewhere else. I just don't want to see... Cat! You looked back and see... Oop. I don't know what I just clicked on. And see Shiloh... And saw Shiloh huffing down the hill after you. The backpack he clutched bouncing all around along the way. What are you doing? Can I come? He must have seen you leaving out the window and followed behind.
Hi!
Shiloh's not what I was expecting. At all. Because Shiloh's supposed to be Lizzie's friend, and Lizzie's our older sister. Shiloh looks younger than us. Shiloh's got a lot of freckles.
Yeah.
I'm Shiloh. Okay. Yep. Are we going back? Or are we going to play outside? Shiloh's eyes moved between you and Cove. The smile remained strong on his face. It got a tiny frown from Cove in response. You were just grateful he hadn't asked why you had been running away. Inside, we left the box on the floor. Yeah, I want to check. I hope Mommy didn't move them. Okay. With Shiloh trailing behind you and Cove headed back towards the house. The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you were concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, was especially if Cove was having fun. You held out a recent find to Cove, a scallop shell that had washed up on the shore. It's a pretty color, kind of like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay.
Oh?
Is it your favorite? Not really. What is? Maybe green or blue. It might be yellow. Oh, those are all cool.
I guess.
I like those colors too. Both of them smiled. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Don't know. Aw. Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you. There's a park? Yeah. Yep, but it's old. Can you show me? I want to go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right, Kat? The park is fun. The park is pretty great.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it could be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know. I've never really wanted to see her. I just wanted to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He perked up. Both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey, Lizzie. Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Kat, Shiloh, hi. She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. It was nice to have someone who stuck with you. Who's that? It's Cove. He's new.
Hi.
I remember. Hi, Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured widely with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. I do love standing in sand. This character is like 100% me. What the fuck? This is crazy, y'all. Ow! My switch just fell on me. Take a drink of water. I've been talking a lot. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. By a lot. My mom said you're Kat's age.
Yeah.
Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here. And Shiloh is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth.
Oh.
For a second, it looked like he might cry again. But something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents? Grandparents who don't have kids. They hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Stop saying stuff like that. You're gonna upset him. You interjected quickly, hoping Cove wouldn't start crying again. He sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation.
Um,
I met Lizzie and Kat in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Shiloh looked down at the dirt. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely you didn't really know. But she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bird Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. You offered him a small smile, and that at least looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday, the way the sun and lunch and beach were. Looking back on it years later, you would realize that you had a tiny crush on him right away. One that had made you want to spend as much time with him as you did. Of course, that was only the start of things. Oh my gosh! Oops. I didn't mean to click on that one right away. I didn't even know which one I clicked on. The night was incredibly still. You couldn't ignore how silent it was. It was almost eerie. You could even hear Lizzie snoring in the next room over. It was hard to believe how much of a blur today was. Summer sure did slip right past you. You flipped through the moments like pages in a scrapbook as you laid in bed. The one that stuck out all seemed to include your new neighbor, Cove. It was funny how he had become such a big part of your life in such a short span of time. You thought a lot about what adventures you could have until sleep started to catch up to you. Then you heard something scrape against the window. It wasn't that uncommon for the wind to push a tree branch against the glass. Summer breezes were the worst sometimes. But the more you tried to ignore it, the louder it seemed like it became. It was like something was trying to get your attention. You lifted your head off the pillow to get a better look. Nothing was there. Nothing you could see, at least. You had to investigate the mysterious sound. It was too creepy to ignore. You practically jumped out of bed and crept the stairs to go outside. Your moms were still awake. They stayed up so late it seemed. Luckily, they were watching TV and didn't hear the soft click of the front door opening as you slipped past. You looked around the neighborhood for a few seconds, checking over each individual house. It looked normal, but it didn't feel that way. You knew you weren't supposed to be out here right now. It scared you. You didn't know what had come over you. If something bad happened, no one would know where you had gone, and the thought of that made your stomach tighten in fear. The ease with which you had slipped out only served to make you feel worse. Your moms didn't need to be vigilant because they had trusted you not to do exactly what you were doing.
Cat.
Woo! You twitched at the sudden call, immediately calming down upon seeing Cove walking up to you. It was strange, and yet also completely normal to have him appear like this right now. What are you doing? I saw you standing around in the middle of the street from my window. You weren't sleeping either? Why not? Cove turned up his lips to smile, almost as if... Ugh, that felt gross. I touched something. Almost as if he were amused by the question. Because... I'm glad you're here. Whatever the reason, at least you are no longer alone in the dark. Cove fumbled for an answer at your sudden admission.
Really?
You are? Yeah. I heard a strange noise. You too? That's why I was up. Cove hesitated for a moment, looking down the street before his aquamarine eyes fell on you again. Did it scare you? A little. Me too. I feel better that you're here. Me too. The two of you delicately smiled at that. Cove even chuckled a bit. It was nice that you both felt the same way about things. I was kind of wondering if it was the wind, but what if it's not? What if it's a person? What if it's something that's not a person? The unsettling noise suddenly rushed through the air. Cove and you flinched. It sounds even worse than before. You were about to agree with him when the noise came yet again, tearing through the still night. The two of you rapidly looked around, trying to find the source, but to no avail. There was no sign of an answer to this puzzle. You thought that it had to be a ghost. An invisible, creepy thing luring children from their beds. It had to be a monster. You were torn between the curiosity of discovering what the noise really was and being scared enough to want to run straight home and hide under the bed covers. When you and Cove locked eyes, it was like speaking without words. Your mutual anxiety hadn't gone away entirely. Hey, can you tell where it's coming from?
Not really.
Then we'll have to look more somewhere else. Maybe we'll see something? Okay, let's go. You clustered together as you walked the familiar streets of your neighborhood, drawing strength from each other's presence. Shadows cut corners and angles where you didn't expect them, distorting the features you saw every day. The noise came again, shrill and hard. It set your teeth on edge, the way it ground its way through you. Cove's throat bobbed. His eyes glistened in the dim light. You offered him your hand. You really wanted to be there for him and wanted to show him that your hand was left up for him to take. Cove's mouth opened wordlessly. There was a pause, but ultimately he accepted the offer. His hand was really sweaty, but it didn't bother you. You were scared too, but being able to comfort Cove was the most important thing right now. Cove shut his eyes and pressed his lips together. Your fingers locked around each other even tighter.
So...
Where did you want to check? The hills behind my house. You and Cove ascended the hill, lit only by the stars in the night sky. The wind rippled through the grass and ruffled your hair without the sun's light to translate what you were seeing. Every bush in the distance looked like a creepy figure or towering monster. The noise was just as loud here as it was in your neighborhood, with just as little indication behind the cause. But you kept going forward. You couldn't stop when you had already gone so far. You had to find out what was going on. The top of the hill was an excellent vantage point to survey the town from. Everything appeared normal. There was no out-of-place sight pinpointing the answer to this mystery. Without visible markers to guide your way, you supposed it was up to you and Cove to deduce the source of the sound. The hill had many great hiding places, and you intended to check them all. You upturned rocks, peered up trees, rummaged in the thick grass for anything that might bring some closure on all of this. You stuck close to Cove as you hunted for the source of the noise. When the shrieking noise shook the air, seeing him beside you calmed your racing heart. Seeking to ease your nerves and put aside thoughts of what might be out on this dark, spooky night, you decided to strike up a conversation. Your search for a topic was more fruitful than your search for the noise. Your eyes fell on Cove's cast, and you were instantly inspired. Have you broken any other bones?
No.
Oh. It turned out that wasn't much of an engaging topic for him after all. Sprained my ankle before. He smiled mischievously at your injury claim. That's not the same thing. It's still isn't good.
I guess.
That put an end to your injury discussion, but Cove's calmer mood alleviated the bleak atmosphere like you hoped it would. Cove cast his eyes out to the darkness, feeling bolder. Does this make you feel strange? We were people who heard weird noises at night and are out looking for what it is. It's like we're at the start of a book or a movie, and we're the main characters. Yeah. It's a fantasy. The world they found outside looked like their own, but it wasn't. They had stepped into another dimension without even knowing it.
Really?
Yes. It's a dimension where everyone has been cursed to sleep until the monster making the noise is defeated. How are we going to defeat the monster? We'll find magical swords that can defeat the dreaded beast with one blow. Okay. Well, whatever the noise was, you were confident that you had established that it was not coming from the hill. Once you were satisfied nothing out of the ordinary was to be found on the hill, you had to consider your next step. You figured you'd check the park too. The private playground was as empty as ever. You could just about hear the mysterious sound if you were quiet, but it had simmered down to a whisper. Cove was practically shaking when he realized it had progressed far enough to reach there. He swallowed hard, but faced you with a determined face. My dad says, good detective work starts at home. He watches a lot of crime shows, so maybe it could be good to look closely? Okay. The two of you swept through every corridor of the park. No monkey bar, swing, or tire went unchecked. Huh. He was squatting on the ground, squinting at something in his hand. Intrigued, you checked over his shoulder so you could see too. Cove held it in his open palm. Coiled inside was a length of sparkly chain, grains of sand embedded in the fine links. Lifting it up, it became apparent how this had come to be here. You'd seen bracelets and necklaces enough to recognize that the clasp which held it together had snapped. It's broken. It's silver. Werewolves hate silver. Other things too, I think. If this noise is caused by a monster, we can protect ourselves with it. Yeah. He flicked the chain as if cracking a tiny whip. I wonder if there's anything else we could use out here. Cove considered this, frowning. I should have grabbed some garlic before I left. His frown evolved into a scowl. It probably wouldn't have worked. Dad doesn't have real garlic. He gets fake garlic. It's little flakes in a jar. Not real balls like... Wait, hold on. Sorry. Not real balls you have to cut up like Mom uses. We won't need it anyway. It won't be a vampire. They're not this loud. You're right. You had exhausted all the possible places to search in the park. Straightening up, you mused over your next step. It's gone. What? Then you realized the noise, which had grown fainter and less frequent during your search, had died off completely. You and Cove shared puzzled looks, but neither of you had an answer for what had caused the mysterious sound or made it go away. You tried to hide a yawn behind your hands. We should go back home. The night was still as you walked home, with none of the usual background noises or the eerie whistle from before. You could hear every step you and Cove made, like a cough in a movie theater. The two of you came to a halt outside your front door. Never before had it looked so ominous. You wrung your hands nervously. Would your absence have been noticed? Do you sneak out a lot? This is the first time. Yeah, I've never tried to do it till now. Thought so. How did you know? I haven't seen you out of my window this late before. That was fair, though it could have been possible you were just so good at sneaking that this was the first time he had caught you. Are you worried about getting caught?
No.
He was so forthright that you believed him completely. But your dad, won't he get mad or sad if he catches you? He's never happy with what I do. Oh. That must be hard. Yeah, he and Mom do what they want. Why shouldn't I? Hmm. Alright, I'm going
Bye.
in. Good night. Good night, Cove. Thanks for coming with me tonight. I'm not sure I could have done it by myself. I wanted to go with you. Hearing that caused your face to heat up. You turned the doorknob as slowly as a clock's minute hand, holding your breath for the telltale click of the lock that nudged it open. When all that happened was the door opening rather than the blaring alarms that you have feared, you melted with relief. Back inside your house, you were surprised to find your mom still watching TV. Weirder still, it looked like they were on the same show as they were watching before you left, yet you were positive you'd been out investigating for hours. Perhaps you could use their distraction to your advantage. If you could just get up the stairs, you would be safe from suspicion. But how could you get up there? Tried to sneak past. You hugged the wall as you creeped delicately around the perimeter of the room. It was a valiant effort that any spy would have been proud of, right up until the moment when you tripped over a power cord and nearly fell over. There we go, there it is. That's a true 100% cat. Cat? You might not have fallen, but your accident ruined your cover. You had been spotted. They abandoned the couch in their show to hurry over. They were still in a state of surprise. You weren't in trouble yet.
Are you okay?
What are you doing down here, sweetie? Did you have a bad dream? I'm gonna tell the truth. I went out to find out what was causing the noise. Time seemed to drag as the color drained from your mom's faces.
Huh?
Oh, where? Out of your bedroom? That's what you mean, right? You pointed to the front door, confirming their worst fears. Mommy remained frozen in shock while Mom launched into lecturing mode. It is not safe to be out at this time of night by yourself. If something was wrong, you should have come to us. I thought you knew better than that. I trusted you to know better than that. Anything could have happened to you. If we don't know where you are, it's a lot harder to keep you safe. Her voice was soft, yet it still cut deep. You pawed at the ground with your feet. What they were saying made sense. It was scary. I don't like being scared. I just wanted to see what was there.
Sweetie.
Honey. Her saying sweetie in the subtitle says honey. Mommy wrapped her arms around you, cradling the back of your head. You clung to her. You're brave for facing your fears, but you need to be smart too. It was scary because it might possibly have been something dangerous, right? That kind of worry is something you should tell us about. Okay. Mom shook her head with a sigh. Let's get you back in bed where you belong, right? And we'll have a talk about this in the morning. You pulled a face at that but didn't protest. All things considered, they could have been much harder on you. Once your moms had left, you turned over the night's adventure in your mind. It was still hard to believe that you'd really done it. Sure, you were going to get a talking to tomorrow, but it had been a night that you'd never forget, for better and worse. You'd hoped that Cove had gotten home okay, though he hadn't been worried. Being told off was never fun. Wriggling down deeper under the sheets, your thoughts turned to the unsolved mystery. You and Cove had only just begun to scratch the surface of it. Maybe you'd solve it and maybe you wouldn't, but knowing that you had shared it with him made you feel like you were being tickled from the inside. You hugged a pillow to your chest, tossing and turning as you replayed the night's events in your mind, daydreaming about different ways they could have gone. Any fear or danger that might have been there was entirely overshadowed by thinking on how close you had been with Cove the entire trip. Your daydreams ushered you into sleep with a smile on your face. In the morning, the lecture continued, but ultimately your moms let you off with a warning. It had been pretty unusual circumstances after all. You later learned Cove didn't end up in trouble from the nightly escapade either. It was unclear whether that was because his dad chose not to punish him or if Cove got away with it. As for the sounds that started this all, the adults around were convinced it was nothing more than the wind. For your imaginative mind, that wasn't nearly enough. How could they accept something so simple so easily? Maybe it did make more sense when you were grown up too. Okay, so we did the ghosts one. Let's do shopping. Come back before it gets dark. Alright, sport? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you had been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Jesus Christ, how bored am I? Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you'd first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise, because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You've got to learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, then his dad. In turn, Cove shuffled his feet in place as you got
Cat.
closer. Hi,
How's it going?
good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today, Cat? Oh, Jesus. What did you say today, Cat? Nothing. You towed the pavement in front of you. It would be nice to tell them about the snail you found, but you didn't know if they liked snails. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had in his hand. He had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. It does? You weren't sure about that. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him?
Yeah.
You can come. You immediately grinned at the idea. You hadn't been sure if you'd see Cove today, and now he was inviting you somewhere? This day couldn't get much better. Great. I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since your moms only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. He leaned in to press a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend, too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out toward the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then, with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand and fell into place beside him. It was a nice day. The sun was shining and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. Are you looking for shells? Cove startled a little. I am struggling with the words and the placing and the speaking and the doing. Cove startled a little at the sound of your voice and mumbled, sort of. If you see any, you can let me know. You could manage that. You dropped your view to the sand, walking carefully so you didn't step on any. You were good at finding shells. You had a lot of them at home, and always found new ones whenever you visited the beach. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourselves as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times. And although Cove threw a few glances your way, he didn't say a word. What did you want to go to the shops for? I need a new sand pail. Yeah? What happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Whoa.
It disappeared. What? Really? Cove ducked his head down, placing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well, Cove opened his mouth and shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. Uh-huh. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope. It wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? I don't come to the beach a lot. You like the beach, fine, but you rarely went down without Lizzie. Today had been a special occasion. Why? I don't know. I guess I'm doing other stuff. Cove seemed personally offended by this revelation. The beach must matter a lot to him. That makes sense. His name is Cove after all. Yes, because he has a beach-related name. The beach is super important to him. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. It was alright. There was a lot going on, but it beats staying at home and doing nothing all day. You were sure that you and Cove could find something to fill the day if you looked around a bit. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth seeing. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander! In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read The Amazing Alexander in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on the sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as... Sorry. Just as the amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. You bit your lip, reluctantly starting to follow Cove after Cove again. You continued to looking over your shoulder, however, wanting to see as much as you could before you got too far away. Hey! Not watching where you were going proved to be a bad idea as you bumped right into Cove. Oh, sorry. Did you want to stay or something? If that's okay. He briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. You could have said so. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? You backed away. It wasn't enough to deter him, and the crowd of people behind you made it impossible to move any further. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer, and you swallowed anxiously. You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. What? You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done that. There was light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clamp a clump of them he tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being normal circles. And one for your friend, too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow. Now you were really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits, not the balloon. The stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated to him. You wondered if Cove's whole family was magic. If so, he was lucky. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed that to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. You picked up a kaleidoscope. Oh. You shifted your balloon string to the other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and you joined him. Are you having fun? Yeah. You returned his smile, happy to hear it. When Cove moved towards some stalls nearby, you followed beside him. When Cove looked at the sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read, "Handmade," standing proudly in front of them. There were a lot of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Okay, I don't know if you guys know this. I love turtles. Dolphins and turtles are my favorite, but I have a turtle figure that sits on my desk. I have two turtles. I have one that sits in my room and one that sits on my desk. The one that sits on my desk I got as a gift from my parents, and then the one that sits on my shelf in my room I got when I was really young, like elementary school age, like this kid's age, like 8. So I'm picking a turtle. Your hand stopped on the sleeping turtle, just barely poking its head out of its shell. It had flecks of metallic green on its back that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. You remembered the turtles you had seen in a movie. You had been mesmerized by the way they gently glided through the water. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price, though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money.
Alright.
It's fine. You don't have to. Cove didn't mind. He took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself, too. It's cool. You should get it. You were a little nervous, but happy with your purchase nonetheless. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you, too. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your dolphin balloons knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey, Cove? Yeah? Thanks for getting me it. You're welcome. You hoped he really knew how much you appreciated it. What? You were going to thank him for the keychain again, but instead just shook your head, smiling. Cove returned the smile with a shy one of his own. Cove looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, just as he did, yours let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all of the wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah. You two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and As the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you got one with cheese. Okay, listen, I love a good salty pretzel with cheese. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. It was covered in gooey, melted cheese, just the way you liked it. It seemed odd to get a desserts pretzel before eating normal food. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sand made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. The balloons are going to make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table and stared at his still balled up hand that was crumpled around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh,
Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Could you help me too? I can't tie it to my own wrist. He repeated the ritual, Cove struggling somewhat with the cast restricting his fingers on one hand and his string already tangled around the other. But the action made you feel strangely happy. You couldn't look him in the eyes.
okay.
Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time, you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not to have anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level, then held the dolphin in your hand, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned it to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining parts of his pretzel on the wrapper, and he was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name is Merryweather. He's the prince of the dolphins. He wears a crown of seaweed and all of his friends are merfolk. Every now and then he'll make friends with a kid and let them ride on his back. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh no. For a second, all Cove did was gasp in shock, like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. You offered to give Cove your balloon. Don't cry. You quickly pulled the knot around your wrist loose and passed your balloon over to Cove. It wasn't the same color, but you hoped Cove would accept it anyway. Here, you can have this one. Cove sniffled, a lone tear running down his cheek. No, I don't want to take yours from you. Then we're sharing. It's your turn to hold it. Really? Yeah, it's okay. Cove accepted the balloon delicately, probably to make sure this one didn't pop like the other. Thanks, Cat. Seeing him like that felt much better than keeping the dolphin for yourself. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach while Cove went straight home with his brand new sand pail in hand. You decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been great going around with Cove. You hoped to do it again, but next time you wished nothing would happen to make him cry. Cute. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you along with Lizzie to play amongst yourselves. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt like it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always stuck inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why?
Duh.
I said why, and it'll be fun, duh. My sister is so sassy. What do they do inside that we don't? Besides use the phone a lot. Excluding a small huff, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
What do you think? Do you want to? I don't know. Please, cat. When have I ever had a bad idea? Whenever we play with you? I wasn't asking you. You kept hesitating. You looked down at your hands, still unsure, apparently tired of waiting for you to make up your mind. Lizzie sighed. Fine, go play over there, cat. You flinched from her raised voice. It definitely wouldn't be fun to join now. Me and Cove will do it ourselves. It's decided. He looked back at you regretfully.
I guess.
Now go on. Nodding goodbye to the two of them, you trailed off to find something else to do. Like he promised, Cove stayed put with Lizzie for the next couple of hours while you read a book. You could hear them talking as you sat with a book by the window. You opened the picture book in your lap, and immediately got lost in the story. It was about a little donkey who grew up on a farm, making friends with all the animals and pretending to be like them. You liked the part where she swam around in the pond with the ducks. It always made you laugh. You finished the book and went to get another, but before you could choose another, you noticed that Lizzie's and Cove's voices were getting much louder. Curious about what was happening, you craned your neck to hear them better. At first, you mostly only picked up on Lizzie's high-pitched shouting, giving orders, telling Cove what to do, yelling about sports in the Olympics. That was pretty typical for Lizzie, so there was nothing new there. But then you started hearing Cove more and more as time went on. It sounded like they weren't having a very good time. You went to see what was going on. You abandoned your cozy reading spot to go check what was happening with them. Are you okay in here? From up close, you could see that your sister was red-faced and pouting while Cove mostly looked confused. Neither one paid you mind.
Cove.
Shut up, Cove. You're being so unreasonable. You... I don't get what you want. This game doesn't make sense.
Ugh.
It does. You have to be realistic. I said that. But you're not. The argument was so high-strung that it was making you a little bit uncomfortable. You had no idea what to do to make them stop at this point. It seemed like the two of them would just keep working each other up as long as they could. Had the two of them been arguing like this the whole time? Thankfully, like a greeting card angel, Mom walked into the room. Lizzie rushed over to her, hanging onto the hem of her shirt and poking out her tongue at Cove. Lizzie, Cat, it's time to get ready to go.
You alright with that?
Sorry you have to leave already, Cove. Their mommy said she'll walk you home so you won't be left in the cold. Cove was still glaring at Lizzie, his face flushed red with anger. I can go by myself, but... Bye, Cat. There was still a harsh edge at the brief farewell, but you knew it wasn't you he was mad at. Without giving Mom a chance to stop him, Cove stood up and stalked out of the room, shoulders drawn tight. Huh? Okay. Worried, Mom turned to look down at you and Lizzie. You two were playing nice with your new friend, weren't you? You told the truth. They were fighting, Cove and Lizzie, for the whole time. Your sister's jaw dropped, looking betrayed, as Mom put both her hands on her hips. Elizabeth! I told you to be kind to him. He's having a hard time right now. Lizzie's mouth closed back up, replaced by a tiny frown. I know, I tried, but he was...
That's
No.
enough.
No buts. We both know you can show someone a great time when you put your mind to it. We're going to apologize to Cove and his dad over the phone when he gets home from work tonight. Lizzie hung her head, dragging a foot across the ground in front of her. Okay, Mom. Good girl. You caught pieces of Lizzie sulking to herself about how it was his fault too, but it was over. Alright, we better get a move on.
Let's go.
Let's go, kids. Noelani, where did you leave the car keys? Mom hustled you all out the door and you noticed the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. Jesus. Sorry, I had a lot of notifications all of a sudden. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents noticed she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. You chose a song you knew Lizzie liked. Maybe that would cheer her up. You were happy to see it brightened her up right away, and she started singing along with you. Soon enough, her bad mood was a thing of the past. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it, so you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It was nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Earlier, you'd only caught the tail end of your sister's argument with Cove, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie be less angry. The car ride home was quiet, with only the radio providing escape from silence. Lizzie had been in better spirits now, but the closer you got to your neighborhood, the more she wiggled in her seat and frowned out the window. She knew it was coming when you all got back home. Clearly, she was dreading it. Soon enough, Mom was turning onto your street, then reversing into the driveway. Once she cut the ignition, it was dead silent. No one spoke. Only unbuckled their seatbelts and opened their doors. Lizzie was the last one out. Once everyone was inside and done taking off their shoes, she propped her hands on her hips.
So,
Now then, Mr. Holden's car is in his driveway, so he should be back from work. That's good news, isn't it, Elizabeth? You and Cove can hash things out before the day is done. Lizzie didn't complain or put up a fight. Her head ducked so she didn't have to meet anyone's eyes, and she nodded once. Good. Let's move this to the kitchen. Mom went over to the house phone, the rest of you following behind her. Mommy put a gentle hand on Lizzie's shoulder as they walked side by side. You watched them from the back. This was only happening because you told on Lizzie. You hadn't liked doing it, but had to. Being a tattletale didn't feel good, and you wouldn't want someone else to tell your moms everything you did. Still, your mom had asked directly, and you wanted to be a liar even less. The four of you stood around the kitchen in a lopsided square. All eyes were on Lizzie, who kept gazing at her feet. You remember the number for Cove's house, don't you, honey? Lizzie jerked her head in another sullen nod. Without further prompting, she stepped forward and began to dial. Mom reached over and pressed the button on the base. Suddenly, you could hear the phone ringing. She turned on the speaker. The phone rang a couple of times, then stopped. Mr. Holden's warm voice came through at the other end. Evening, Holden residence. Lizzie looked over at Mom and sure she nodded encouragingly. Hi, Mr. Holden. It's Lizzie. Can I talk to Cove?
Absolutely.
Lizzie, what a surprise. But of course, you could say hey to the boy. He sounded cheery as usual, though definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. Ooh, wait, no, I hit the wrong button. Log. Though he definitely meant it when he said it was a surprise. You thought hard, and you were sure that your sister had never called Cove's house before. Mom spoke up before Mr. Holden or Lizzie could say anything more. Her arms were crossed over her chest, her lips pursed. Hi, Cliff. Noah and Lonnie. Kat and I are here too. Good evening. We're sorry to bother you so late. You spoke up to say hello too. Hi. The gang's all here, huh? Is something the matter? His growth, his growth, guys, his growth. His voice grew a bit concerned. Mommy was quick to reassure him. No, well, yes, but it's going to be okay. Lizzie and Cove got into a bit of a fight today. We were hoping that the two of them could talk and make up. Is this a good time for you and Cove?
What?
A fight? Cove didn't tell me anything about that when I came home. It does explain the funk he's been in tonight. He chuckled lightly. Despite that, it didn't seem like he really thought it was funny. Anyway, it's good you didn't catch us at a bad time. I'll go grab him for you. There was some shuffling on the other end. He must not have gone far because you could still hear him calling out. Cove, there's someone on the phone for you. After a beat of silence, there was more muffled talking from Cove's dad. Come on, bud. Lizzie called just so she could talk to you. Kat's on the other end listening too. Don't you want to say hi? It took a bit of back and forth, though the conversation seemed pretty one-sided since you couldn't hear Cove properly. Eventually, Cove took the phone from his dad.
Hi.
Hello? Hey, it's Lizzie. Yeah, I know. Dad told me. Cove's tone was defensive. Lizzie turned to Mom, scowling. One stern look from her, though, and Lizzie turned away.
Sorry.
I just called to say I'm sorry for not playing nice with you today. I won't do it again. Lizzie's eyes were downcast, her voice low. You could tell she felt uncomfortable apologizing to Cove in front of everyone. She was still being genuine about feeling bad. Cove must have realized that too because he sighed quietly. Okay, I guess I'm sorry too. A sense of relief washed over everyone at his acceptance of the apology. Mom uncrossed her arms while Mommy's shoulders relaxed. Lizzie's eyebrows raised up. You wondered if she thought that he'd refuse her apology. Dad, can I get off the phone now? You couldn't see him, but it was obvious that Cove felt awkward about the situation. He had come off uncomfortable the entire time, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go back to your room if you want. Be sure to say goodbye first. Bye, Lizzie. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Kat. You perked up at the mention of your name. You smiled even if you couldn't see it. Bye, Cove. With that said, Cove must have handed the phone to his dad and left since Mr. Holt spoke up.
That's a relief.
All's well that ends well, as they say. Thanks for arranging this. I'm sure he appreciates it. As Mom replied, Lizzie tugged on Mommy's hand to catch her attention. Can I go down too?
Good job.
Sure, sweetie. Thank you for apologizing to Cove. Mom flashed a brief smile to Lizzie and nodded her agreement. Given permission to leave, Lizzie scurried off towards the stairs. She seemed to be feeling much better with the incident behind her. Mom and Mommy returned to the phone, taking it off speaker. They continued to talking to Mr. Holden. You couldn't tell what about. You were glad that was the end of it all. Lizzie and Cove might not get along, and probably still won't, but they weren't mad at each other anymore. Mom and Mommy weren't upset either. Everything was finally back to normal. With that thought, you retreated to your room with a spring in your step. Okay, another one. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished one cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel frustrated. He was always wanting to hear what you thought instead of giving his own opinion and expected you to come up with the plans. It was hard work, especially for such a hot day. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your throat was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet. Something like a popsicle. Okay, guys. So, story time in the middle of all of this. As if I'm not talking enough. So, back when I was really young, like... How old was I? Like 7, 8. I was in and out of the hospital all the time for my asthma, and they would give me popsicles anytime I had to go to the ER, and they were always cherry popsicles. And so now anytime that I'm sick, I have such a craving for cherry popsicles because it's just so soothing on the throat. And it has to specifically be cherry popsicles. It can't be anything else. Cherry popsicles. So we're picking popsicles, but yeah, when I was in the hospital a lot as a kid, popsicles. You wanted something fruity and bright colored. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your mom didn't keep sweets in the house. Ugh. Taking a good drink of water. Give me a second. I need to blow my nose. Okay, sorry about that. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained, but they were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. You sighed. As much as you really wanted that treat, it wasn't going to happen. What's wrong? I want a popsicle. Shiloh, who had been draped over the sofa, perked up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. We don't have any here, and I don't have any money. Oh, let me check if I have any. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus one stray button. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1, you announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa and under furniture, and scoured the back drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs, but every so often one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pooling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that would follow canceled out any other feelings you might have had about that. Yeah, you could now afford something at the shops, just one thing. but that was definitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. Yay! The two of you dashed outside, the promise of sugar. Boyd? Oh my god, Boyd. I know this word. Boyd. How the fuck do you say that word? Boyd. How do I say this word? Boyd? I don't know. Guys, why is this the word that's tripping me up? Boyd you onto your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting a popsicle? Shiloh asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea. You should choose. You tried to get something you both wanted. Anyway. It wasn't fair for you to be the only one to decide when he'd been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them. They're so good. You pressed further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice cream? Which one is your favorite? Oh, it's so hard to pick. I don't know. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You sucked on the fruity popsicle you'd bought. The icy treat cooled you down perfectly, and the zesty flavor was refreshing. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head.
You can finish it.
He didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it? That was weird. You hesitated.
It's okay.
It's okay, Kat. You want it more than I do, and I'm really happy that we got to play today already. You finish it. Well, it wasn't worth arguing further. The frozen treat was being worn away by the sun and starting to trickle dangerously towards your fingers. If you waited much longer, then neither of you would be getting to eat it. Alright, thanks. The two of you began to head back home as you ate. You offered the treat once more to Shiloh, but he refused again. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It was almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. Are we friends? Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off by the blunt question. Yeah, I think so. He says that, but friends should be able to talk to each other without being scared. If Shiloh wouldn't do that, were you even really friends at all? He rubbed his hands together nervously over your non-reaction.
I'm sorry.
You weren't sure how sorry he could be without knowing what he's even apologizing for, but you shook your head. You didn't do anything. It was true. Shiloh hadn't done something mean. He'd gone out of his way to make you happy. That didn't seem like it should be a bad thing, yet it bothered you. I just don't know if you like me. It's like it doesn't matter what I do, you're gonna act the same. I could be anybody and you wouldn't care. No, I like you. I really, really like you, Kat. I want to be friends. Okay. You smiled hesitantly at him and his fidgeting ceased. Even though you weren't sure if you believed him, this was only making things worse. You decided that maybe there were all types of friends. If Shiloh wasn't able to do things differently, this would have to be all right. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing at least. The treat was delicious and that was nice. Think with your stomach. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. You walked straight over Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you carefully ask about what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? I got yelled at. He took a deep, steadying breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. I'm sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sunk. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They're like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I could do?
No.
I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow. They'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
I like some of the voice lines. They're so random. Woo! I forgot that was sitting there. Good thing there wasn't a whole lot in there. Cove glared, but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? You'd rather just avoid them. You looked at the house. Behind those closed doors lurked two beings, rich in years but poor in patience. Maybe they deserved retaliation, maybe they didn't, but that punishment wouldn't be coming from you. It was safer to stay far away from them, and you didn't want to give them the opportunity to make Cove sad again. I'm not doing it either. Another chicken for the coop. This is a hen house now. If we're chickens, you're a lizard, Lizzie. She wagged her tongue at his face. Still better than a bird brain. Chicken. The condo door opened, revealing one of the two culprits. The old man's wizened face was set in a scowl, which was to say he looked exactly like he always did when you saw him. Maybe that was his normal face. What are you kids doing loitering outside my house? Or maybe he was always just in a terrible mood. Nothing. Nothing. He repeated the words as if it was the greatest crime anyone could commit. Nothing good. More like, get lost. It wasn't as if he owned this face outside the house, but Cove's eyes, still bred from his earlier tears, were wide, and you thought it would be best to heed the old man's command. Lizzie took off with Shiloh immediately trailing after her without so much as a glance back in your direction. So much for your friendship. You waved your arm at Cove, summoning him to follow you, and ran after Lizzie. The old man's hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already lazing on the ground. The four of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove.
Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes and decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh. Thank you again for the hydrate. I appreciate it. And started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. was fine, you thought. Shiloh could prefer Lizzie as much as he wanted to. There were other things to attend to anyway. You wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part, and while inspecting a flower, his fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. I got this game because I saw you played it! I was looking for a new game to play, and I was like, oh, okay, let's see. What game should I play? And then this was a recommended game, and then I saw that you'd played it, so I was like, oh my god, well, if Jordan's played it, I need to play it too. I needed something cute and chill, and because I was gone all weekend, so it's very cute so far. And tilted the white petals toward him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. And the type of poppies. He is adorable. I literally within the first 20 minutes of the game was already crying. I'm already invested. We're in this. I love playing. I have never played a visual novel on stream before. And I'm very excited to be playing a visual novel on stream. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name White Linen Poppy, Mom told me. He quirked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like cloth. You'd need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant. Evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower. I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. Holy Jesus! Holy shit, guys. Oh my god. Why so many? Too many options. Too many options. Oh god. I have to pick one. I think I like, out of all of these options, I think I like orchids the best. Orchids are the most special. Those flowers are super fancy and come in all sorts of colors and stuff. Some even pretend to be like bugs. They do? Yep, they trick real bugs by looking like one. Wow, you know everything. Not everything, but thanks. You're welcome. Look at that little blush! Oh my gosh, what a sweetheart. He stopped the conversation there, suddenly shy. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily floated on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw cloud shapes. You saw an alpaca. I think a dolphin, because of the dolphin scene from earlier. You saw a dolphin. You saw a dolphin leaping through the sky. You nudged Cove and pointed to it. Look, a dolphin! Cove joined you in gazing skywards. Yeah, I see it. Really? No, but I like dolphins. Hey. He chuckled at your reaction. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove would never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You were happy to do what the others wanted. That's the most me answer possible, is that I would just go along with what they wanted to do. The beach wouldn't necessarily have been where you chose to go next, but if that was what the others wanted, then you weren't going to spoil the fun. You stepped onto the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour. Abandoned sand castles, and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, were the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks, and walked along the water's edge, the waves tickling your feet. I wonder what would happen if you tried to take a bath in the ocean with shampoo and everything. That would be bad for the fish.
Jeez.
I didn't say anyone would do it. Jeez. You don't have to be serious about everything. You're the one who asked what would happen. That is what would happen, and it hurt the fish. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Thanks, Shiloh. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by the waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Kat. I don't have a dad. But I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me.
Sorry.
Well, I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom's gone. Cove nodded. Even if they're all different, our parents are good in their own ways.
Yeah.
Cove couldn't muster a response. You don't think he truly disagreed, though. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with his grin. You retaliated. You used your foot to smack the water pooling around you, sending an arc of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she spluttered some of the salty... Jeez, guys. Some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth, she spat it out. Yuck! Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh and Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game and war. Ah! Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain, as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head and his soaked clothes clung. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. Way to go, Shiloh. You offered him some help up. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held out her hand to Shiloh, too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down, and just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them.
Sorry.
What were the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there's no way Shiloh would do something like that on purpose then pretend it was an accident, especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. She didn't intend to let this embarrass her. I keep hitting the wrong button. Shiloh got up again as well, this time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side by side as a cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. "We're back!" Your mom's faces fell as it took in the state you all were in, ranging from messy to soaked.
No.
Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home, cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled and ruffled Cove's matted hair. You've been out making memories, bucko? I'm glad you had a good time with your friends. Cove used his slightly moist cast to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed that even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right, kids. What can you do? Come on, Cove, let's get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought.
Okay.
That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked Cove up off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferred from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, She family, and Shiloh too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arm in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, you returned a tiny wave of your own.
Fine, fine.
We'd better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Okay, Lucy's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall. Until you were less sandy, you weren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash first and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Field had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat on for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed cleanup session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer, and it would be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. Drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Cute. Okay, we've got so much. Look at guys, we've got so many more. Sleepover. Scandalous. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When you, him, and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water. But there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The waves washed a single shell to the shore, glittering in blue, another reminded of the places he couldn't go. From what you'd heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. The possibilities of what he might get up to made you anxious. You thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad, but now he was here with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't even go into the sea. This town wasn't bad, it had all of your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody felt the same way about Sunset Bird as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you'd been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sorry. You're going to be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids.
yeah.
I wish you didn't have a cast. Me too. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation, Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's nothing really special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. Oh, I love making sand
Okay.
stuff. He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now, like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I'll bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine's gonna be a real castle. Cool. This is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make a mansion. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your own work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually did. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you built. It seems you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations, is what that said. Shiloh grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of shells. But there were still options. The first thing you reached for was a green piece of sea glass. It was the best fit for your mansion, you decided. It was see-through and sparkly. So you tucked it away somewhere secure inside, barely poking out to make sure it didn't get lost. Pleased with your result, you took a proper look around that wasn't focused on the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. You decide not to look. No. We're gonna look at Cove. We want to see what Cove's doing. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. You must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You get the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was then broken. What's that on top of yours, Shiloh? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny, sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
It's good. That's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. You should be an architect. You'd be good at it, Shiloh. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for that topic. Cat, can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. All you really knew about mansions was that they were supposed to be big, so you'd gone really big. It was the size of a country club that Lizzie played golf at, compared to Cove and Shiloh's buildings, probably even bigger. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey Kat, what did you do? I made a mansion. It looks great. Your house is so big. Thanks. You're welcome. I don't think that's the same as a house. Huh? Is being a house bad?
No.
No, but we each made our own place. Nobody is the same. I think we are. Cove raised an eyebrow at that. If something is only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff, people too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man, a real individual. I don't think I'm very special.
Why?
Why not? No, nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A beat passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again, there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he had noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad, Kat? You blinked, not expecting the question. You thought hard. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued.
Oh.
Well, I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Kat's parents and my dad met the same day I met them. I'm going to say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His hat cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. You stayed silent and let Cove finish. Shiloh could talk about stuff after Cove had a chance to share what he planned on. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us, only some stuff that would fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand and then went over to the front of your house where he started to talk to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way, so I opened the car door and I left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Is that it? Cove's brow wrinkled like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. Thanks for telling me. You're welcome. Even if not much happened, you weren't going to complain about knowing the story. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Well.
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved to here. Dad showed me the beach first because we went went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brows furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hands through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey Shiloh, yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched. And he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad. He seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't have to wear glasses, and nobody is named Cove.
Who asked you to come?
Jesus. It was probably your dad bugging Kat's family some more, because you don't have anyone else who will ever play with you. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to even mention. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about, though. You hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too. I was just wondering. You nervously messed with the sand. You picked up some sand and turned it over in your hands. There didn't seem to be much you could do to stop the fight, and you weren't sure what to do with yourself. Cove looked over at what you were doing and started building his own set of walls. Shiloh took a deep breath before kneeling back to his own patch of sand. It seemed they both decided to try playing again. You were glad for that. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. Cove and Shiloh had mostly followed your lead and barely said a word, his mom standing behind him. Even Shiloh's goodbye had been quiet, friendly, cheerful, but noticeably quiet. But with Shiloh gone and the sun down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. You followed him as he made his way out of the sand. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. You asked Cove what he's thinking. The prospect of asking made you more nervous, but you did anyway. Hey, is everything okay? Oh, I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds and sighed. Why did Shiloh act like that? When I asked why he got when I said he was all red a lot. He gets embarrassed. Embarrassed, but didn't say anything bad. It might have upset him anyway. I guess I can get it. Why would he do that? Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey, Kat, was Shiloh telling the truth, huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoes into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your mom about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You liked spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. But you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Nobody's making me spend time with you. Cove's shoulders relaxed. You hadn't noticed that he had even tensed up. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Anyway, I didn't think you were pretending. I just wanted to make sure it was okay is all.
Thanks.
Thanks for telling me. Your throat tightened. It was hard to meet Cove's earnest gaze again. Keeping secrets was hard. Yeah. By now, the two of you were on the sidewalk near your house. It was time to part ways. You hugged Cove goodbye. You stepped forward and wrapped your arms around him tightly. You turned your head, resting your cheek on his shoulder. Cove stood there awkwardly with his hands at his side. He wasn't able to return the hug, but you didn't get the impression he was unhappy about it. You were pretty sure it was the opposite. Bye, Cove. See you tomorrow. Yeah, bye, Cat. You pulled away, then jogged towards your house. When you looked back, you saw Cove making his way back home, too, as if he felt your eyes on him. He turned around. He waved. You did, too. You still felt a little unsure with what you were supposed to do about the deal Cove's dad had offered. You didn't want to say something bad or something you shouldn't. You had no idea what Cove would take it. You had no idea how Cove would take it either. It would be terrible if it made him feel bad. What if he didn't want to play with you anymore? You might change your mind sometime. There was always tomorrow after all. But for now, it was definitely something that you'd like to keep to yourself. With a final look, you went inside your house. Oh, that should not be left on a kid to have to put up with. That's so sad. Okay, fireflies.
All right.
Tonight, we're going to catch fireflies. At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies were a familiar sight over summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, you are you? You started eating faster. A grin curved your lips as you started to eat a bit faster, excited for what was to come. It seemed like you were too excited, however, as you started to choke and cough on your food from shoveling it down so quickly. Mommy reached over to pat you on the back, firmly helping to dislodge the noodles and enabled you to breathe again. You took a big gulp of water from your glass, giving your mom's a sheepish look. Oops. That's a good idea, Lizzie. That's a good idea, Lizzie. Can we, Mrs. She? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally, she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for longer is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree. Well, it's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spinning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited for their response.
There.
Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look. Then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes. Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms out in triumph, but waited until you finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full.
Fine.
Fine. Just make sure to stay on the hill behind our house with all the poppies, okay?
Duh.
Mom. That's what most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly, it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Jesus, that is such a mom thing to say. Oh, sorry. Stretching. Oh. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth!
Jeez.
No one is gonna die. Sheesh. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could scold your sister. I'll get it. Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it
Huh?
was. Huh? You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat.
How are you?
What are you doing here, sweet honey? Being patient and waiting to find out the reason for Cove's visit was difficult. You briefly considered leaving your chair, but when you looked up, there was a small smile on Cove's face directed at you. If you tried to get down with him watching, you'd trip for sure, or do something else embarrassing. So you decided to just stay put and smile back. Then for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off, because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pocket. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged, and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call and let him know you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him.
Hi.
Hi, Cove. Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Cove, you could come outside with us if you want to. From the corner of your eye, you could see Lizzie glaring at you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider. Trying not to meet her gaze, you looked at Cove. Whatever Lizzie thought of him, he wasn't exactly a stranger anymore. It's really nice.
Yeah.
That sounds cool. I've never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved. Jesus. Anything else want to, notify me? The fireflies weren't out when he first moved, and there must not have been anywhere he used to live. We can't go out until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped closer and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
Oh, fun. This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it would be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. You smiled lightly at Cove, gesturing for him to follow. After a moment, he did.
Bye.
Bye, children. The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh by the time you walked outside. You pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get farther and farther away. You're so slow, Cat. We don't have all night. You started to walk when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. You walked with him. You slow down, matching your steps with his, watching the ground move under your feet. I think you'll like this. Cove glanced over at you, giving you a slow nod with a strange look on his face. What is it? Nothing. By the time you two reached the hill, Lizzie had already climbed to the top. Shiloh was spinning in circles somewhere around the middle. Bright, winking lights floated like... Guys, it's the word again. Boys. Boys? Guys, it's a word I can't say. Boys? Boys. Boys? How the fuck do you say this word? Boys. Am I saying it right? I don't know. Boys on the wave. One drifted close enough for you to see the firefly at the center of the glow, and you looked at Cove, excited to see his reaction. He looked just as entranced.
Wow.
Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys! It's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. The firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea green head. You quietly looked on. You took a couple of steps back slowly, trying not to spook the little bug as you admired how it glowed so brightly against Cove's hair. Cove raised an eyebrow, giving you a confused look, and Shiloh giggled. You gestured to his head and he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped, then followed after the glow. Oh, look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. 100% I would have a bandage on. I would have some form of a bandage. I like the 2 bandages on my hand. Spotting one close by, you approached it with assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin, and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clasp his hands around the firefly. That was a weird noise. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with a dissatisfied expression on his face. You tell him about the firefly you had. Cove, here's one. Do you want to look at it? Cove gave one more look in the direction of his lost prize before coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling around your palm. You held out your hand and he leaned closer, eyes widened a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over the top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. You stayed very still. You were so nervous you thought you stopped breathing, but no matter what, you didn't want to scare that shiny treasure. The firefly noticed the new connection and crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked! Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned up into a small smile, and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks, Cat. Your eyes and his locked together while still holding hands. He suddenly pulled away. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone.
Sorry.
Oops, sorry. You forgave him. That's okay. I couldn't keep it forever.
You're right.
Bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. You decide to sit in the grass and watch. I think I'll look at everything instead. That's fun too. Okay. He poked the tip of his shoe into the soft dirt. I'll try to get something for you, then we can be even. With that, he made a run for it. He quietly took a seat among the flowers. The others were jumping and gesturing all about. You saw how many times they succeeded and failed, how Shiloh almost tripped a couple of times. It was a dramatic show, though around you it was calm. The lights of the stars and fireflies surrounded you peacefully. It was a beautiful night. You laughed quietly to yourself as you watched the others, and Shiloh finally managed to catch a firefly between its small hands. His eyes lit up, and when he spread his fingers to take a peek at the bug escaped and flew off into the air. Oh! You watched as he pounced after it once more, but your eyes soon landed on Cove, who had failed to catch a firefly yet. You cheered him on. You can do it, Cove. Cove smiled and you gave him a thumbs up, watching intently to see what happened next. While Cove returned to hunting fireflies, you settled for laying back against the soft grass, watching the poppies sway around you and the fireflies hovering against the vast sky. Cat, you lifted your eyes to see Cove return to your side. His fist was carefully closed. He stretched it out to the front of your face. You noticed a small glow coming from in between his fingers. I got one for you. Wow, what now? The hand disappeared up and over you. This? You could tell from how he moved in his face that there must be a firefly on the top of your head now. You laughed, and it probably flew off, you thought. That made you laugh more. Thanks, Cove.
Come on!
Cat, Cove, get up here. We're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been a while since you heard from Lizzie or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on the top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi.
Cove.
Hi, Cove. You can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll have to be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at its cast. This was the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it?
I guess.
The cast was sturdy. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. I'll stay with Cove.
Really?
You don't have to. It's okay. I want to watch. You moved beside him on the top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. Count down. Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two of them would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill, Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately, he fell back on the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, sputtering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad, you got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in. No! You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes and saw he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills, but the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back together side by side down your neighborhood street discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you all had a good time, which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. Oh, that was so cute. Okay. Every year, the Sunset Bird Memorial Library held a summer reading program. Your moms and Lizzie were big fans of it. Mom and Mommy because it encouraged reading, and Lizzie because she could win prizes. When it came to what you thought of having to read a bunch of books and then... When it came to what you thought of it, having to read a bunch of books and then going to the library with a competitive Lizzie... You didn't care. It was just something you did every year. You didn't question it much. When it was something you didn't care much about... Oh my god! Hi! Welcome in, Raiders! Oh, hold on. I was all like... pushed back. Shout out. How do I do this? Hi guys, welcome in, Raiders. My name's Kat. I'm a streamer here doing cozy cute little things. I am playing a new to me game called Our Life, where we go from childhood to adulthood in a cute little romance with a childhood friend. But I am a variety cozy streamer. I play a lot of things like Stardew Valley, Fields of Mysteria, Zenless Zone Zero is what we just did a whole playthrough of. Mostly Stardew. I play a lot of Stardew. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you very much for stopping in. You guys are more than welcome to hang out. If you guys need to take a break, feel free to take a break. Otherwise, you guys can just, chill and vibe. We're just going through this. You'll probably get tired of my voice. Before we begin going further, I do go by they, them pronouns. It is totally fine if you accidentally slip up and refer to me one way or another. But again, my name is Kat. I go by they, them pronouns. And I hope you guys enjoy your evening. And you guys are excited to romance our childhood friend. Okay, where were we? When it was something you didn't care much about either way, you tended to just go along with your family. There we go. I was like, why is it not clicking? You and Lizzie went with Shiloh. I was also playing this game, but the DLC ending. Oh my gosh, I got all the DLCs because I was like, oh cool, it's a free game. And then I saw that they had a whole bunch of DLCs. So I totally bought all the DLCs too. So I'm like, I'm very excited. This is my first time ever playing it, but my friend who is somewhere lurking in chat here also played it. So that was the reason I was sold on it, was because I saw that her name was attached to it. So very excited to read through this, play through this. I love visual novels, and this is my first time ever streaming a visual novel, so I'm very excited that this is my first one. His dad had been so over the moon about Cove being included that he'd driven all four of you. You had never been in Cove's dad's car before. It seemed a lot shinier than your mom's. After herding the group inside, Mr. Holden gave you all a wide wave with the arm that has a stingray on it. Have fun, kids. Stay in sight of the librarians, you hear? I wish I could watch you in action, but your poor old dad has to finish up some work.
I got it.
Though I'm sure that won't get in the way. Heck, I'd probably hold you kids back. There's pointedly no reply from his son over what was likely meant as only a joke. Cove's dad seems to deflate a bit. I'll swing around again with this when the shindig ends. Yeah, you can go home now.
Aw.
You don't have to throw me out the door. Your sister, already in full competition mode, cut him off for once. Cove looked grateful she was there.
Come on!
We have to find a table, Mr. Holden. I love Baxter's VA though. He's fun to chat with, and I got him to join VC with me. That's so cool. That's awesome. I know nothing about this game. I bought it today and decided I was gonna stream it. I've been enjoying this. I'm like, whoever did the art, the everything, just stream it long enough, he might join my chat. Awesome. I don't even know who Baxter is. So I'm definitely gonna stream this whole game because I'm having so much fun playing it. But thank you guys. You can talk to Cove after when we win. When we win. Okay, Lizzie. Okay. See you in about an hour. Have fun. Did I say that already? My advanced stage is really catching up to me now. He's so cute. Oh man.
Bye.
Bye, Dad. Bye, son. These characters, I love them so much. I've only spent 3 hours with them. I already love them enough. The four of you watched him shuffle out of the library, glancing over his shoulder at Cove more than once.
Bye!
Bye, Mr. Holden. Thank you for bringing us. Thanks, Lizzie. I don't know what you're thanking me for. Are you copying Shiloh? Distracted, Cove was already glancing around the gigantic library. I want to go explore. What? I said I want to go look around and see what's in here. But the quiz starts soon. That's why we came. Wide at the first signs of conflict, Shiloh's eyes darted between Lizzie and Cove. Then you can do it without me, right? You don't need a bunch of people. Didn't your dad Didn't your dad say to stay with the librarians? You shouldn't go somewhere by yourself. Cove leveled an unimpressed stare at both of them. Then his eyes met yours.
Hey!
Why are you looking at them? Cat is with us. Cat, do you want to come with me? No! Oh my gosh. I have to decide. Okay. I hate when they give me so many options. If they give me just 1 or 2 options, it's easy to... but just 6 options? Oh. Okay. Let's see. Cove's idea is more fun. I'll stick with Lizzie. I'd rather go exploring. The quiz sounds better. Go over to Cove or stay next to Lizzie. So we already don't really care if we're here or not. Maybe we'll just go with Cove. There's more options in the second game? Oh no. Oh. Nervous. Let's go with Cove. You walked over to Cove, averting your eyes from Lizzie. Lizzie's gonna be so mad at us. I've never been a younger sibling before, so this is kind of weird acting like acting out against an older sibling.
Seriously?
Cove looked surprised, but happy at the same time. If you were going to be honest with yourself, it wasn't like you to outright do something you knew Lizzie would be mad about. Ugh, fine. Let's go, Shiloh. Okay. Honestly, it was 2 options, but 3 tones for those 2 options. Basically, yes. It was, you either choose to sit with Lizzie or go with Cove, but how you choose to say it. But me being the nervous type that I am, definitely more of a, I'm not saying anything, I'm just gonna go do what I need to do, don't look at me. Her arms folded, your sister stormed off. Shiloh had to race to keep up with her. She cares a lot about that. Uh-huh. Shiloh looks like a chihuahua trying to keep up with a horse. That's so funny. You couldn't help but laugh. Since you've been here a lot before, we could play hide and seek. Hide and seek? Not exploring? Yep. If I'm searching for you, and you're searching for me, we'll really have to look at everything. You weren't entirely sure how effective that would be, but couldn't say he was totally wrong. I'll hide first. Decision made, Cove took off toward the back of the library. You already agreed to play with him instead, so you covered your face and waited for 10 seconds. When you looked up again, he was nowhere to be seen. You glanced over toward the way he went. Cove hadn't had much time to hide, but he was already invisible. The place you decided to check was behind the fairy tales display. Near the older kids section, there was a display of a bunch of fancy-looking books. They were old copies of old stories. Leaning over the Hans Christian Andersen section, hand resting on the glass above where the Little Mermaid and Thumbelina books were, you peered into a tiny corner. And there was Cove, seemingly lost in thought. You waved to get his attention. Ah, I didn't think you'd find me so fast. Nice one. Well, thanks. He shrugged. It's just the truth.
Okay.
Your turn now. I'm gonna cover my eyes and count to 10. I promise I won't peek. While Cove had his eyes securely behind the palm of his hand, you went to go hide under the giant piece of fruit. Near the stuffed animals. There was a place near the toddlers' books with lots of stuffed animals for kids to play with. The tiny section among the boxes of toys and bean bags was almost out of sight if you didn't check closely. It was the perfect place to blend in, and for a little while, you did just that. Unfortunately, all those stuffed animals were also your downfall. As soon as you took a breath and leaned back, one of their press-to-talk sensors went off. Oh dear, I'm late, for a very important date. I'm late for a... Like a super spy detective on the trail of a diabolical supervillain, which in this case was probably you. Cove was there as soon as the white rabbit started squeaking. Wow, that's loud. The sudden loud noise really had startled you and it made you grimace. But Cove made a wincing face back at you, clearly understanding. He wiggled in his spot, far away from the rabbit, and gestured to the rest of the library.
All right.
It's my turn again. Start counting so I can go pick a spot. Okay. Cove darted off before you even had a chance to fully close your eyes. 1 Mississippi. When the time was up, he was long gone. Again. There were still a lot of good places to hide, so you figured he was behind the Willy Wonka statue. He must be next to all the Willy Wonka statues, you thought, and you were right. Cove was standing there looking at them. You must have missed him in the crowd at first sight. But he wasn't really hiding at all. Oh, hey, these are creepy. The statues were made of brass. Lizzie had told you once. Apparently, they were all the kids that had gone to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. Charlie Bucket, Augustus Gloop, Veruca Salt. I was gonna hide here, but they're too weird. Let's keep playing. I can still win. He put his hands over his eyes, but before you could run off, a librarian approached the two of you. Ah, kids, I've been looking for you. Cove peeked between his fingers at the stranger. Us? You must be Cove. Your dad told me he was waiting by the entrance. Cove blinked, mouth opening like he was going to say something, but then glanced down at his pink cast. It was a pretty clear giveaway. Sure. Is my sister Lizzie with him? She's taller than us and has orange hair. You're a cat, right? You nodded. Phew. I found both of you at once. That's right, she was with him. And the little guy with freckles. Come on, let's go get you reunited so we can close up for the night. Ready to go home? You and Cove followed him up front where the ragtag group of family members at Shiloh were all waiting. There you are. She was pouting. You could tell from all the way across the room, and it was only that much more obvious as you got closer. Did you win? We came in second. Hey gang, I thought you'd been with them the whole time, Cove. I'm glad you didn't just go off by yourself at least. Yeah, good night. Thank you very much for stopping by. It was great to meet you, and you have an awesome evening. I will just be here chilling and vibing, so you have a good evening, and we will see if we can try to catch one of your streams next time. Cove glanced over at you, then back up at his dad.
Yeah.
Me too. A broad smile spread over Mr. Holden's face.
That's...
Even so, next time you should... Cove? Cove's dad glanced around slightly frantic, but Cove, just like always, had snuck off without thinking to say anything. He's leaving. Cove's trying to be the first one to the car. With a sudden burst of speed, Lizzie darted for the exit, still in victor-to-be mode. Even for something like a race to ride in the front seat. There was nothing else for the three of you to do except head after them, pretending the librarians hadn't noticed all the commotion. Though Lizzie had been victorious in claiming a window seat in the car, you could tell by her crossed arms and occasional pout that she still had not forgiven your betrayal. Cove hadn't been pleased about how he had to sit in the middle, but his mood lifted as you sat next to him. Did you say you came in second place? That's some good going.
No.
No, it's not. She levied another glare at you over her shoulder.
Sure.
Striving to improve is good too. That makes Kat the winner in your family. You wriggled in your seat, hiding a smile behind your hands.
What?
Kat kept finding me in our game. I lost. We need a rematch. Hide and seek with just you two? That doesn't even count as winning.
Why?
Why not? It's not special. There's no judges or prizes. You eyed the seat that she fought so hard to win. That wasn't much of a prize either. Dad? Yes? You could see Cove's dad's eyes in the rearview mirror, suddenly attentive at his son's call. We need a prize. Oh, as a matter of fact, Mr. Holden focused intently on the road ahead as though a suitable reward to please Cove might appear before him.
Right.
The big thing on the flyer for this was the chance to get a free pizza coupon, wasn't it? How about I call up a takeout place and we can have pizza at home for dinner? Lizzie huffed, pulling her arms closer to her chest. Is Mommy gonna let you take a pizza from Mr. Holden? We'll see. I'll ask her. I'll talk to all of your moms about this. Please, you smiled as you stared out the window, the scenery whizzing by.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Holden. Yeah, thanks, Dad. You're welcome. I do what I can. But you really should have stuck with the group. The quiz would have been fun. This was the plan when I dropped you off. We stayed together and we didn't leave the library. I'm glad for that. Well, there's a lot of trouble you can get into, even if you do have a buddy along for the ride. Just be careful next time. I worry about you, and I bet Kat's parents wouldn't want them to run off unexpectedly either. Okay, son?
Okay.
Okay. That's my boy. Now, enough guff from your old dad. Let's decide what kind of toppings we're gonna get. Pepperoni. Sounds good. Anything else? And the conversation continued from there, with debates on what was the best to put on a pizza for the rest of the drive. Mr. Holden wanted anchovies, and the other 3 kids in the car had to band together to explain how gross they were. The way Cove's dad laughed up in the front seat made you wonder if he was doing it on purpose. You'd had a fun day already, but closing it out with the promise of a free pizza and, after all, and more time to hang out with Cove made it even sweeter. You were glad you decided not to do the quiz this time, and you were already getting curious about how things would play out next year. Oh, cute! Okay, it has been 3.5 hours. I have to pee, so I'm gonna be right back. You guys can chill and listen to some cozy, fun music, aka my only playlist that I play on stream currently. And I will be right back. Sorry that took so long, guys. We're back. Okay, barbecue. Next. Let me. Oh. My hand stopped working. I kept dropping my water bottle. Okay. Whew. Good cleared throat. You'd been brought along to this big park today, which did an excellent job of living up to its title. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse. Another hydrate. Thanks. Double hydrates. I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom again. The park near your house, with its lonely playground equipment, wasn't even a quarter of the size of the expanse of grass and trees that lay before you now. As it was in the next town over and too far for you to walk to by yourself, you didn't get to visit it much, and so you soaked up the environment. Another difference between this park and the one in your neighborhood was this one had visitors other than you, Lizzie, Shiloh, and Cove. Today it was the busiest you'd ever seen it, thanks to a community get-together luring people in from all over the local area with the promise of barbecue and fireworks. Your family and Cove's were just two of them of many. What seemed like dozens of cars were parked up already when you had arrived. Wow, guys, I cannot read today. 3.5 hours and we're learning I don't know how to read. You saw Cove hesitate as he took in the growing gaggle of strangers. By your mommy, Lizzie bounced on the balls of her feet, barely containing her excitement. The crowd made you nervous, but you couldn't avoid coming to the event. Mommy had told you that the people running the community event weren't charging for it, but she wanted them to get something in return, which is why you'd not been allowed to touch the beautifully iced cupcakes she had carried on her lap during the drive over. It was a special treat for them. Every time the car made a turn, she'd clutch the box tight enough for her knuckles to strain, much to everyone else's amusement. Mr. Holden's contribution to the party, a huge pack of juice boxes, was tucked under his arm after being retrieved from the car's trunk. You bet there had been no such dramatics around the cargo. I can read. Around that cargo getting here in one piece, but the boxes did lack the beautiful shimmer of Mommy's treasured cupcakes.
Okie dokie.
Everyone all set? Should be. Cove, did you put on sunscreen before we left? Yeah, I always do. You don't have to tell me. Mr. Holden deflated, his attempt at caring for his son rebuffed, but he triumphed with a smile.
Good kid.
I don't want you getting burned or dehydrated either. It'll be a busy day.
Well,
Don't think there's going to be any risk of that second part. Mom nodded at the table up ahead, laden with all kinds of food and drink. She was right, there was plenty to go around. The parents headed over, with you, Lizzie, and Cove trailing after them. A bunch of grown-ups were clustered around there chatting, but you were more intrigued by what was on the tables. Some of it was familiar: chilled meat, sliced vegetables, big bags of chips, but there was a lot that you didn't recognize. Your moms had said that you weren't to touch the food until they said it was time to eat. You didn't want to risk getting caught. You wanted to listen to the rules. I think that's more. You felt that was important. You saw that Mommy and Mr. Holden had deposited the food and drink they brought. Mommy gave the cupcakes one final worried look before turning to you with a smile. Since that's the topic at hand, how about we freshen up with something to drink? Yeah! That'd be great. Along with the ones out, there was a giant ice cooler on the ground stuffed full of cans of sodas, boxes of juice, and milk. Who brings milk to the park? Ugh. Sorry, I don't drink milk. So it's just weird to me that somebody brings milk to the park. Like juices, soda, water, I understand that. But milk? Would we really want milk at the park? Your drink was water. The water went down easily, quenching the thirst you hadn't noticed. Your little group took a break while everyone quenched their thirst. Mr. Holden smacked his lips, pantomiming enjoyment. That hit the spot, but you kids should go have fun. You can take your stuff with you and join the other kids playing games. Just don't go too far from the tables. We'll be keeping an eye out, so don't even think about sneaking off. We're not going to the other parts of the park today. Lizzie huffed at their comments. They did sound directed at her, but she scanned the surroundings, nodding her head towards a group of kids like a general directing their battalion. She pointed the way.
Come on!
Yeah, let's go over there. Cove's mouth was downturned as he looked from the parents and the other adults to the new kids, clearly not favoring either option. But ultimately he hunched his shoulders and tagged along after Lizzie. You went to play with the other kids too. You followed after Lizzie and Cove, who were waiting for you on the outskirts of the group of parents. Hurry up! You picked up the pace, moving into a jog, but when Lizzie pelted away at full speed, you and Cove had no choice but to break out into a run. The other kids were far out in the field. Still at your speed, it wasn't long until you reached them. As you approached, they turned around to greet the newcomers.
Hi!
Hi, I'm Lizzie. That's my little sibling Cat. The one with the cast is Cove. You offered a smile. Cove simply lifted a hand in greeting. There was a chorus of hellos and names from other kids. One of the kids looked to be about Lizzie's age or older. A couple seemed to be the same age as you and Cove, and there was one tiny little thing with his arms folded over his chest. What are you up to? The first kid, a boy with curly black hair and neon green sneakers who'd introduced himself as Hayden, shrugged as he looked to the others. Not much. The second kid pipe up, Lisa, had half her face obscured behind the huge glasses she wore. We haven't decided yet. She glanced wistfully over her shoulder. Following her gaze, you saw the spray of water first, and heard the shriek as someone got slashed in the face before you spotted the person shooting them. Some people are playing with water guns, but there aren't any left. The smallest kid, Noah, grumbled at that. You guessed that was why he was sulking. Spencer, who hadn't said much, patted his shoulder. So that's out. A new kid raced over with a glint in her eyes and braids streaming behind her. You spotted the plastic orange pistol in her hand too late when the trigger had been pressed. Rude! Hey! Lizzie, who'd been caught first, was fuming. Cove wiped the water from his face and you rubbed at your ear, trying to dislodge the water that had pooled in there. Watch out, he has a cast! Worried, you looked at Cove's plastered arm. You knew that he had to be careful with it around water. It's okay. The girl simply darted off to find more victims unaffected by your reaction. She doesn't mean anything by it. Lizzie tutted, flicking her hair out of her face. The girl not meaning anything by it didn't change the fact that she had been sprayed. Cove looked similarly unimpressed. Lisa's face lit up at an idea. Hey, we should catch her. She won't be able to spray people if she's running away from everyone. Yeah. Cove nodded as the other kids murmured their interest or lack of it in the game. No thanks. sat on the sidelines as the other kids chased after the girl with the pistol. Spotting them racing after her, she laughed and shot her pistol in the air. Only a couple of drops squeezed out. She swerved, causing discord within the group as they stumbled over each other in their uncoordinated attempts at turning. He watched quietly. It didn't seem necessary to do anything but watch what happened. The gap between the hundreds and the hunted was narrowing, eyes wide. You watched as Lisa lunged and tackled her friend to the ground. Got her! Panting, she punched the air in triumph, then pushed her glasses back up the bridge of her nose. The girl who had been caught giggled as she got to her feet, brushing strands of grass from her knees. Smiling Cove came to a stop. Lizzie whooped in with delight, clapping her hands. The boy with the bright sneakers grinned. You're it now. Catch us if you can. Yeah, I'll do it. You won't get away from me. They all dispersed, squealing and laughing as they tried to evade capture. The sour mood from earlier had evaporated, entirely replaced by a light and playful atmosphere. Several rounds later, when most of the kids had taken at least one turn as it, the scent of smoke wafted up to your nose. Caught by surprise, you looked up and found that the brilliant blue of the sky had turned orange as the sun sunk down on the horizon. With all this excitement, you lost track of time completely. Looking over, you saw people standing over the girls, poking them to life. It was nearly time to eat. We should go over there. I'm so hungry. Our parents are at different spots. Yeah. Bye. It was cool playing.
Yep.
Yeah, bye. You waved goodbye to the other group of kids before hurrying over to your parents with Lizzie and Cove. A tickle unfurled in your throat, growing more persistent as you came closer to the source of the smoke. As the three of you approached the table, your parents spotted you and came to join you halfway. You tried to greet them, but another cough obstructed your words. Oof, that's quite a cough.
Oh.
Are you alright, sweetie? You shook your head. Oh, baby, I'm sorry. The smoke will be gone soon. No one needs to go up to the grills if they don't want to. Just let me know what you need. There was no response from the other two kids here. You hung your head, moving no closer to the smoking grills. Don't worry, I'll get it for you.
So,
The main thing being served is kebabs. You can have whatever you'd like on it. There are different meats and veggies.
Well?
What would you like in yours? Mama's right. There's plenty of options. I want chicken and shrimp and potatoes and peppers, and that's it. Sounds good to me. Veggies will be good for you. Order given. You waited for your food to be ready. Lizzie headed towards you, having issued her own request. Hi again. I heard what you ordered. I'm getting a chicken kebab with all 3 colors of peppers. Noticing that Cove approached, she turned to him. What are you having?
Why?
Why does it matter? I don't know. I was just asking. I'm getting beef and shrimp with all the vegetables except onions. Lizzie hummed, while evaluating his response. That's okay, I guess. But chicken is definitely the better one. Then you can eat all the chicken. I'm going to. I want some of the chicken too. Oh, yeah. I can let you have some still. You're welcome. Lizzie peered over to the grills where the kebabs were being handed out. A growing assortment of kebabs collected in your parents' hands. They're coming over. Don't get jealous of mine when you realize you made the wrong choice, Cove. I didn't make the wrong choice. We all make good choices. It's just what kebab somebody eats. Jeez. Whew. Cat can't read for 4 hours. The person serving gave your mommy one final kebab, then your parents moved over to rejoin you. Between them, they were carrying 6 kebabs, one for each of you, including Cove and Mr. Holden. We've got the goods! Cove's daddy is looking for a place we can sit. In the meantime, they began passing out the kebabs to the rightful owners. Lizzie smiled smugly as she received hers. These are pretty big. Be careful not to drop it. Try not to poke yourselves with the ends either. They're sharper than you might think. Hearing that, you tentatively pushed the tip of the skewer against your finger. It felt like the point of a newly sharpened pencil. Though it didn't hurt your hand, you wouldn't want it scraping the roof of your mouth or jabbing your tongue. Mommy clicked her tongue. It would have been nice if the options were a little easier to manage and less messy to eat, especially for smaller kids. There aren't even plates for everyone, so we could set the food down for a second.
True.
That's what you get for the price of free. But we can hack it, right? Lizzie nodded, her head vigorously clutching her kebab like a trophy. Your parents led you back to the tables. It was immediately evident why Mr. Holden had been sent to scout one out. The benches had quickly filled up as people got their food. Mr. Holden was standing over a corner section near the edges of the sitting area. He beckoned your group over to join them. You clambered onto the bench, taking care not to let your kebab slip from your fingers. Cove took a seat next to you. Lizzie took the other side. Your mom passed the final unclaimed kebab to Mr. Holden.
Thank you.
Thanks. This looks delicious. Thank you for getting us the space out here. Everyone tucked into their food, though you didn't think you used much energy standing around. You felt very ready to enjoy your dinner. Perhaps it had been the delicious smells that had filled the air, along with the smoke that had so irritated your throat. Mr. Holden, what do you do?
Well,
I do a lot of things. Do you play golf? Only if you count mini golf. One look at Lizzie's stricken face confirmed that she did not. She could enjoy the occasional round at a mini golf place, especially if she had an audience to impress. But your sister took her passion very seriously. Even then, it's been years since I gave it a shot. Cove groaned at the pebble, at the feeble pun. Dang it, I hit that button again. Mom chuckled. You weren't sure if she was responding to the joke, Cove's annoyance, or Lizzie's offense.
Don't worry about it.
Just as well. She'd be dragging you to the green every week. That's because I've got dedication. You need to have a good drive or two to get far. Mr. Holden nodded, clicking his tongue in appreciation. Cove looked from his father to your sister, lost in the conversation. Outclassed in golf and wit. I don't get it. More golf stuff. You should give real golf a try. Maybe I'll even teach you some tricks. Don't try to change my dad to be more like you. Lizzie gave Cove a dirty look at the accusation. Mommy felt the need to move the topic ahead before it got heated.
Oh, nice.
That's really sweet of you, but I'm sure Mr. Holden is busy. He might not have time for another hobby. Yeah, I don't think I'm made out for that. Still, the offer is appreciated.
Why?
Then tell me something. Oh no, wait, where'd that go? Oh, it's right there. Whew. Then tell me something you really do already. You just go away every day. I like scuba diving, though with the businesses, that's more work than play these days. Surfing and reading, snorkeling. Those are things Cove likes. Mr. Holden exaggeratedly puffed out his chest. What can I say? My boy's got good taste. He takes after his dad in that way. The sun had been setting when you'd got your food, and by the time you'd finished, night had truly fallen. Your sticky fingers were the only remaining evidence of your meal. The kebab had been a great combination, more than the sum of its parts, the seasoning of freedom to choose every ingredient yourself. What made it something to remember. Rising from the table, Mommy held up her water bottle. Okay, now that the food's gone, you've got to wash your hands.
Okay.
Kat, Lizzie, please hold them out. Lizzie complied, coming over and cupping her hands together in front of her. Mommy splashed some water over her fingers and Lizzie rubbed them together, working off any residue. Here. Mom passed her a paper towel from her purse and Lizzie used it to dry off her hands. Your turn, Kat. Copying Lizzie, you washed your hands, taking care to clean every crevice between your fingers before wiping them dry. Nearby, Cove had taken his own course of action, wiping his hands on his pants, leaving a stain where his finger had been. Mr. Holden shook his head.
Come on.
Let's clean that off, Belle. He scrubbed at the fabric with a scrunched up napkin. Dad, it's not that bad. When everyone was cleaned up, or as clean as they could be with the limited facilities, Mom spoke up.
Let's go.
Let's go make one last check at the coolers and restock on drinks before the fireworks show. No time. We have to get a good spot. Everywhere is going to be taken. How about I go ahead to save space again? You can meet up with me in the field after getting the drinks. Then I'm going with Cove's dad. I'll find the perfect place.
Okay.
Sure thing. I could use an extra pair of eyes. Mommy shook her head ruefully at Lizzie's even more enthusiastic than usual attitude.
That's fine.
All right, me, Cliff, and Lizzie can go find a place to sit. Pam, Cove, and Kat, do you want to go get the drinks? Okay. Okay, I'll get all the stuff we need. As Mommy, Lizzie, and Mr. Holden headed off into the wide open field where the fireworks were being set up, you joined Cove and Mom in returning to the cooler where you'd picked up the drinks earlier. Even as you approached, you suspected you wouldn't find much in it. Where it had originally been stocked to the brim, it was now half empty. The ice, which had cushioned the drinks and kept them cool, was largely melted, with only a handful of pieces floating like tiny icebergs. Slim pickings. The drinks that remained looked to be bottles of plain water, but you caught a glimpse of something more colorful amongst them. Mom rummaged around in the cooler, excavating a couple of juice boxes from the bottom in the process. Aha! Cat, go! Cove, you can take one of those if you want the perks of helping. You took a juice box to share and a water bottle for yourself. Cove hesitated and decided to take a juice box for himself. When you were each loaded up with your chosen drink, plus an extra bottle or two for someone else in the group, Mom's phone started to ring. She juggled the water bottles over into the crook of her arm and looked at the caller. It's Mommy, hold tight while I get this.
How are you?
Hey, hun, how's it going? Did you find a perfect spot already? She nodded along to the call, punctuated by ahas as Mommy gave her directions. Catching your eye, she gestured towards the grassy area. We've got a place. Come on, we better hurry before the show starts. You and Cove jogged after your mom, who led you through the field and the separate groups of people assembled there, back to the rest of your families.
Hello.
Hello, we're here, and we come bearing drinks, though there wasn't much left. The three of you hand over the spare drinks. You held up the extra juice box. I brought this for someone.
How sweet.
You're so thoughtful, Kat. Despite Mommy replying pretty expectantly, there was just one person who made a claim to the sweet drink. Can I have it? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I love you, Kat. Aw. You two are a real pair. Once everyone had been equipped with the drink for the big event, you sat on the grass beside Cove and waited for the magic to begin. Most people in the park had taken a seat now, with a few stragglers silhouetted back at the tables in the distance. A few rambunctious kids were still dashing about, but their numbers were steadily decreasing as their parents called them over in restored order. Someone bearing a cardboard box weaved between the groups, pausing ever so often. You nudged Cove and pointed. What are they doing? It looks like they're handing something out. I can't make out what it is.
What a
I
pickle.
hope it's not drinks. Mom chuckled, but Lizzie and Cove were now watching the bestower of mystery goods keenly. Are they going to come to us too? Mom softly put her hands on top of your sister's shoulders, as if she feared Lizzie might bolt over to the stranger. Lizzie didn't even glance at her, eyes locked on the potential prize. I don't know.
In that case,
We'll have to wait and see. You were intrigued. Studying the man with the box closely as he gradually meandered nearer, You could make out that he was handing out some, s- handing out small items to most of the groups he stopped at. They seemed too short to be water bottles, but beyond that, it remained a mystery. Then the box man made his way to your group. Evening, I'm handing out desserts. Any takers? There's dessert? Lizzie squealed, hopping up off the ground. The man chuckled. I'm gonna take that as a yes. Ice cream is on the menu, vanilla flavored with a twist of either chocolate or strawberry syrup.
Nice.
Thanks. Nice. None for me though, thanks. Same, but the offer is appreciated. I want chocolate. Can I have strawberry? And a strawberry one. And a strawberry for me too, please. Now you are going to have to make the decision, chocolate or strawberry. Listen, no lactose intolerant person will ever deny getting ice cream. We never turn it down. You pulled on your mom's shirt and whispered you wanted strawberry.
Oh,
And a third strawberry for this one here. Reaching into the box, the man brought out the requested ice creams and tossed them out. It came packaged in a little plastic cup, complete with a wooden spoon stuck to the paper lid. Guys, do you guys remember these ice cream cups? I haven't had these types of ice cream cups in so long. Like, oh my god, those are all the rage as kids. Like, guys, am I gonna be an emotional, like, adult? I am 33, almost 33 years old. I'm 32, almost 33 years old, reminiscing about eating ice cream as a kid. The condensation wet your fingers in a pleasant way.
Thank you.
Kids, are you going to thank the nice man too? There was a chorus of thanks. He cordially nodded and walked off to another group. The man couldn't spend much time with each group, considering how many he had to get to. If these ice cream cups came with plastic spoon, it wouldn't. Right? If it was a plastic spoon, it just would not be the same. It had to be the little wooden spoons that felt weird on your tongue as you licked it clean. Like, you had to have the weird experience with it. Like, but it was so good. And, like, I feel like the wooden spoon, it just made it nicer to scoop up the, just, yes. So good. And got right into your unexpected treat. Man. Now I want ice cream. I don't have ice cream. I have crackers. I don't have ice cream. It tasted amazing. Lizzie was definitely enjoying hers. Cove was too. Lizzie munched away happily, but it ultimately didn't succeed in monopolizing her attention. Eyes wide, she looked at her mommy and pulled on her pants.
please.
I didn't get strawberry. Can I have some of yours, please? That is such a kid thing to want someone else's. This game will absolutely hit you in the nostalgia feels, especially if you knew what it was like growing up in the early 2000s, considering the main character is stated to have been born in 97 and 98. Okay, I was getting that feeling that this is around, like the kid is around, like the characters are around, like around that age group, but I wasn't entirely sure because it's very vague, but at the same time, like, definitely feels that way. So yes, no, so much nostalgia so far. Like, definitely remember, like, the whole Fireflies experience. 100% felt that. I would catch fireflies with my cousins in the summertime, remember all of that kind of stuff. So this has been very nostalgic.
Of course.
Lizzie cooed with excitement as Mommy presented her with a dollop of the ice cream and syrup mixture. Licking her lips, Lizzie lapped it up. Mommy, come on now. Lizzie has all the ice cream she needs. She simply laughed and pinched Lizzie's cheeks and then dug her spoon in and held it out to you. I can't resist it. I just can't resist. Cat, would you like some of mine? They've already got that flavor, but it's not the same as getting a little extra from your mommy. You accept the bite. You ate the treat being offered, much to Mom's chagrin and Mommy's delight. Cove watched the exchange silently with a blank expression. Mom, on the other hand, shook her head, a fond smile on her face. Well, you better at least give me some, too. I love my parents so much. They're so cute. You could have gotten your own if you wanted ice cream. What? The kids have ice cream already, and they're getting some of yours to boot, and I have nothing. Now is when you decide to be firm? Laughing, Mommy fed some of the ice cream to your sulking mom. She could never actually follow through with being tough.
There.
All better now. Yes. Good. How about you, Cliff? Would you like some? No, I'm still okay, but thanks for keeping me in mind. Cove, it's only fair that you get the choice too. Cove shook his head firmly, concentrating on his own cup. Mommy smiled. I feel so bad for Cove. Okay, as long as no one is feeling left out. Mommy was always so nice to everyone. You looked over at Cove. He was digging into his own ice cream, which bore the same pinkish red twirl as your own. Want some of mine? You held your spoon out to him. Glancing up at you, Cove cocked his head at a curious angle.
Huh?
I already have that one. I want to share anyway. Cove looked around bashfully but nodded nonetheless. You took out a bit of ice cream and held your spoon out to him. After another furtive glance, he nibbled at it. He seemed lost in thought, almost like he was contemplating why he took ice cream he didn't really need.
Oh.
I want to say crush. I think I picked crush because of the way that first interaction went. I was like, oh, definitely would have had a crush on this boy. Oh, I definitely would have had a crush on this boy. Very nervous, but very, very much a crush. Mommy was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was open. I also, like, literally one of the first lines I picked the, I'm gonna marry this. Direct crush is also interesting. I'll have to do another playthrough as a direct crush, because that does sound very interesting. I just liked the line, Mommy, I'm gonna marry I'm gonna marry him when I get older, or whatever it was. That's like, oh, that line. That is such a real line from a kid. But yes, nervous crush felt the most like true to me as a person. Like if I was this kid, this would be the situation I would have been in. He's good. I'm gonna marry him. Yes, that's the line. Thank you. It's like, it was so cute. Mommy was gazing at the two of you. Her mouth was an open smile as if she was about to say something else, but Mom tugged on her collar. Don't embarrass them. Cove didn't appear to hear the exchange. He took the spoon to his own ice cream, excavated some, and held it out for you to eat. Stop! This is so cute! You accepted the treat. In the end, that kind of made it pointless. You each just ate the same strawberry ice cream out of different cups. Your mommy did like to say it was the thought that counted, though. Hey, if you're sharing too, I'll take some. You already asked your mom to give you some. So what? Mommy was gonna let you have a bite. You just didn't take it. None for you. Lizzie stuck her tongue out at the both of you and turned her attention back to her own ice cream cup. Exactly. Yes, we ate off of each other's spoons. Then the first firework cut through the sky, whistling as it ascended until it hits its crescendo with an explosion. The park flashed as if alight. Squealing, Lizzie leapt to her feet, her forgotten ice cream tumbling to the ground as the firework crackled into tiny drops of glitter in the sky. It's starting! Everyone else looked up to the sky as another firework whizzed through the air. With each explosion, Lizzie would jump into the air. I kind of want to do this one because, like, I'm torn between this one and this one because, like, I don't like loud noises, but I love fireworks. I think I'm going to cover my ears. Spotting your discomfort, Mom came to sit behind you. She placed her own hands over your ears, further muffling the cacophony from above. Cove will remember this. I hope so. Soothed, you quietly watched the spectacle. Having Mom with you made you feel better. It didn't seem bad to take in the fireworks while she was around. Cove shuffled close, his worried eyes lingering on you before darting guiltily away when you met his gaze. Mommy's gaze was on you, then your parents made eye contact. Mom gestured her hand to silently say things were fine there. Mommy smiled, then hopped to her feet and joined Lizzie in jumping up in tandem with every crack of a firework. They had a little party together. Mr. Holden watched the fireworks scene impassively. He did smile at you and even gave a thumbs up when he noticed you looking over. The fireworks continued, some twisting like the coil of a spring as they arched into the air, others shooting straight from the ground and shattering into a million tiny specks. Every color got its spotlight in the show, from fiery reds to eerie greens and blues that could rival the ocean. You eventually noticed that at some point Mr. Holden had let Cove perch atop his shoulders, or more likely, Cove had to be persuaded to give it a try. Still, Cove's face was covered with a wide smile that matched his father's own. This is the first time that he's been happy around his dad. Oh, guys, I'm not gonna cry again. I can't cry this many times in a stream. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. You imagined the view from way up there was pretty impressive. It was also nice that they were getting along for once. Oh. The show built up to a grand finale that boomed over the park and filled every inch of the sky, the twinkling lights representing the full spectrum of the rainbow. As the final glittering embers dissolved into the night, you released a deep breath. The after image was still burned on your retinas, leaping up from behind your eyelids with every blink. Within a minute, the image had been lost, but it was burned deeper still in your mind. You'd been so focused on the show that your foot had gone numb beneath you, and it was only when you attempted to stand that you felt the tingling sensation of blood rushing back to your toes. Cove was on the ground again. You both shared a smile, knowing that he'd enjoyed the show just as much as you. Every so often, while the fireworks were going off, you'd glance over to see his reaction. Though the sun had gone down long ago, the air on your bare arms was warm. You took in your giddy family, their spirits. What is their obsession with this word? Cat doesn't agree with this word. Cat can't say this word. Boyd. I can't say this word. Boyd. Boyd, fuck this word, by the firework display than your new friend and his father who looked happy in their own quieter way and smiled. This word is gonna be the death of me. Seriously. I'm gonna ban this word. This had been a pretty special night. Oh, we've got 2 more. Think, oh shit, the things out of the I can't say, I cannot say that word. Boy, I can't say it. It's a hard word for me to say. Don't know why. Boyd. If it comes up in either of these 2 endings, I'm done. It was early. It was early and you were on your way to the playground. Lizzie planned on joining you there later. You weren't sure what she was busy with right now. Older kid stuff, you imagined. That was okay. What was forefront in your mind was if Cove might be free to come too. As you walked the familiar streets wondering how you might find your neighbor, he appeared right in front of you, almost as if he was a mind reader. Hi, can you play now?
No.
Sorry. Cove looked strangely serious. It had to be an even bigger deal than whatever. I keep hitting the wrong button. Had to be an even bigger deal than whatever mystery thing Lizzie had to do. I'm leaving, Kat. What? Where? He shifted and your gaze was drawn to the backpack slung over his shoulders. Cove liked to stuff things into his pockets from what you've seen, but people sometimes carried bags with them. It hadn't been very attention-worthy until now. Ooh-ee. No, you're all good. Buoy. Buoy. Oh. Okay, thank you. Listen, it's one of those words that I cannot say. So, buoyed. That's a weird word. Buoyed. Whatever. Still a weird word. Still a really weird word. I've been struggling this whole time because it's come up multiple times. The pack was decorated with cartoon waves and dolphins. He gripped one of the straps tightly with his good hand. I just wanted you to know. Cove didn't glance up and meet your eyes. You started to grow worried. Oh, I'll come with you. He looked up at that. You hoped he would agree, but instead he shook his head. I'll come back though, sometime. I don't know when, but we can do stuff then. He directed a fragile smile your way. Without another word, Cove turned on his heel and started to walk away. He kept going. His focus wasn't on you anymore. What was that about? You watched as his back grew smaller and smaller, then you realized that you were still standing in the middle of the sidewalk. You thought about your earlier plan of playing at the park. Suddenly, it didn't seem as fun anymore, not without Cove. But it wasn't like you could force him to play with you. He had things to do. You stayed there. You could play at the park some other time. It wasn't like it was going anywhere and you couldn't bring yourself to leave like this. You didn't move from your spot. You just continued to look on quietly. It didn't take long to realize that he was just going up the street. You were positive there was nothing good over there. Not the park or the beach or the store or his house or anything. You hesitated, unsure if Cove would want to be bothered before running after him. He was new. He might not know what you did. You slowed down once you reached his side. He glanced at you from the corner of his eye and frowned. Go away, Kat. But there's nothing out that way. His mouth twisted further. He didn't appreciate your warning. I'm still going. What? Why? What are you doing? Walking. Why can't I come with you if you're just walking? Cove let out a deep sigh. You got the feeling that he was starting to get mad at you. I told you I'm leaving. I'm gonna be gone for a while. I still want to go with you. You can't. Why not? Cove came to a sudden stop. You almost kept walking ahead of him because you weren't expecting it. My dad doesn't know. If you come, you'll get in trouble when he finds out. You felt a knot start to grow in your stomach. You're not supposed to be leaving? His expression was grave. He shook his head. Dad isn't home right now. I left him a letter so he won't get confused when he gets back. But you can't tell anybody about this, okay? You can pretend you never saw me. I still want to. I still want to go. I don't care if I get in trouble. Don't do it all by yourself. Cove's hard expression wavered. You could tell that he hadn't expected you to say that.
Really?
Really? You don't think it's a bad idea or something?
Okay.
You can come. He grinned, pleased that he gave in so easily you thought it might take longer since he was so set on going alone. You turned a bit in the middle of the sidewalk and so did Cove when he saw. You pointed over your shoulder with a thumb. Let's go to my house first. I can get my backpack. We can't. Sorry. Don't I need one? It's not that. I don't want our parents to catch us. Your moms could think it's weird we have bags. They might ask. We don't have a lot of time anyway. He motioned to his backpack, patting it with his hand. Its front bulged out slightly.
It's okay.
Don't worry, I packed snacks. It'll be alright. You wished you could bring your backpack along just to be safe, but his explanation made sense. Alright, we can leave. Cove smiled. He seemed to be in much better spirits than when you first ran into him. You were glad. He wasn't always this upbeat. That was fine though. Otherwise, he wouldn't be Cove. But you liked seeing him smile. Cove took the first step and you mirrored him. As one, both of you ran up the street. You were off into unknown territory. You ran through the first few neighborhoods like that, your feet pounding on concrete. Whenever one of you got tired, you'd take a break for a minute. The moment there was a sound, you'd be off again, in case someone you knew might realize what you were up to. Because of how cautious you were, the two of you didn't run into anyone, not even other kids enjoying their summer. It was like you had suddenly become criminals, always worried if someone was on your tail. As tense as it was, you were still glad when you got the opportunity to take a proper break. Cove waved for you to stop once you got out of the residential district. The houses disappeared, broad storefronts taking their place. You were all the way in the business part of town. This was the first time you had come here on foot. Before, one of your moms always drove you to this place in their car. Cove leaned up against a nearby tree and wiped sweat off his forehead. You braced your hands on your knees, breathing hard. You looked over at the road ahead. We're so far. A strange expression flickered across Cove's face at your words. Before he nodded, you spoke again, still huffing. My mom's bring me and Lizzie here. We're shopping. Yeah. I've never been here before. Not without Dad. He looked pleased by that. We're doing good. It's not even nighttime. You were still unsure. You thought it was right to have gone with Cove, but being so far from your neighborhood made you feel even more weird about what was happening. Clearly, Cove wanted to keep going. For how long, though? He couldn't want to keep walking forever. Cove slid his backpack off and unzipped it. You watched curiously as he stuffed a hand in and searched for something. To your delight, he pulled out 2 juice boxes and offered one to you. Here. Thanks, Cove. The two of you took a moment to unwrap the straws and poke them into the special circle part of the box. The juice was warm, but still good. You sighed contentedly after your first sip. Your throat was beginning to ache from how dry it had gotten. It really had been a while since this all started. As you took another sip of your juice, your gaze drifted to Cove's bag. He hadn't closed it yet. What else is in there? There's still a few juice boxes left. He peered inside and began to list off the items as he spotted them. I've got snacks from the kitchen too, chips, muffins, bananas, candy. That was already a lot, but he kept excavating more. I also took a couple of clothes, a flashlight, a first aid kit from my dad's bathroom, and a blanket. Oh, and some money my dad gave me a while ago that I haven't spent yet. Your mouth made a small O halfway through his lengthy list. You brought a lot of stuff. I wouldn't have thought to grab a flashlight or a first aid kit. I told you I was going away. You didn't know what to say to that. The little smile Cove had been wearing earlier was gone by now, like it had never been there in the first place. You watched as he zipped up his backpack and slipped it on. He started walking without a single glance over at you, though he did still take small, unhappy sips of his juice. For some time, the two of you went forward in complete silence. The more ground you covered, the more serious Cove became. He hadn't looked at you or said anything in a while. He'd just taken your empty juice box from you and stored it away in his bag. That was it. You knew there had to be more to all of this. The sun dislodged itself from its place in the sky, dipping lower and lower. The street lamps came on. It was as if they were anticipating nightfall. Hey, Cove. Cove finally turned to look at you. You nearly chickened out, but managed to spit out the words. It's gonna be dark soon. We should head back. To your dismay, he scowled and shook his head immediately. I'm not going back. I can't. But what about your dad? He'll be fine. I left him a letter. If you want to leave, you can. I'm gonna keep going. There was no changing his mind. You realized he was doing this with or without you. You gave in and kept walking with him. You wanted to go home, but not without Cove. Leaving him all alone would be much worse. Okay, I'm coming with you. His features softened the slightest bit at your response. You got the feeling he was relieved by your decision to stay. The two of you continued to trudge past the storefronts. Silence fell over you again. You had no idea how to break it, or if you even wanted to. People had said this was a really tiny town, but to you, it felt absolutely gigantic. Eventually, the business part of town ended too. There was no sidewalk anymore, only a long expanse of road. You walked on the grass instead. Not even that was enough to stop him. Onward was the only option. Your journey stubbornly continued. The hunch you had about Cove's possible destination soon became a certainty. There was only one way out of town after all. Your feet hurt. You were tired. The two of you didn't have any parents with you, but somehow you had reached the very edge of Sunset Bird. That's what the sign told you. You had lived in Sunset Bird forever, and it was a very rare occasion that you'd seen this sign. Most everything in your life happened inside the city limits. The endless road ahead seemed scary in a way. It paralyzed you. You glanced at Cove. Jeez. Guys, I can read. I promise. You made it here just before nightfall, but now what? Outside of town, there was nothing. How would he get to where he wanted to go? Cove, however, didn't falter. He kept walking. As he neared the sign, he finally stopped. That was a relief. He took off his backpack and sat down, crossing his legs beneath him. You lowered yourself beside the boy as he zipped his backpack open and rummaged through it again.
Whoa.
What snack do you want? You're almost taken aback by his voice. It had been a while since you last heard it. Pursing your lips, you recalled the snacks he'd listed off earlier. I want... Nothing. I'm not hungry. He nodded, then pulled out a muffin for himself. He immediately took a big bite out of the top. You peered over at your friend. He stared at the path still ahead with a solemn expression. You turned away. The sun had set sometime after Cove finished eating. Now it was dark apart from the faint moonlight. You watched as Cove grabbed the flashlight from his bag. What are we gonna do? Sleep out here?
I guess.
He was speaking defensively again. Cove flicked the flashlight on, a beam of light cutting through the darkness, weakly illuminating the area you sat in. You pulled your knees up to your chest, wrapped your arms around them. You weren't cold. Summer nights were still sort of warm. You just felt like it. Can I ask something? Cove's focus didn't waver from the road, but he nodded. Why do you want to leave Sunset Bird so bad? At first, Cove was quiet. You started to think he wouldn't say anything. Then he spoke. My mom called today to check up on me and stuff. She asked what Sunset Bird was like and how I was doing. It was okay. But when I asked if she'll come here, Mom said she couldn't. I can't go back either. Not right now. She has to move somewhere else first. Cove glared at the ground. His voice cracked as he continued.
It's not fair.
Why can't I see her anymore? He used his uncasted arm to rub both of his eyes. I'm gonna go myself. I don't need anyone to take me. This was all too much and you started to cry. Cove's eyebrows shot up as though he hadn't expected you to have this kind of reaction to what was happening. What's wrong? You didn't give him any answer. When the surprise wore off, he tried more softly to coax a reply out of you. Are you okay? No, I don't want you to go. His lips clamped together and he awkwardly held his hands up in front of him as though he wanted to do something but wasn't sure what. I'm sorry, I don't want to leave forever, it's just... Then he shook his head like he was trying to clear it. When he spoke some more, it was mostly to himself. If I don't go see Mom, then she is... Fresh tears glistened in Cove's red-rimmed eyes. He stubbornly tried to blink them away, but they slipped down his cheeks. Your heart twisted in your chest. No matter what, you hated seeing him cry. You nodded for him to continue. Mom doesn't call that much, and I haven't seen her in so long. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face. Oh. Cove hiccuped, wiping his face with the back of his arm. His glasses got shoved up awkwardly as a result. If I don't go... If I don't go, she'll be gone. She'll forget about me. She wouldn't do that. How do you know? 'Cause nobody could ever forget you, Cove. His cheeks pink and flustered. You broke eye contact and looked down. Cove sniffled. He seemed conflicted. I'm not sure if that's right. Jesus Christ, this game. We were only in the first part. You were at a standstill. We can't stay here forever, and we can't go out there. We gotta go back. Cove's brows furrowed, a skull appeared on his lips. He turned away from you. You stared at his back. You couldn't just stop. You didn't know how to convince him, so you kept quiet, staring up at the starry sky. After a few minutes of solid silence, Cove twisted back. He wouldn't look you in the eye. Okay, let's go. I don't want you to get in trouble, but I don't want something bad to happen. He was doing it for you. Oh my god. That gave you a warm feeling inside, even if you wished he didn't want to leave in the first place. And that was that. Together you walked away from the exit side. Your feet hurt a lot by this point, and you were so tired, but you convinced him you were bringing Cove home, and that's what mattered. On the long walk back, it was only thanks to the occasional street lamp and the faint moonlight that you could see in the dark. Oh my god. Guys, game. You were content to stick close together. Sometimes drowsy walking caused one of you to almost bump into the other. The back of your hand brushed his. You held on to him. We're definitely gonna hold on to your hand. Oh, him holding my hand would be even cuter. Cove glanced at you sheepishly. Sheepishly? Not sheepishly. I'm so glad you're learning new things as I'm here crying. It's fine. My shirt is wet. My shirt's wet from crying. Cove glanced at you sheepishly. His fingers curled around your palm and you held on in response. The two of you continued down the street, hand in hand. Oh my gosh. Oh. You weren't sure how much time passed. All you knew was that one moment you were fighting, the drooping of your eyelids while shuffling near Cove on the sidewalk. And the next, you were snapped back to the attention by the blaring beep of a horn. Cove froze. You whipped around to see a car approaching you. It was difficult to make out who it was. The headlights were so blinding. Instead of continuing down the road, the car slowed near where you sat. The window rolled down, revealing the face behind the wheel. It was very familiar. Mom! She shouted back, and not just because there was some distance between you and her. Where have you kids been? I've been looking everywhere for you. I'm sorry, Mom. She stopped looking at you and instead staring hard. Straight ahead, both her hands were gripping the wheel. In turn, Cove gripped your hand tighter. This was hard to face. Guilt ate you up from inside.
All right.
Get in. Let's get you two home. That at least made her showing up worth it. Your feet were aching like crazy from all the walking you'd done today. You yanked open the side door and slipped inside the back seat and then clambered over so Cove had enough room to climb into. He followed in wordlessly, tucking his backpack near his feet. Your mom looked back at you and Cove in the rearview mirror. The two of you had us extremely worried. That wasn't a good thing to do, not at all. Shame-faced, you both nodded as one.
Sorry.
Sorry, Mrs. Steve. Sorry, Mom. She softened immediately, not enough to actually let it go, though. You'll have to apologize to everyone else, too. With that, Mom started the car up again and you were off. For the rest of the car ride, no one said anything. You thought all of you were pretty tired. In fact, you must have dozed off at some point because you woke up to the sound of the engine stopping. When you looked around to get a sense of your surroundings, you realized Cove was leaning his head on you. He might have been asleep before this too. The moment your eyes met, he turned away. We're back. You yawned and got out of the car. Cove came out after, putting his backpack on again. Mom locked the car door and motioned you two towards the house. She opened the front door and let you go in first. Mommy appeared quickly. She must have been waiting nearby. There was a phone in her hand. It worried you, thinking about who she might have been talking to. The tight line of her shoulders relaxed when she saw you and Cove. Oh, thank goodness you found both of them. Yes, I did. They were walking down the main street together. What were you doing? What? Oh, man. Don't read and cry when you can't read. What were you two doing there this time of night? Do you have any idea how far that is? How unsafe? You peeked at Cove. He still looked exhausted. His eyes were puffy and there were dried tear tracks stuck to his cheeks. I had to see my mom. Kat didn't want me to go alone. Your own mom shared. Oh, no, wait, hold on, I accidentally clicked. Oh, where's the log? Your own mom's shared a look. You weren't sure what it meant, but they always did that. You wondered if they could read each other's mind. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole it. Since they were communicating telepathically, you stole a glance around the house. Lizzie wasn't anywhere in sight. Where was she? She must have finished whatever she was doing that morning ages ago. Where's Lizzie? Your sister's in her room, fast asleep, the same way you should have been. She went out earlier to look for the two of you when she accidentally found out you were both missing. She tried to pretend otherwise, but you made her sick with worry. Said she checked all of the hiding places she could think of, but couldn't find either of you. You and Cove exchanged remorseful glances at that. Mommy noticed the discomfort.
Okay.
You two must be sleepy. You can sit down wherever you like. Mommy smiled warmly and motioned to the living room. Cove looked up at her and then lumbered over. You followed close behind. The living room wasn't far, or separated by a wall, so you heard your mom's talking softly. He wanted to go see his mother. Poor thing.
Well,
That explains it at least. Still, I'm not sure it excuses it. It was so dangerous to go off into town like that. He's having a hard time right now. You can't expect a child to handle it maturely. True, it can't be helped. But that's enough of that. We should tell Cliff and the others that he's here before the panic gets out of hand. There could be riots.
is that all right?
I'll call, then go to the front to tell everyone's still out there. You keep an eye on the kids, make sure they don't take any more trips today. Got it, hun. Cove just sat there on the couch, setting his backpack down beside him. He stared at his hands. I'm sorry, Cat. You faced him quietly. I didn't want to make you feel bad. I don't want to fight. I'm sorry, too. You don't have to. It wasn't your fault. It's alright. Despite Cove's protest, you couldn't help it. It would have been too hard not to say sorry after your disagreement. Oh my god. Oh. But having him apologize did make you feel much better. When it seemed silence would descend upon the two of you again, the front door opened. Your mom was back with Mr. Holden close behind her. He made a beeline for— oh my god. This is a really rough one, guys. He made a beeline for the couch, his gaze trained on his son.
Cove?
Cove, God, are you alright? Strands of his hair had fallen out of his ponytail. Oh my god. His eyes were darkened like he'd been crying too. Cove stared up at his dad, his own eyes wide behind the frames of his glasses. He really hadn't expected it to be such a big deal. I'm okay. Good, that's good. I'm so glad to hear. Whew. Oh my god. He clasped a hand on his son's shoulders, attempting a smile, but the corner of his lips twitched and spasmed as if they wanted to wilt into a frown instead. Cove seemed to have that effect on him. Oh, I need to drink some water. My throat hurts from crying and talking. Holy shit. Talk about ruining your throat, y'all. Just cry. Just cry and read things. Mr. Holden turned to you, still smiling weakly. I'm so happy you're all right too, Cat. Then he looked at your moms. Thanks for your help, as always. He laughed pitifully.
I'm sorry.
I'm very sorry for ruining your afternoon with this. I can't apologize enough.
It's okay.
It was no trouble, Cliff. Really, it couldn't be helped in a way. Something was bound to happen sometime. Besides, he wasn't the only one who decided it was a good idea to disappear today. Exactly. We're just happy the kids are safe and sound. Not for the first time that day you recalled your original meeting with Cove. He had run away then too, only not as far as he had today. Cove must have had a similar thought because He mumbled an apology. Sorry, Dad, I won't leave anymore, promise. Some life seemed to return to Mr. Holden thanks to this promise. This time around, his smile was more genuine.
I'm so glad.
That's a relief to hear. Next time you feel like running off, come to me first, okay? We can talk about it. I'm here for you. Cove nodded. His dad reached out and mussed his hair playfully. Oh shit! I clicked again. Although he made a face, Cove didn't try to dodge the hand as he usually did. Let's go home, bud. I bet you're as tired as I am. Mr. Holden took over, carrying Cove's backpack, still clasping a free hand on his son's shoulder when he stood up from the couch. The five of you walked over to the front door so you could see them off. Mr. Holden thanked your moms profusely at least 3 more times before he walked out the door. Cove was made to follow, but he stopped and turned to you before stepping through the threshold.
Thanks.
Thanks, Kat. You're welcome. A tiny smile flitted across his lips there and then gone. Oh, I'm fucking hugging this boy again. Before he was gone, you reached over to give him a hug goodbye after a hard day. He held you back more tightly than you could have anticipated, and you almost squeaked out a noise. I'm glad you're here. His embrace was tight but brief. He let go as soon as he said what he wanted to. And with that, Cove left. Mommy closed the door behind them. You were practically dead on your feet at that point. Your fatigue must have been obvious because your mommy sent you right to bed with no more discussions on what happened that day. Once your head hit the pillow, your eyes slipped closed on their own. Your eyelids were so heavy you couldn't open them again until the next morning. You woke up much more at ease than you had felt when you were last conscious. It almost seemed like it was a dream, but it definitely wasn't. Your mom's faces, when you saw them, assured that. After breakfast, you were sat down and your family went over yesterday's events in full. They were none too pleased that you joined Cove despite knowing that he wanted to leave. As punishment, your moms took away your TV privileges for the next few days. Lizzie was annoyed that she couldn't watch her shows with you around, but she adjusted. Whenever you expressed disappointment, your moms reminded you that they weren't punishing you for no reason. It was dangerous to go out on your own so late, and without telling anyone, you could have gotten hurt, or worse. As upset as you were, you understood. Mr. Holden talked to Cove about what happened too. You didn't know what was said exactly, but Mr. Holden forgave Cove immediately. He didn't do anything to punish Cove for running away. He blamed no one for himself. He blamed no one but himself for Cove's desire to leave home. You caught... You caught your moms discussing it once in hushed tones, frowning at each other. It was pretty serious. There was a word used you hadn't heard before. Self-flagellation. But there wasn't anything they could do to change Mr. Holden's mind. Your neighbors stopped you at Cove often for the next week or so to express their concerns and disapproval of the events. Still, as they always did, days continued to pass. So did talk about Cove running away. Oof. Things eventually returned to normal as they had to. Summer kept going, and you kept having experiences you shared with Cove. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit, that one was so tough. Oh, I cried so much. Oh, I need to blow my nose again. I cried too much. Give me a second. Oh my god. Okay. Last one, guys. Last one.
Okay.
Alright, kids. We're done with dinner. Come to the table. Your stomach grumbled right on time, as if it heard your mom's words. You halted your game and looked over. Mom was almost done setting the table. She was walking around the mahogany wood. I've started doing my runs in a specific order during step 1. Yeah. Oh. She was walking around the mahogany wood in the process of putting down cutlery. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath. Oh man, my eyes hurt. This is what happens when you cry. Mommy was still in the kitchen, humming under her breath as she turned off the stove and put empty pots in the sink to wash. From beside you, Lizzie stirred, uncrossing her legs and standing up. She stretched her arms above her head. Finally, I'm ready to eat. Then she cast a sly grown-up sandcastle. Long day, run away, because it's 3 moments where something bad happens, all leading up to Cove deciding to run away. That makes sense, actually. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. I'll have to keep that in mind the next time I play. Because there will be a next time. Because there's a lot of options. Then she cast a sly glance in your direction. You recognize that look. Last one to the table is a rotten egg. There must be a next time. Should totally listen. I probably will, because once I get addicted to a game, I play it thoroughly. Can't tell you how many streams of Stardew I've done so far. Last one to the table is a rotten egg. I haven't, but it was too late. Lizzie had already bolted towards the kitchen. You yelled out to her. You hadn't planned on running after her at all. She had an unfair head start. That's not a real race. She paid you no mind. Her head was firmly in the game. It was a short distance to the kitchen table. Lizzie managed to get there easily enough, slapping a hand over the wood. Mom just moved before Lizzie could bump her. With an exasperated sigh, she resumed her work. I win again. You didn't win because you were racing by yourself. No, I told you we were both racing. You were just so slow. I wasn't racing and you know it. That sounds like something a rotten egg would say. Lizzie grinned in her hands on her hips, then looked over your shoulder. Cove, you can be the tiebreaker. Was that a real race that I totally won? You blinked. You hadn't noticed what he had been doing during this little event, which wasn't much. You spotted Cove still on the floor. His legs were crossed beneath him, the arm with the cast resting in his lap. He looked at the two of you with a slight frown. It felt sort of strange to see him still here so late. Tonight, Cove had come to your house for a sleepover. Your mom's and his dad had planned it a few days ago. Okay. Now, the question is, am I excited or am I nervous? Because it's been clear at this point that I definitely have a crush on him. So I'd very clearly be nervous that he's staying at my house. But I'm also excited because he's actually going to be staying at my house. I think excitement. I think we're excited. Let's be excited. I think we're going to be excited. You had practically counted down the days. And you even helped Mom search the storage room for a sleeping bag and extra bedding to prepare for his visit. Cove pursed his lips at Lizzie's question, but he didn't respond. Maybe he was planning on ignoring her. Not that Lizzie would make it easy. This wasn't the first time she had asked him to be a referee for one of her sudden races.
Come on!
Well, did I win or what?
No.
Oh my god! Look at his little fluffy hair. I keep hitting that button on accident. No. What? I don't think you won. How come? It's not my fault Cat's slow. Cheating's cheating, and cheaters never win.
You always pick their side.
Cove snuck a shy peek at you before answering her. I pick them, and they pick me. You're a couple of rotten eggs, then. That's enough. Nobody here is a loser or a rotten egg. You're each farm fresh. That's such a mom thing to say. Which is a sentence I never thought I'd say.
All right.
Now listen to Mom and come sit at the table for dinner, all three of you. You and Lizzie obeyed, sitting across from each other at the edge of the table. Lizzie blew a raspberry at you when Mom turned her back. Your parents brought the last of the food, then they took seats further down the table instead of sitting right next to you and Lizzie. Only Cove was left out. He stood up from his spot on the floor, but he hadn't made a move towards the kitchen. Cove, you can sit too. Slowly, he eyed the 4 seats that were left. Thanks to the new seating arrangement your parents chose, one free chair was beside you, another next to Lizzie, and the last 2 were on either side of where your moms were sitting. Sit next to me. Cove's gaze met your red eyes. You smiled. Briefly, he grinned back. He walked over, pulled out the chair next to yours, and sat down. You were glad he wanted to sit with you. He just needed to know it was okay. Now that everyone was situated, Mom began to pass out plates.
Okay.
Dig in, kids. I cooked a little bit of everything for dinner tonight. Be sure not to avoid all of the veggies.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Each person at the table served themselves, except for one. Cove hesitated again. He fidgeted with his hands clamped on top of his knees. He didn't seem very comfortable doing stuff in someone else's home. One dish seemed to have his eye at least. That's pineapple chicken. Want to try some? Ugh. Ugh. I hate pineapple. Gross. Not really. Sorry. By then, your mom snorted that cave. This poor kid, I have never called him by his correct name. Cove still had nothing on his plate as well. Do you not like any of the food, honey?
Well,
Maybe he hasn't tried Hawaiian food before. He hasn't? Wow. Please don't talk with your mouth full, Lizzie. Lizzie swallowed the bite she was eating and then spoke again. You should try it now. She turned to Cove dramatically. Unless you want to shrink. That's what happens if you miss a meal. Elizabeth, that's not true and you know it. Cove squirmed under all the attention. He fidgeted with a fork between his fingers. I've had some things, just not any of this.
Oh, shoot.
I knew I should have asked your dad what your favorite foods were. It's alright, Lonnie. Maybe he'll find a new favorite today. You weren't so sure about that. Cove didn't look like he was going to be trying the food anytime soon. Cove was a little confused by your request, but he handed it to you anyway. You took the plate from him and piled only the best foods on it. He watched you work intently, his good hand shoved underneath his leg. When you were satisfied with the amount on his plate, you returned it. You should like some of these.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks.
Good job.
That was very kind of you, Kat. You flushed at the praise. At first, Cove poked at the food. Clearly, he was apprehensive to eat something new. But he took a few exploratory bites.
Right?
It's good, huh? Isn't it? You don't have to keep asking. He still speared more meat with his fork and ate it, chewing thoughtfully. It's not bad. Mom grinned at his words, satisfied even though it wasn't exactly a glowing commendation. Lizzie wasn't as mollified. You're so weird. Don't be mean to your friend. We're not friends.
Oh.
Oh. Mommy floundered in the face of Cove's blunt honesty. He does not like Lizzie. You weren't surprised by Cove's declaration, but you did feel a little bad for Lizzie. She wasn't easy to get along with all the time, though Cove didn't make much of an effort either. That still made you... Oh. That made you nervous. Yep, definitely nervous. Maybe he didn't like you as much as you thought he did. You had never asked before. When you gave Cove a look, he returned a small smile, and that made you feel a little better, even though you were still unsure. Oh, he's very straightforward and blunt, and I assume that as he gets older, he's definitely gonna change. But holy jeez. Your mommy looked at Mom and only got a shrug.
No.
Elizabeth, some people don't call someone weird. There's no such thing as a weird person and a non-weird person. There's just different perspectives. It's not a nice thing to say to anyone but Pam. Mommy tried to whisper exclusively to Mom, her attempt to make it, and it's better to let it happen fluidly. Yeah. Her attempt to make it audible over the sounds of clanging silverware meant you caught the quiet words anyway. They're not friends. He said so. As parents, we can only try, and sometimes we fail. Not all kids will be thick as thieves. Now, less talking, more eating, kids. You need to clean up and start winding down for bed soon. But Mom! No buts. We've talked about this. Your bedtime will be moved back in a few years. For now, you don't get to stay up late. Lizzie sulked, muttering under her breath about how it wasn't right. You stayed quiet and finished your meal. It was good food, and you were pretty content to just keep eating. That's the idea. Good job, Kat. Everyone else, get to it. The rest of dinner passed by uneventfully. Cove was silent for most of it, even when you nudged him and tried to get him to talk. All too soon, the table was cleared, the games in the living room were put away, and you were all steered to your own bedrooms. Mom finished tucking you in, kissed your brow just as Mommy poked her head into the room. All right, lights off, you two. You were lying comfortably in your bed, the blanket hiked up under your armpits. You could kick it off later if it got too hot. Mom had set up the sleeping bag on the floor for Cove just beside your bed. He had already wiggled inside. I think so.
Good night.
Perfect. I'll go say goodnight to Lizzie then. Mom tweaked your nose, chuckled when you squawked in annoyance, and left. Mommy took her place sitting on the edge of your bed.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams, CD. She pressed a soft kiss on your forehead. You giggled as strands of her hair fell forward and tickled you. Mommy smiled down affectionately at you, then moved her attention to Cove, who watched from his spot on the floor. Do you need anything before falling asleep, honey? What does your dad do? Sometimes he picks me up and lifts me really high and he shakes his hands like he's gonna let go, but he catches me again. He keeps doing that until sometimes he drops me on my bed, or other times he lowers me down and we pretend like I'm crashing. Cove had become pretty excited when talking about the nightly routine he and his dad shared. He seemed to realize how animated he was and bashfully quieted. But I don't want to do that here.
Aww.
How fun. Though I think you're right that it might not be a good idea to do that tonight. The sleeping bag might not be a soft enough landing. If there's anything else, you can always ask me or Kat's other mom. But I'm the nicer one. Just don't tell her that. She laughed good-naturedly and stood up.
Take care.
Sleep well, Cove. Good night. Leaning against the door jamb, she rested a hand on the light switch and looked at you. Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let the bed bugs bite. With a last smile, Mommy turned off the light and stepped out. Closing the door behind her, you listened to her footsteps fade as she walked down the hall. You closed your eyes tightly, not wanting to think of Cove on the floor nearby. Having to awkwardly lay there in silence while he did the same felt so strange. You were happy that Cove was spending the night, but you couldn't shake the conversation from earlier at the dinner table. Cove had said that he and Lizzie weren't friends, but that wasn't the part that was bothering you. You couldn't stop from wondering what he really thought about you. Oh, oh no. Do I ask him or do I keep quiet? Oh no. I'm gonna start a poll. You guys decide for me. Ugh. My throat hurts so bad from all that crying. Thinking we're gonna have to ask him. Oh no, we have to ask him. Okay, we're gonna do it. You decide to ask him. Hey, Cove? Yeah? Are we friends? Cove didn't speak for a few minutes. For a few moments. And you wondered if you startled him with the question. The longer the silence stretched, the more uneasy you felt about his impending answer. When you heard his voice next, it was almost so quiet you had to strain your ears to catch the words. Do you think we're friends, Kat? You wrinkled your nose at the question being redirected back at you. The way Cove had asked it made you think that maybe he hadn't even questioned it before, and now, more than ever, you wondered if you should have kept quiet instead. I like the idea of extra special friends. That's cute. We're extra special friends. That's like, we're best friends or we're extra special friends sounds like something that I would have said at this age. Oh. I don't know what that means, but I think it's true. Really? Yeah, maybe this is what it means to be best friends with someone. I think maybe you're right. Thanks. You smiled to yourself at the thought, knowing that even if by some small chance you were wrong, the two of you were happy together. That was good enough for you. You started when Cove sighed deeply. You turned your head to look in his direction. In the dark, you could only see a faint outline of a lump under the covers. Cove? What's wrong? I can't sleep. Why not? He shifted, or at least you thought he did. You couldn't see anything since your eyes were still adjusting to the dark, but you heard his sleeping bag rustle. I want to be in my bed. Oh. Cove sat up. Your eyes had gotten used to the low light level, so you could see him better. He got out of the sleeping bag, wobbled towards your side table, and pulled open the top drawer. What is it? I'm getting my glasses. You sat up, too. Watching as he reached inside, he paused for a second, then pulled his hand out. Instead of his glasses, though, he was holding a book. Cove turned it around in his hand, trying to figure out the proper orientation for it. You knew, even without reading the title, which one it was. This was one your moms would read you. It was special. Be careful, that's mine. Cove glanced over at you guiltily. Sorry, it looked cool. The compliment he afforded your special book made you forget your irritation, at least a little. It is really cool.
Oh?
Yeah? What's it about? It's a story about a squire who wants to become a knight, and there's magic. Does it have mermaids? No, but... there's a dragon in it, and crazy things happen. The squire tries to kill her because the king wants the dragon dead, so they have this fight. But the squire finds out the dragon's really nice. They decide they don't want to fight her after all, so the two of them become friends instead. You only realize afterward that you spoke more strongly than you had meant to. Your cheeks burned. This must have been how Cove felt earlier. Thankfully, Cove didn't seem annoyed. In fact, if you didn't know any better, it seemed he liked the explanation. Cove looked excited by your words. He flipped the book over and focused on the backside summary. His interest in it was only spurring your own. You were reminded of the hours you'd spent hearing the tales. No matter how many times you read it or had it read to you, you were still entertained by the story and pictures inside. You glanced out the window. The moon was high in the sky. You wanted to read the book with Cove. You climbed out of bed, padding over to your side table. You opened it and rummaged around, pushing aside stuffed toys and crayons. Cove called out to you in a confused whisper. What are you doing? Getting something we need. You let out a cry of victory when you found what you were looking for. You jumped back under the bed before any hidden boogeyman could catch you unaware. Cove continued to watch as you wiggled your way beneath the blanket you discarded earlier. You pulled it up over your head. Come here. You have to come here. Bring the book too. After a minute, the bed dipped as Cove got on it. Then the blankets, guys, the blankets. The blanket shifted. You fiddled with the flashlight in your grip, feeling for the switch. With a click, the small space flooded with a bright light. Cove sputtered, putting a hand up to shield himself from the beam. Move it somewhere else. Sorry. You hurriedly tilted the flashlight so it was shining down at the floor of your blanket cave and away from Cove's sensitive eyes. Now we can read and my moms won't know. I've never tried something like this before, but you couldn't sleep and you looked like you wanted to read this, so I thought it could be fun. You want to try? Cove nodded, pleased by his straightforward response. He placed the book between you and flipped it open to the first page. Meanwhile, he laid on his belly and shuffled closer, picking up the flashlight to shine it on the pages. His face was illuminated with a warm glow. You mirrored his position, leaning in so you could see the book better. Your foreheads nearly brushed until you shuffled back a comfortable distance. You wanted the story to be narrated. You loved it when Mommy read to you. Why not read as loud as you dared this time of night? Though you felt a little embarrassed, your excitement over introducing another person to this special story won out. You didn't even need to study the page for long. There was once a squire who dreamed of knighthood. All they wanted was to do good. Cove was taken aback when you began to recite the words by heart. You even pronounced knighthood properly, a word which had given you grief in the past. Did this... Listen, this game doesn't need to call me out for being a horrible reader. His reaction encouraged you to keep going. Soon, you got to an exciting part, the squire and the dragon's first meeting. The squire walked up to the fearsome dragon, their borrowed sword in one hand and a torch in the other. Her red scales danced in the light like flickering flames. Could you say the dragon's lines? Do you need to get your glasses? No. My head hurts if I don't wear my glasses for a while. I can kind of see things alright, but I don't know any voices. That's okay. It's fun anyway. Let me just... Cove read the page, his mouth moving silently with the words. Eventually he nodded to himself and spoke them out loud. Who goes there? Roared the dragon. Who dares enter my cave? It was your turn. You went into the squire's famous speech. The next time you looked up from the page, your gaze landed right on Cove. His eyes were following the text, a soft smile lighting up his features. A lock of his hair fell into his field of vision, but he gave it no notice. He was lost in the story. You started when Cove caught you watching him. He raised a questioning eyebrow. What? Nothing? Cove shot you a strange look, but he went back to the book. You did too. Even your eyelids started to droop. When your eyes opened again, your bedroom was pitch black and silent. Your head was smushed in your pillow. Your pajamas were sticking to you, and your mouth was dry. You slowly raised yourself onto your elbows. You yawned. The back of your throat twinged as you did so. You rolled onto your side to sit up in bed, planning on getting water from the kitchen when you saw a dark shape towering above you. You froze. Then you remembered you weren't alone in your room tonight. Cove, that you?
Yeah.
You shifted and felt something cylindrical press against your thigh. You fumbled for it. The familiar weight of the flashlight pressed into your palm. You turned it on. Cove blinked at you. Looking exhausted, he was in his normal clothes again, shoes and everything. His pajamas were left on the floor. His sleeping bag was in a similar state. What is it? Can't sleep. I keep waking up. Did you have a bad dream? He shook his head from side to side. No, just can't sleep. It's weird here. You frowned. You'd helped your mom's redecorate it only a few months back. I like my room. It's not that it's bad, I just always sleep in my bed, in my room. That made things a little clearer. It wasn't anything you'd done. Cove couldn't sleep in a new place. You wondered how long it took for Cove's bedroom in his new house to not be weird to him. Probably a while. I'm gonna go. What? That shook off the last of your dosiness. He was going to walk outside back to his own house this time of night all by himself. He noted your shocked expression and looked at you with resolve. My dad will let me in, and I've gone outside late before, and I have to go. I'll come with you.
Why?
I can get there myself. Then you'd have to go all the way back here from my house. want us to stay together more. Cove stared at you for a long time. You cocked your head confused. What? He didn't answer your question. Instead, he broke eye contact, busying himself with picking up his pajamas. Okay, you can go with me. Are you getting the rest of your stuff too, like your toothbrush? I don't know where my mom's put it all. No, just this. You could understand that. He didn't really need anything right now and could always pick up his things tomorrow. Cove visited your house during the day all the time. You grabbed the flashlight and waited by the door. Soon, Cove joined you. The two of you crept out into the hallway as silent as you could. You sidestepped the loose floorboard at the end of the hall, alerting Cove to it as well. Apart from that, you had no problem making it to the front door. Everybody was in their rooms, so the rest of the house was abandoned. It was brighter outside. Here, some of your other neighbors had lights coming through their windows. Still, you felt better with your flashlight turned on. You pointed it in the direction you were walking. There was no sound apart from the chirping of crickets and the crunch of some loose sand that got all the way up the street from the beach. After a while, it was almost soothing. You thought back to your unlocked front door and hoped one of your moms didn't wake up. If they locked it in or checked in on you or both, you'd be in a lot of trouble. Surprisingly, it was Cove who broke the deep silence. This was my first sleepover. Really? I've had sleepovers before. Sometimes I'll go to Grandma and Grandpa's house. Shiloh slept over a few times too, and other stuff. Cove remained quiet. The silence stretched between you. But it didn't feel awkward right now. You didn't feel the need to break it immediately. How was it, or is it? It's not bad. I liked reading your book. You did? I kind of thought you weren't having fun. You didn't really say anything when we were eating. I didn't know what to say. Oh. Now, you were the one who didn't know what to say, so you said nothing. You just lit the path ahead. The two of you kept walking side by side, your shadows stretching across the concrete. In almost no time at all, you arrived. Cove's house loomed above you. The window's dark. Mr. Holden must be sleeping just like everyone else in your own family. Are you sure your dad's gonna open the door? Yeah, he wakes up real easy. As if to demonstrate, he rang the doorbell a couple minutes past, and you wondered if Cove was wrong. The door... Ugh, man. Sorry. The door... Then the front door unlocked and cracked open. Out came his dad. Hello, Mr. Holden. Mr. Holden wasn't wearing all his clothes. His hair wasn't up in a ponytail like normal either. You felt a little bad to disturb him when he definitely had not been expecting anybody. His eyes had been narrowed in tired slits, yet they opened wide when he saw you and Cove. Kids, what in the world are you doing? Everything okay? I couldn't sleep. Cove said my room was weird. Mr. Holden blinked, his features still twisted in panic. Then he closed his eyes and let out a deep breath. Right, well, that's a shame. What's done is done. Come on inside, son. We can talk about what happened in the morning. Okay. Cove yawned while accepting the terms without complaint. Thank you for dropping him off, Kat. I think you'll have to be a part of the conversation tomorrow, but we'll deal with what to do next time. Now, let me walk you back. It's not safe for you to be out this late by yourself. He moved to step past you, but you shook your head. I'll be fine, Mr. Holden. My house is right here, and I have a flashlight. Mr. Holden remained where he was, his brow furrowed, and placed a hand on Cove's shoulder blade. Then I'll stand right here. Cove and I will be your lookouts. We'll close our door once you've made it back inside. You nodded your head at the compromise. Have a good night and take care. Mr. Holden waved you off. As you turned, your eyes met Cove's, still standing beside his dad. His lips turned up at the corners. He spoke in an almost whisper. Bye, Kat. Thanks for coming. Flashlight clutched in your hand, you jogged back over to your own home. You did feel better knowing Cove and his dad were watching to make sure nothing happened. Once you got to your front door, you glanced over to see the two waiting. You waved. Faintly, you saw Cove wave back. You closed the door behind you, smiling to yourself. Then you tiptoed into your bedroom. The flashlight was returned to your drawer in its rightful place. Although Cove had to go back home in the end, you still considered the sleepover to be quite a success. You did hope that next time you'd be able to stay the whole night whenever next time came along. The next morning, you were woken by the sounds. You were woken by the sound of Mom's voice and a soft shake on your shoulder. Cat, wake up! It's time to get up and at 'em. The sun was peeking through your curtains, and you rubbed at your eyes as they adjusted to the new light. Cove's already out of bed. You blinked at her for a moment, confused, until you caught the empty sleeping bag on the ground and remembered what happened during the night. But I didn't see him out there. I wonder where he's gotten off to so early. You hesitated, giving Mom a look with your mouth hanging half open as your mind processed what to tell her.
Everything okay?
Cove couldn't sleep. He said my room was weird.
What?
What? Where's Cove now? Did he sleep on the couch? Mom was still looking at you expectantly, but as you started to explain what happened, you were interrupted by Mommy calling from downstairs saying Mr. Holden was at the door. You could tell by the way that Mom's forehead crinkled that she was even more concerned. When she turned to head downstairs, you pulled back the covers and jumped out of bed to follow her. Cliff, how are you? Mom joined Mommy at the door while you hovered at the bottom of the stairs peeking around the corner. You saw Cove's dad standing just outside, a sheepish smile on his face. He was alone, and you wondered if Cove was alright. I don't want to alarm you both, but Cove showed up back home in the middle of the night, and he wasn't alone. He rubbed the back of his neck anxiously. He must have felt bad about sharing the news. Mr. Holden kind of reminded you of Cove in that moment. Your moms exchanged a matching pair of surprised looks. Mommy gasped and covering her mouth with a hand. The two of them looked your way. You quickly ducked back behind the wall. The boy and I made sure Kat got back safe, but Cove wouldn't tell me what happened. I thought you might have a little more insight. We didn't hear a thing during the night. I noticed Cove was gone just minutes before you arrived. Is he alright? We're so sorry. We'll be having a talk with Kat about this for sure. Mr. Holden pulled his lips into a tight smile and held up his hands as if to say it wasn't their fault. He's fine. I just wanted to find out more before having another talk with him. I should have known he wasn't ready to spend the night at someone else's house. You felt bad for Mr. Holden. He looked so sad. I will not cry again. I will not cry again. We need to at least finish this without me crying again. They discussed the event for a little bit longer, your parents promising to call him if they found out more. And when Mr. Holden finally said goodbye, you heard Mom calling your name. Immediately you panicked, wondering if you should find somewhere to hide. There was a growing sense of dread in your stomach that you were about to get into a lot of trouble. Your moms found you eventually, though you were relieved to see they didn't look very angry. They did, however, look very, very worried.
That's ridiculous.
What were you thinking, Kat? Why didn't you tell us something was wrong? Why did you leave the house? You toed the ground in front of you, refusing to look at them. I'm sure you were just trying to help him, but you know it's dangerous to go outside at night without a parent, don't you? Nodding your head, you couldn't do much more than listen as your parents explained how dangerous it had been for you and Cove to wander over to his house on your own. Personally, you didn't think it was that bad since Cove lived across the street, but you didn't tell your moms that. You were already in enough trouble as it was, so when they asked you to promise to tell them something like that next time, you nodded your head in agreement. Even though it was a little unfair, you accepted the punishment that you weren't allowed to have any sleepovers until you could prove to your moms that you were responsible enough. You were determined to show them that you could be trusted. When you saw Cove next, he was sorry you had gotten in trouble after hearing a similar lecture. Cove got away with a warning from his dad. Mr. Holden felt that the negative experience was enough already and Cove didn't need additional punishments. In the end, the two of you and your parents were eventually able to move past the ill-fated sleepover. It had all been a learning experience according to the adults. You could accept that. There were definitely things you learned from it, and hopefully one day you and Cove would finally be able to have a successful sleepover. Ain't that the fucking truth? Hold on. Okay, we're gonna save. There we go. So we've completed step 1. And then summer ended. I'll never get tired of that view. You stood beside your moms, Lizzie and Cove, as the 5 of you watched the sun dip into the ocean somewhere far, far away. You like to imagine it cooling off the water, resting itself before getting ready to shine brightly again tomorrow. That was a fun day. I didn't know you had magicians on the... I didn't know they had magicians on the shopping street now. Neither did I. Oh no, we are so dull. Let's get out more. He didn't do real magic, Mom. How did you figure that one out?
Duh.
'Cause I know. That's not what real magic looks like. Oh, Lizzie dear. There's all kinds of magic in the world. Lizzie gave Mom a suspicious look, but didn't dispute the claim. You looked over at Cove, who hadn't said a word since she started home. He didn't look upset, though, just content. You were aware he still hadn't quite warmed up to your parents. Well, we can't sit out here all night. Time to hurry home and get cooking. Who's helping with dinner? Lizzie immediately let out a groan. Summer's almost over. The protest was obvious. You could practically see school on the horizon. You certainly didn't want to spend your last bits of freedom cooking dinner. You could do that any other day. It is almost over. You tried to be subtle about your little mumble, but you saw Mom look down at you from the corner of her eye and knew she heard. Yeah, it would be evil not to let us play until dinner. You weren't sure evil was a fair word choice, but nodded anyway. At times like this, you had to back each other up.
Please.
We will have homework and reading to do. We can't do work now, too. Lizzie had made her case and stomped her foot into the ground. You mimicked her, feeling like that would add something to the argument. Siblings mimicking each other. Well...
Now.
Oh, come on, Pam. I can help you with dinner. Mommy leaned in for a hug, and you knew that you were very close to victory.
Okay.
All right. But as soon as dinner's ready, you lot are coming inside. Understood? Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Cove, dear, you're welcome to join us as well. You sent him a small smile, which he returned. Cove gave a non-committal shrug to your mommy, which you took as an agreement. He sort of agreed to go to dinner with us. So much to do, so little time. Maybe I could still get the seashell bracelet at Tines and Trinkets. Ooh, or maybe the playground. Or the fireflies would probably be coming out, right? You silently made your own plans. Lizzie had her own ideas. Oh, shh. I did this every time. Lizzie had her own ideas of what she wanted to do, but what were you going to do? You glanced over at Cove. Jesus. Cove, I'm sorry. Cove. Considering. A strong gust of wind made you shiver. Lizzie huffed as she wrapped her arms around herself.
Rude.
Doesn't the wind know the summer's not over yet? That's all Lizzie said before abruptly turning on her heel and heading off in the direction your mother's had gone. Where are you going? I'm going to my room. I have lots of plans if I want to make the most of tomorrow. You thought this was over, looking off towards the water again. Lizzie didn't wait, and before long she just was disappearing off down the road. Are you going home too, Cat? Cove was leaning towards the beach. You could tell he wanted to stay out a bit longer. You stayed with Cove. Cove gave you a smile that you couldn't help but return.
Cool.
Cool. He made a little gesture that you interpreted as follow me, and then started heading to the waves. Cove knelt down, picking up something you quickly identified as a smooth rock. He reared his arm back. Would you stop sniffing my foot, please? Would you leave my foot alone? Then tossed it out into the water. You were impressed over how far he got it to go. It sailed way out into the sea. You looked for your own rock. Deciding to join Cove, you searched for any rocks or shells you could throw to. You found a shell that would suit your purposes, a smile growing as you tossed it as hard as you could. It landed with a wet-sounding thunk a few feet away and slipped down into the water. When you looked over at Cove, he didn't seem to notice that his throw had been more impressive. Cove was looking down at his cast, scratching idly at the pink surface even though you were pretty sure he couldn't feel it. His brows were furrowed and there was a frown on his face.
It's not fair.
I've had to wear this cast for ages. I can't even swim. When did you get it off? Cove shrugged and didn't say anything. For a second you thought maybe he didn't know, but finally he sighed. A few weeks. That is a while away. You thought for something else to say, something positive, but words wouldn't come, as was usual for you. Cove let out a huff, plopping down in the sand. I can't believe summer's almost over. You sat down next to him and nodded in agreement, regardless of the sudden topic change. I don't want to go to school. I mean, I would. I don't want to go to a new school. I think it'll be the same school as you and Lizzie. My dad said something about that. That's great. We can sit together during lunch. You'd only ever been to the one school, but you were sure his old school couldn't have been that much better. Then again, he did have to make new friends and meet new teachers. It could be kind of scary. Cove shook his head, then wrapped his good arm around his knee as he drew them to his chest. You heard a stifling sound, and when you took a good look at his face, you realized that his eyes were wet.
I want to go home.
A sudden sadness caught you off guard. You were so excited that Cove would be going to your school, it made you feel bad that he was so upset about it. Well, I can walk back with you. Cove shook his head at the offer. No, I want to go back home. Right. Cove wanted to go back to his old home, the one that sat waiting someplace far from here, the one that he would bring up whenever he felt this sad. It had been a while since he had moved in, but he didn't seem to feel any better about being here. You settled down into the sand, trying to consider what to do. Do you hate it here? Cove's brow furrowed even more. Then he shook his head. You felt a rush of relief fill you. You liked having Cove here. It would be sad if he had been miserable the whole time. You're not gonna leave, right? You'll still be around. The question was a little surprising. Of course. Your parents would have mentioned if you were going to move or something, right? After a second, Cove gave a little nod. Once I get my cast off, we could go swimming. You were fine with him changing the subject again. Okay. You had to say swimming did sound fun, even if it was already getting chilly out. Cove smiled and then looked back at the waves. My dad keeps saying I'll get used to everything eventually, that I'd feel better then. It used to make me angry. I didn't want to get used to everything. You spared a glance over at Cove and saw the anger had slipped off his face in favor of something almost puzzled. But Maybe that would be okay after all, as long as I really do feel better. I can't see it. You could remember a long time ago when you'd first started going to school. You had absolutely not been okay with the idea of being away from your parents for most of the day, to listening to strangers tell you what to do and sit with kids you'd never met before. Things changing is hard. Do I want to hold his hand again? Or do I want to tell him, I'll make sure you do? I'm going to hold his hand. You're not quite sure what to say to that, so instead you reach out and take hold of Kove's hand. The one closest to you is the one in his cast, so you make sure you're very gentle. As you watch, Kove's eyes got a little misty once more. You got the feeling that they were different tears than the ones from before, though. I hope next summer I'll surf and go exploring and everything will feel like it's supposed to again. You gave a little nod, resting your head on your own knees. The two of you sat quietly, just taking in the sounds of the waves. You hoped that Kove would be able to accept this place as his new home. You'd definitely try to help in what ways you could. There were so many wonderful things here Kove probably hadn't even seen yet. Lost in thought, you started a bit when you heard a faint familiar sound. The sound of your mom shouting your name. You looked over your shoulder, realizing it was probably time for dinner. You were reluctant to move, having enjoyed sitting together, but you were hungry. You stood and dusted the sand off of yourself. My mom's calling, it's time for dinner. You should come. Kove looked up at you, expression screaming reluctance, yet ultimately, okay. When you smiled, Kove returned with one of his own.
Cat,
Thanks.
thanks.
Oh, I wasn't expecting to actually hear him say the whole thanks. It was nice. Where you were right then. But the two of you couldn't stay there in your own little world any longer. You were being called forward. So the both of you ran off towards your house, leaving the waves and summer behind. In between. Ooh, we get to have earrings now. Want studs. Oh, definitely no braces. No, no, no. I think we'll have grown our hair out. Yeah, braces is an option, yeah. And I think we'll finally have glasses. Half ovals. Oh, acne for sure though. Listen. Listen. Okay. Done. I still say we go into this as a nervous crush. Okay, but we're gonna save. But I think we're gonna go into this as a nervous crush. I can customize Kove. Do I have to? So I can choose neither, and he'll just look how the game wants him to look, right? Okay. I just wanted to make sure that it isn't required. Okay. So I'm not gonna pick him. Choose your feelings for Derek. Who the fuck is Derek? I don't know who Derek is. I'm just a nervous wreck, so I'll just be nervously fond of this person. I have no idea who the fuck this person is. Don't I get an introduction to the character so that I have an idea? Like, I was able to pick a nervous crush because of the interaction I had with Cove. We'll just be nervously fond. August ended, September began. It was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bird for a while. At school, he was alright, but he kept his distance from the other kids, from what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time as long as it was together. And that was just fine. You felt for him the same way you always had. Nothing changed. Except as you got older, you were able to understand better what those feelings had and still meant. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry, apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove would keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons, you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bird more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed, but you hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. At the same time, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed, and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore. You were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's cheeks flushed with shy pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did on tests and on other academic situations. Over the years, he became more quiet and reserved. You didn't usually see him talking to other people. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bird. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things become less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. My Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remembered calling her Mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your moms soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate it. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before. Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dad struck up a business partnership a few months ago. I can read. Oh shit. Wait, go back. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mrs. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work if Derek had the time for it. There we go. Without a doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed, in small and big ways. You had too. As time went by, though it was easy to settle into this new normal, then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had come again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were definitely in bed. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. You're still sleeping? Wow, get up. Go away. By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. Get up, now. I will come over there. So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you your baby boyfriend is here and wants to see you again, like he does every day. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your baby boyfriend, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
So come down already. Elizabeth said nothing and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. My chat will have you believe that I am super short. I'm pretty short. I'm not super short. If you want a reference, my chat came up with this. Wait. What is it? It's not cat's height. What is it? Cat height? Cat height. Chat says that I'm 4'2". I am not, in fact, 4'2". I am 5'2", 5'3", 5'4", 5 something. I don't remember what my height is. I'm 5'4", I think. According to my ID, I'm 5'4". There is a lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. You could relate to Derek and how it felt to be smaller than people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. You weren't sure how to feel about it. Things kept changing. With the height you actually had and what the impression of that height was based on your age, it was confusing. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on your situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, resting a hand on the railing as you went down the stairs. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She had a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. "Good morning, Mom." She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
"Good morning, Kat. Thank you for coming down." Ma's at the door with Cove. "He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves?" You nod and make your way to the front door just as she said Ma's there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
"Look, you finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead." Ma reached over and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height, you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. You pushed her hand back and laughed. Ma could be so ridiculous, you thought, but that was okay. You're the last one down today, you know that? Life isn't a race.
Funny.
I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. "Oh, look at him! So cute!" He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as the longer strands of his hair idly drifted with the breeze. His features were pinched in embarrassment, and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must be the much talked about gift. At first, you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers, and you gave it a real look. No. Instead, it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at the showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly. Cove would always be roped into participating. Cove sighed in relief at the sight of you. He must have been braving some embarrassment to get this far, and that had clearly been what he was waiting for. "Hey, Kat." He broke eye contact then, staring down at the ground instead. Your heartbeat sped up being near him. You smiled back fondly. He always had this kind of effect on you. You couldn't help think, ever since the two of you were kids. There was something about him that was just special in some strange and indescribable way. "Hey, it's nice to see you."
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice to see you too. Not that it's nice for you to see me. The both of you had a bit of a laugh, though your gazes still didn't meet again. It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was that the two of you had plenty of time to enjoy each other's company and relished what time you had together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. You worried you might have reacted in a similar way without realizing. And with that, the gift was accepted. "Well, that's everything." Though he said that, he made no move to go. You could tell he was reluctant to. I could just outright be like, you're too cute sometimes. Oh my god. Ooh, do we want to be that brazen? I'm gonna do it. I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Fine. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had, though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. He was that kind of handsome to boot. He was great. Though there were some things people didn't like about Mr. Holden, you didn't mind them and liked him quite a bit. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove as one, both of you stepped through the open door onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down. He ran up to you. You were confused at the sight of him. You didn't expect to see Derek today, though you never really knew when he'd appear. Oh, he's adorable! After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin. I will be honest, Cove is definitely more my type of guy than Derek is. Just saying. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey guy and pal. He looks so tiny. I was just at your house. Oh, the way I said that. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Kat's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just here? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment that he was actually what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze unsure, then you realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. This? It's kind of like a bouquet of flowers, but it's made out of fruit.
Nice.
Nice. Can I have some? It's a gift for my family. I can't give it to you. Derek pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. Aw, okay. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyways, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effort. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bird. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
Nope. And he came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly, you looked over to your longtime neighbor. That sounds a lot like you. That sounds a lot like you, Cove. When you first got here, anyway. Does it? He shook his head, dismissing the thought from his mind. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well, now that you say so. But what'd you say? Let's go find Cove's look-alike. We should all meet him. Sure. I'll do it. Sure. I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mysterious visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you were off with Derek leading the way. Can we talk about the fact that we saw this fucking plant? This fruit plant in our hands? Derek brought you to the beach. As a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true. He certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No. With his erratic movements and scrunched-up expression, he came off angry. You became uncomfortable at the idea of talking to the stranger now. You didn't want to bother him if he was in such a bad mood. You shared a look with Cove. He was equally reluctant to start up a conversation. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy, "Hey, guy, over here!" The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deeper onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong, hostile energy still radiated from him. Sorry.
What?
Oh, jeez. What is it? What do you want? The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. What? Was that it?
No.
No. I'm Derek, and that's Kat and Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, it was cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid, of course. I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
My dad brings me to Sunset Bird too. When he has to come for work and all that stuff, it's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably, either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation. It's a waste of time. A chore. My parents' family is nearby, and we just had to come see them. Ugh. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves since they cared so much and left me home, but I'm not allowed to be by myself. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid. Who peed in your cereal this morning? We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. You really don't know anything. I selected you. You have to calm down. Sorry. You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't similar at all. Jeremy must have had good hearing though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Oh, bitch. Getting mad at a 13-year-old. Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Cove's cheeks flushed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger. Maybe both. Come on. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Oh, I want to yell at him and tell him to apologize to Cove, but I really want to make fun of his bowl cut. I'm gonna pick the apologize to Cove. Cove smiled weakly.
Okay.
I'm sorry your eyebrows are so terrible. Would I? I think I would. I would. With your fist balled, you made a quick step forward. He was the one who started things. You were ready to end them. He made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what would happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Sorry. I was so shocked. Sorry. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. They grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over. If that's all you can do about what I'm saying, I'm just proving I'm right. You're brainless. You were annoyed the other two were against you on this and got in the way, though the reaction you had been able to get was still worth it. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
I'm so glad he had to do the voice and not me. Wah, wah. This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and skulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a while this summer. Derek sighed in dismay. Plopping onto the ground, you followed, and Cove did too shortly. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. But, you know what would really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the fruit arrangement that you were still holding. Wait, I forgot I was holding the fruit thing. And I went to go punch this kid. I was gonna punch him with fruit in my hand. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You'd gotten used to the wait. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. Why not? Let's eat it. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for his skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? You nodded, with an eager grin. He plucked a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him, only you were without a skewer of your own. Oh, strawberry. 100%. Strawberry's my favorite fruit. The strawberry was a bright red, beckoning you. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. This is amazing. Cove continued to munching on his, making a small noise with his mouth full. Hey, you two remember the Land Before Time? The fruit thing makes me think of it. The dinosaurs all liked the leaves that were shaped like stars. Shut up! No, you can't bring... No, I'm breaking Land in Time! Listen, The Land Before Time was one of my favorite films growing up. One of my favorite films. Like, my sisters and I watch that movie all the time. We love The Land Before Time. Like, we're all in our late 20s, early 30s, and we all still watch that movie. We're obsessed. Like, if we're talking dinosaur movies, like, Land Before Time is right up there with Jurassic Park for us. Tree stars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. And there was that scene with the pretty trees and all the dinosaurs came in and picked everything off them till there was nothing. That's us right now. Awesome. Do you think things taste better when they're shaped like stars? He snickered. Not everything, but it probably helps. The three of you continued like this for the next few minutes. Eventually, the display was barren. It felt weird. It looked weird when devoid of fruit. It did help make you feel better. Derek was right. It was good you were already brightening up from the earlier drama. Hey, Kat. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Were you seriously gonna hit that guy? Well, he had it coming. Kat, that's so bad.
I mean,
I thought it was cool.
ugh.
What? You're both crazy people. You knew you knew when Derek said things like that, it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? Yes. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered.
Hey!
Oh, shit. We're gonna get in trouble for eating all that fruit, aren't we? Cat! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode closer and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? It's gone. What do you mean gone? You moved over to the side to face her completely. She zeroed in on the bouquet in your hand, which was now populated exclusively with skewers dipping in juice and tiny flecks of leftover fruit pieces. Her mouth dropped open and the tone of her voice rose.
What?
Shit, I hit the wrong button. Seriously, Kat? What were you thinking? It was supposed to be for all of us at home. She glanced at Cove, who stepped beside you and continued mockingly. Even if you are the most important person in the household to the delivery boy, this was up to his dad. It seemed everyone was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Cove's cheeks became a couple shades redder, but he didn't deny the accusation. He couldn't. Everyone knew the two of you gave each other special priority. Sorry, Elizabeth. Elizabeth's eyes narrowed, not at all placated. Oh no. I think I hear the mean kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit. He followed after Derek, but sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. You ran. Without a word, you got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
She shook her head as she walked towards the house, not bothering whatsoever to follow. Meanwhile, the three of you made it back to the shoreline. Derek pumped his fist, grinning in triumph. We escaped, and shall live to see another day. Yeah. At least for now. My moms are gonna be so mad when Elizabeth tells this story. Oh boy. You chuckled together, walking further down the beach side by side. You definitely wanted to stay outside a little while longer. You had gotten a bit of a scolding from Moms, for not saving any of Mr. Holden's gift for Elizabeth, but you didn't get any real punishment for it. Instead, while you were out with the boys, Elizabeth returned home to share the news. The three of them went to get desserts on their own. It was declared even by your parents when everyone got back and the little event was settled. After that, Derek rejoined you in the living room. He'd elected to stay outside for extra time so that he could face the potential scolding from your family without him witnessing the embarrassment. Derek was the guy you could count on. The dust had settled from the prior events and your moms went back to their room, so Derek was just taking it easy until his dad arrived. Mr. Suarez was meant to be there any minute to get Derek. Derek preferred not to sit, and instead took long, lazy strides in a circle around the edge of the rug. His hands behind his back and head angled toward the ceiling, Derek looked like he might have been puzzling out a crime. He probably... Thank you, Acer. Definitely need to hydrate. Considering... Jesus, we've been going for 6.5 hours. I should probably stop at some point. He probably made a half a dozen rounds when a solid knock struck your front door. That stopped Derek in his tracks. Dad's here. The both of you stepped towards the door in unison. You arrived first since you'd had a half-room head start. When you pulled it open, only a crack, someone zoomed in past you. The breakneck flash of a human was still entirely recognizable. It was Derek's littlest brother, Nicholas Suarez. He shouted triumphantly. Derek, we're here! He was only 6, the tiniest kid around. Hot on his heels came the middle son, Jorge.
Nicholas.
Nicholas. Nicholas. We have to stay in the car. We're going home. We're not here to play. He was 10, and his patience was being tested. The youngest one frantically shook his head and made his hair even messier than it already was. Nicholas's hair was wild and free as he was. Hair clips in his parents' minivan couldn't contain the energy, which might have been surprising considering he loved cars enough to wear a shirt covered in them. But you knew Nicholas loved Derek even more. Staying right where he was inside your house at his even older brother's side, Nicholas gave Derek a hug. I came to get you. Derek bent down to scoop Nicholas into his arms in a fond squeeze, though he kept his face tilted up to make eye contact with Jorge. Hey, bros. Side by side, Mr. and Mrs. Suarez trailed in. The resemblance between the parents and their children was clear. Derek and Jorge were the spitting image of their father. Jorge was even sometimes called Junior, while Nicholas was a mommy's boy.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening. Jeez, I can speak.
Hello.
Jeez, I can't even read it because I clicked out of it again. Whatever. Hello. You'll have to forgive the three-ring circus visiting town. The boys just had to come. Don't worry about that. You're welcome here. The frown that had been stuck on Jorge's face finally eased up a little. Oh, how kind.
Goodbye.
But we can't stay. Thank you for letting Derek visit and tell your mothers I said hello. Okay. Come on, boys. All 4 of you now. Let's give the Shi family their house back. Coming.
Yes, Mom.
Half of the group trotted forward with only a word. They went past Miss Suarez and out the door. She watched them go before surveying the situation with the most troublesome one. Nicholas was just bouncing around Derek as if he hadn't even heard his parents. Derek and his mom looked on with identical expressions of exhaustion-tinged affection. When an opportunity opened up between hops, Derek carefully took hold of Nicholas's small hand. Let's go to the car, Nico. You can sit next to me. Thrilled by the promise, Nicholas let out another cheer.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go to the car. Mrs. Suarez left it there, dressing her eldest, and went to join Mr. Suarez and Jorge. Nicholas gripped Derek's black wristband with his free hand, stretching it outward in his eager attempt to lead his big brother along. Derek stumbled forward with a chuckle, mostly to protect his band from being pulled too far rather than Nicholas actually having the strength to move him. But he made sure not to forget you. Derek said his goodbye from over his shoulder. Bye, pal. Good night. Good night. After their prompt entrance and equally quick exit, the whole Suarez family was on their way home. You, however, didn't have anywhere to go. It was late enough that the rest of the day would be spent inside your own house. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight. Specifically, your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt, and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's going to want to come over a lot. The two of you were the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Elizabeth, too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to just be you and Lee who spent time together. She was your only friend who was a girl. You weren't a girl yourself, so maybe that was why. But you didn't really have a lot of other friends either. Ma always said that quality was more important than quantity when Elizabeth bemoaned your small social circle. You weren't sure how friendship quality was judged, but nevertheless, you thought that what you had with Lee was good. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver, pressing it to your ear. Two residents, Cat speaking. You were greeted by a distorted, high-pitched giggle.
What?
Why do you sound so weird? Mom answers the phone like that sometimes. It's supposed to be polite. You should go with hi. That was something a robot would say. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So, can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of the boring stuff, and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh, yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily, the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any cords tying you down. Okay, listen. So I lucked out when I was in high school, and we had we had cordless phones on the upstairs, but I had a phone near my room. It was a corded phone, but it had a really long cord, so I could pick up the receiver and come into my room and sit on the phone with my friends the entire time from there. And it was so nice, except for the fact that when everybody wanted to use the internet, I had to get off the phone. But that's besides the point. But yeah, so through middle school and high school, I had a corded phone. A corded phone that was right by my room that I could pull into my room and talk on the phone in my room. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which is why you had been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way. You weren't the only person here. If anyone could take the phone anywhere at any time, it'd be an even bigger hassle. You could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way upstairs, smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you and took a seat on your bed. All right, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right? I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get one until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd changed their mind. We could call each other every single day, and no one would be able to stop us. How great would that be? Too bad that's so far away. I know. I could probably get my own phone without them if I was that old. So, she sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school would be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to college. School was such a big part of your life right now. You worked hard for your excellent grades. Every A+ you brought home was a result of concentration and diligence. You hoped that you would be able to keep it up through high school. You felt a lot of pressure to maintain the high grades you had last year. Your future depended on it. Yeah. You tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. What's up? Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. Let's make a petition for more vacation time.
Yeah.
Everyone in class would sign it. Maybe some of the teachers too. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You could just do more when the school's out. It's the easiest way to hang out with people and not in my neighborhood. If I didn't go to school, I'd never meet anybody new. No one really comes here. Learning things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people.
Me too.
But that was all. Okay, point taken.
All right.
Now I decree that the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first, before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already, like I'm going to visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you want to do? The first thing that comes to your head. Reading. Let me know if you read anything good, unless it's scary or sad. Sure. You leaned back in your bed, settling in as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her, and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today, and we met a new kid. Like at your neighborhood? Mm-hmm. His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone, but especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away you want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Hey, who are you? Who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. Oh, I'm fully gonna admit it because I feel like outside of Cove, like she's the person that I go to talk to. As somebody that has cousins that I definitely talk to. Got me? Lee laughed at your affirmation, deeply amused. Your eyes shut tightly, feeling embarrassed about her reaction. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face.
Come
How long are
on.
you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. With a sigh, you said your goodbyes to Lee. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
Okay, see you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your ma's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut the door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside and you laid in bed, wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you only saw the moon and an open sky. You were curious. What had caused that noise? Cocking your head, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You wanted to get to the bottom of this. Do you guys remember the ghost one? From like 4 hours ago? To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. Your house was very angular, and some points stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around on it. Still, just because someone could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Cove looked awkward and unstable. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. With difficulty he waved, then wobbled, immediately dropping his hand in alarm. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, nearly falling flat on his face, but he was able to right himself in the end. He released a breath once he was steady.
Hey,
Hi, Cat. Amazing. My dreams have come true. What's up, Romeo? Nothing good. I wanted to see you. I figured this was the only way. If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean. But that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. I would have done that too. Cove shrugged nonchalantly. Yeah, you should talk somewhere private if you want. Stay private. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. You waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. Did she say that she would do what she would do? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming before school starts. Oh. You had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about his past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it was one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon, you were going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before they barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're going to all be together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks? I know I should probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way.
Cat.
It's so... His fists tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already, and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. Cove looked uncomfortable with the situation. He didn't want to have to open up like this. He said, I'm sorry. It's sorry for dumping this on you. I don't know what to do. You were the only thing I could come up with. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all of that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Cat? The sound of your name said quietly pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you concerned.
Are you okay?
Who, me? I'm more worried about you. You don't have to forget about yourself for me. I want to listen to you too. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk about this anymore. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kind of don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer, just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Of course, you can always stay here. You smiled shyly, your voice as tentative as his was, but you meant what you said. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better at the sight somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight. You were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your world. He fit into it like a missing piece of the puzzle. And you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. I'm hugging him again. You hugged him. You moved closer and wrapped your short arms around him as much as you could. Bitch! Don't call me that short. I actually do have really short arms. It's really funny. I usually need help grabbing certain things because I have short arms. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove rose up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversations stilled and broke, often by silence at first. Then both of you were able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you know Cove felt the same way. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your peachy skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight, blinking a couple times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wonder how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and you bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He never left. He was still there in the morning. Cove! He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground, precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With a shout, Cove's eyes snapped open, and his head slipped from its... Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! And his head slipped from its source of support. Oh no! He didn't stop going down until his head smacked into the floor with a crack. You clamped your hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather ungracefully.
Aww.
I'm so sorry. Are you okay? You winced at his tumble, hoping no one else in the house had heard either of your outbursts. I saw that going there and I was like, oh no, 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 no. Yeah, I'm alright. Cove rubbed his forehead a little and you weren't sure that was entirely true. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you would be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my god!
I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tense as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this played out, but hoped that was true. Bye. At that, you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks again. You're my very best friend. No one else comes close. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder and made you feel tingly. But you were let go before you had the chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove anxiously stepped out on the ledge. You suggested he sneaked out the door instead. Going to the window might not be the best idea. The thought of him getting hurt was even worse than being caught. You don't have to go out that way. I can cover for you if you use the door. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other, with increasing speed until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try and keep watching. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage, then lowering himself onto the fence, and from there dropped down to the ground. You grinned at the sight of his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how doable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window, deciding there was nothing more you could do. You hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You checked yourself in the mirror. You certainly looked like you had just woken up, with your black hair sticking up all over the place. Taking a comb from your bedside table, you attempted to fix and smooth some of the messy strands. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. "Good morning, Elizabeth." She looked over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
"Why are you being so weird? You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately." You stopped in your tracks, heart pounding in your chest as you wondered if she had seen the sweat that was building around your temples. "Cat?" You shrugged it off. "I'm not." You spoke... Ooh. You spoke so nonchalantly. Jeez. This has literally been Cat Can't Read for 7 hours. Hold on, I need to readjust. Something was pressing into my knee and it really fucking hurt. My poor little knee. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig it any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today, you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner, risking running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with it. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they had made. Hash browns, an omelet, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. What are we eating? Sorry, hash browns, fruit salad. Oh, I'll eat all of that. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was a variety in the meals your mom made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect, balmy summer afternoon. Ouch. I moved something out of the way and forgot it was sitting there, and then it just fell on me. You had decided to head outdoors to find something to do. You hadn't decided what something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were headed out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what happened to him. Would it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him and check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Hi, Kat. Confused, you looked over to where an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or the country club where your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oops, I'm sorry. Was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head, and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here, and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your house. She was Cove's mom. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. It made sense that she was Cove's mom. She's very pretty. She looks just like him. They had the same eyes and other physical traits in common. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression that it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kira Priest. You can call me Kira. I'll be polite. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. You already know my name?
That I do.
Oh, jeez. I never know when they're going to speak, and it startles me. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you, Kat. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. I'm just gonna say that. What has Cove said about me? Do I want to be a curious little... I'm just gonna be polite. I don't want to... I want Cove to tell me in his own time what he thinks about me. Nice to meet you too. She smiled at you fondly, eyes crinkling at the corners. The sound of a door opening. Yeah, seeing them next to each other, they look identical. Yeah, no, they totally look alike. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby.
There you are. I thought you were going to keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eye as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he acted last night, You knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this right now. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are headed into town to grab something to eat while the snore is at work. Kira beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. You assumed the snore she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Kat. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Oh, baby, I'll save you. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first, responsibility and all that.
Anywho.
It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roosting on this street for the time being. Anywhoosie, let's go. Kira walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us. Not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, heavier. I'll go with you, if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you head over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyes lifting in surprise at the group standing in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
I see you've met my kid Kat, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kira laughed, and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kira Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple brown hair caught your eye as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kira. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Hi, Kat. Cove. Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with a surprise visit. Cove grimaced and held back a groan. He likely took offense at how she didn't want to put them out with a surprise visit, but not him apparently. I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Kat went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving. Just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
I hope you all have fun. You gave her moms a look, and they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You could tell that Cove really needed the support, and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi not too far from here. Yeah, it's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. Kira put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son.
Well,
Sounds like the area. You sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Not really. Kira pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you, Kat? Want to point me in the right direction? You nodded. You've been to a lot of places in town, so you know a couple of good ones. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us since Cove is going through a phase over there. He huffed at her and turned his face away.
Thank you.
Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the three of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kira asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kira explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bird. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily, you were shown right to a small table. Hey, wait! I recognize this restaurant. We've been here before. Kira lowered herself into a chair while Cove picked the diagonal one to not the one diagonal to her. Jesus, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Let's see. To start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda.
Noted.
Cat? Just water. Lemon or anything? There's sugar on the table. No. Sure. Kira placed the order for drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus and you decided to order a usual thing. You'd been to this restaurant many times, so you knew what was good and what wasn't already. Kira and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals, too, were ordered and the menus were taken away. You glanced at the table's surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove looked like this was the very moment he had been dreading, sinking back further into his seat and crossing his arms. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions, he'd brush off Kira, had mercy on her son, and instead put her focus towards you.
So?
What's a few things that you're into? That's got to be something. There's got to be something fun for you to do, especially now that you're not buried in school and in school assignments. Didn't we just have an ad break? I feel like they're constantly pushing ad breaks right now. I'm sorry, guys. I have the ads automatically set up because I don't like dealing with that shit. Why is that an answer? Oh my god, why the fuck is that an answer? I like to read. I like to read manga for fucking sure. Do I say it? And, oh god. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. I'm just gonna do it. I'm really into Cove. Kira let out a sudden laugh and gasped, and Cove gasped beside you. It wasn't dramatic enough. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. You felt your cheeks going red. You had meant it in a normal way, but it sounded weird saying it out loud. Cat was Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. All I meant was I like hanging out with Cove, that's it. Well, we have something in common. Kira, Kira smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at the moment. And you didn't say anything else.
Thanks.
I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Kira laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all the way to embarrass my son too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again and you glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He gave her a dirty look, eyes narrowed into thin slits. Hoping it would clear some of the tension, you decided to ask Kira a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's worth seeing. It's good work. Wow. Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? You couldn't bring yourself to ask another question. It didn't seem to bother her that the conversation dropped off. Cove sipped sipped his soda angrily, slurping the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You gave him a sympathetic look. Cove eventually noticed you watching him, and you gave him a look that let him know that you were there for him. It was subtle, but you swore you could see the hint of a smile tilting the corner of his lips.
Very cute.
You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Why would you say that? You blushed. Were the two of you really cute together? Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
All right. Now that we're all full and content, can you explain why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face instantly returned to its scrunched form. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't going to visit you this year. That you were going to be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. Cove's eyes began to shake and his frustration ebbed. I do want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same and nobody said anything.
I see.
Oh, I feel that frustration so bad. So bad. Like, even if it's something that I want, don't leave me out of the planning. Ever. That is advice to anybody that wants any sort of relationship with me. Never, ever leave me out of the planning. Even if I say no, don't leave me out of the planning, because it will hurt me more than anything. Like, even if you know that I am going to say no, invite me anyways, just so that my brain doesn't feel like you hate me. Because I will feel like you hate me if you don't invite me. Or if you leave me out, because it will feel like I'm worthless, and I know I'm not. I know it's not what, like, I know on the other side of my brain that that's not why. But yes, don't leave me out of the planning. Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been given another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise that almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. I was so confused. I was like, who the fuck is Clifford? Cliff. His name's Cliff. Forgot. Didn't even connect 2 and 2. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs, but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option.
I mean,
I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart! She reached across the gap, grabbed his face, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry, sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my license. Kira was completely enthused by Cove's admission, though a tone of seriousness did return to her voice when the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad too?
no.
No. Cove had snapped the word instantly and reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's all right.
I understand. We can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning your way. And thank you, Kat. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom! She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the 3 of you left the restaurant, Kira had paid the bill. You walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually you reached your sheet. You reached your sheet. You reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Welcome back, family. And Kat, too.
Huh.
Cliff. Dad. 2 walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. Uh-oh. I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night, Kat. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kira in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. Moments time! Holy shit. Oh, I get Derek moments too? Cute. Holy shit, guys. Oh. Okay. I think we're not gonna do Derek moments. Okay. Are we still cooking, guys, or do we wanna pause? Because we've been going for 7.5 hours. What? You want me to pause? No, you just yelling at me? Oh my gosh. So many Instagram notifications. It's crazy. What? Okay. Let's see where we're at after this one. Hi. Yes, you are so cute. I do think you are very cute and adorable. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the month. Most of the month? Most of the morning. It was a long fucking shopping trip. Hi. Yeah. Yeah? And you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that, cat? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. Yes, please. It would be helpful. Ma stepped forward to take the bag from your arms, and you made a quick run to get another bag. You passed Ma again on your way back to the house, and she gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your black hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her next bad mood.
Be careful.
Careful, cat. You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going if you're... No, come on. I accidentally hit that button every single time. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. My license. She grinned at the bad joke as you continued through the door. Oh my god, I'm her mom. I'm laughing at this. Outside, Ma had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a deep breath of air, her dress gently swaying in the breeze.
It's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. It's too hot. You wrinkled your nose, feeling a few beads of sweat gathering on your forehead from lifting stuff in the sun. If there were a cloud or two around to lessen the heat, you would be enjoying the weather a lot more. With a small sigh, you turned back to help Ma with the last of the bags. Oh, hi, Cove. You notice Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see. Surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off to on this beautiful day? Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family. I have a controversial food question regarding mashed potatoes that my brain thought of. Okay, what's your controversial question? Oh no, ads! I'm sorry! Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out here. Even though your mom was the one. Would you stop sniffing my foot? You're cute. Stop it. Even though your mom was the one who called out, you were the one he looked at. He tried to settle down again. Cove stayed on his side of the driveway, giving a small wave in greeting. What? Huh. That's a good question. I mean, aren't they made out of, like... Oh, wait, yes? Right? Aren't they... Isn't it just dehydrated potatoes that you rehydrate with water? Like, they're real potatoes, so wouldn't it be real mashed potatoes if you make it out of the instant mashed potatoes? Because it's just dry, right? Like, you're just rehydrating it. So yes, I think it'd be real potatoes. Like, by the literal definition of real, like, it's real because it's a real potato. Like, you didn't have to be the one to bake the potato and, you know, boil it and mash it and stick it in a stew. Sorry, I'm such a fucking nerd. I got at con this weekend. I also bought a Lord of the Rings mug. Like, I'm a nerd. Anyways, yes, I think instant mashed potatoes are still real potatoes because they are, by definition, real potatoes. I don't even think that there are instant mashed potatoes that aren't real potatoes. I don't know. I think that they're real potato. So yes, not controversial, and yes, they're real potatoes. After a moment or two of deliberation, he jogged over to properly say hello to you and your mom. Debatable. Okay. It depends on one, who makes it, and two, how it's made. Because I have had shitty mashed potatoes. Both instant and homemade. It just depends on who makes it and how they make it. Because I've had horrible of both. Like, it just depends on who makes it and how they make it. Because you can make anything horribly, but you can also make anything beautifully. Like, some of the best mashed potatoes I've ever had were instant mashed potatoes. Plus, it's a convenience meal. Like, it takes less time to quickly, you know... Oh, you totally can overboil potatoes. And definitely, yeah, underseason them for sure. But instant mashed potatoes, super easy for me. You know, I have a bad time with multitasking. So just popping them in, popping like instant mashed potatoes in like the microwave or on the stove or something like that, where I just focusing on this one thing where I just need to mix together some dehydrated potatoes. Like, I'm just rehydrating potatoes. Whereas, like, boiling, I run a higher risk of actually messing it up. And then mashing them. But all potatoes are definitely significantly increased in flavor if you add gravy to them. I really like gravy. I just love mashed potatoes and gravy. I boil the water in the microwave and then so here's how I make it. Okay. This is cooking time with Kat. So here's how I do it, and I actually did it earlier with au gratin microwave, au gratin potatoes. I boil the water with butter and make butter water. And then I add the instant mix, and then I'll stir it up, and then I will also mix in shredded cheese, and then sprinkle cheese on top, and then cook it a little bit longer. I forget to add butter. I don't ever forget to add the butter because I forgot to add the butter once, and then I accidentally ruined cooked them wrong, and then because there's a way to cook them wrong, and I know that there's a way to cook them wrong because I cooked them wrong once, and I overcooked them and didn't have enough liquid in them, and there was no butter in them, and it was bad. It was so bad. I was like, I don't know how old I was. I had to have been like 16. Oh, fair enough. Yeah. I mean, I still ate the shitty potatoes, and I was like, this is so bad. I still ate them because I had spent the time to make them. And I was so hungry by that point, I was like, ugh. But yeah, no, never once messed up my measurements ever again. Because I fucked it up one time. Mom just standing in the corner staring and blinking is really funny. Chef Boyardee spaghetti and meatballs. I prefer SpaghettiOs. I don't like canned the canned like spaghetti and the canned spaghetti and meatballs. I always jokingly say that I like spaghetti and meatballs, but in reality, I like spaghetti, like pasta with like spaghetti sauce, whether it's the meat sauce or whatever type of sauce you want it to be, and the meatballs separately. Like I like eating I will literally like cook a thing of meatballs and put pasta sauce on it, and I'll just eat that, and then I'll just have pasta separately on a different day. Like most of the time when I want spaghetti and meatballs, I just want meatballs. It's really funny. But no, if I'm doing Chef Boyardee, it's gonna be that came out of nowhere. Don't mind my automated messaging. That one does pop up, and that one will not be turned off ever. But yeah, no, SpaghettiOs. I prefer SpaghettiOs. I'm a SpaghettiOs I'm a SpaghettiOs kind of kiddo. Actually, if there's one thing that I eat the most of, it's ramen. I eat so much ramen. I actually just bought some ramen. That's what I'm gonna have for lunch. Well, I was gonna say tomorrow, but I'm like, later today. After a moment or two of deliberation, he jogged over properly to say hello to you and your moms. It was growing up, I never had spaghetti and meatballs. I had spaghetti with the pasta sauce and the meat mixed into the sauce. My grandma made homemade meatballs. The only thing that I ever got along with my grandma on was spaghetti and meatballs. Until she changed her recipe as she got older, and took out like a lot of like the seasoning and stuff like that, and then it just started to be bland and overcooked and burnt and stuff. But I grew up eating really good like spaghetti and meatballs, like homemade spaghetti and meatballs. Oh, yeah. See, I have a Lebanese grandma who, outside of spaghetti and meatballs, only ever homemade Lebanese food, and I hate Lebanese food except for, I bet it does. Homemade chicken noodle soup would go amazing with mashed potatoes. Yeah, no. But I have a Lebanese grandma who literally cooked only Lebanese food, homemade. Other times, like, she would make you eat whatever you didn't want to eat. Like, I had to eat a chicken tuna sandwich, not chicken tuna sandwich, a tuna, tuna salad sandwich. It's like a chicken salad sandwich, but it's tuna instead of chicken. Yes, that's what it is. A tuna salad sandwich. And I don't like, something you need to know about me, I hate fish. I do not eat fish. I eat shellfish. So like shrimp and crab and lobster and clam and, shellfish. I hate fish. Like, I don't like it. I've never liked fish, but I was forced to eat like fish sticks and tuna salad sandwiches at my grandma's house because that's what she made. So that's what we were gonna have, and I'm like, I don't eat this stuff. I just don't. I'm like, I don't eat it. It's gross. And I also like I still have a very high aversion to mayonnaise. Can't stand mayonnaise, except for in certain circumstances. But yeah, no. I have a lot of trauma related to food and my grandma. But yes, no. Just no. No. A macaroni salad. Yeah, no, like I said, I ate a lot of Lebanese food growing up that I didn't want to eat. I eat some Lebanese food, just none of the stuff I was ever forced to eat. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close. Would you stop with my feet? My cat has not stopped, like, rubbing on my feet. It's annoying. It tickles. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. That's how I say that line. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Careful with that thing. You'll put someone's eye out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it.
him.
Please go easy on him. Cove winced. He wasn't a big fan of attention under normal circumstances, so in this particular moment, he was probably wishing he could be invisible. Oh, I've definitely seen stuff like that before. You have 3 items in that I definitely do not do not like. I hate canned chicken. I love chicken. Hate canned chicken. Don't know why. Canned chicken just grosses me out. I don't know what it is about it. Have no problems if other people eat it, but creeps me out. I hate mayo. And I hate with a passion peas. Peas, I hate. I loathe them. That was something I was also forced to eat a lot of. Peas, beans, yeah, hate them. You know, I'm starting to sound pickier than I actually am. Don't mind her, honey. How are you today? I'm alright. Just gonna surf. No fucking way. Are we already at another fucking ad break? I'm gonna snooze. I'm gonna snooze the ad break because, jeez. With tuna and substitute. I'm with you there. Celery is so gross. They used to do, we used to do celery with peanut butter, and they're like, oh, see, it just makes it so much better. I was like, oh no, it still tastes gross. It's so gross. Like, not even peanut butter. You're just too lazy and impatient to cook your own chicken. Fair enough. As somebody that just cooked pork chops today, I can feel that pain. I just unfortunately I'm like, I can't do it. Like, it's a hard no. Like, I don't like the smell of it. It just, ugh. Also, I'm a texture eater when it comes to a lot of things. If my burger has the crunch of an onion or... See, I get that. I totally get that. I'm definitely very texture, but textures, it's so weird. I'm a texture person, but the textures vary by meal. And it's so weird and it's so hard to explain to people, and I'm like, because like I'm okay with something one way in one dish, but then it has to be something completely different in another dish, and I'm just like Hi, Cove. He had relaxed a little when Mom spoke to him, but the rigidity all came back as soon as you said something.
Hey.
Oh. He met your eyes, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. If you want to go to the beach, we could hang out there later. You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Oh. Am I flustered? Am I flustered? Hold on. Am I flustered? I could do that. Yeah. No. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest and be like, yes, I'll come join when we're done with this. Cool. That must have been more enthusiastic than he had intended, because he immediately quieted down. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help?
No.
No. This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Cat can catch up as soon as they are finished. Alright, I'll see you soon. Yeah, bye for now. Cove headed down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon. He sure seemed to perk up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Aw. Now who's giving him a hard time, Lonnie?
Shush.
It's different. Mom's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive, and he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed at that.
Lonnie.
You're the worst of us when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. Apparently some macaroni salad recipes let you substitute mayo with an equal amount. Okay, I have seen that before, where a lot of recipes are like, oh, you can substitute mayo with Greek yogurt. They are not the same. Wouldn't that make it really sweet? Because I don't think that mayo is a sweet flavor. Like, I wouldn't want to substitute. If you think about it in the terms of, would you? So, yeah, like you add sugar to it to specifically make it a little sweet, but like I'm like looking at it. I'm like looking at it, and I'm just like, would you put granola in with like your mayo and eat that? Like, you can't reverse substitute. Like, an ingredient has to be able to, like, if you can put this with that, like, you have to be able to easily like reverse them. Like, they have to like make sense. Make it make sense. Though there probably are weird people. Now apparently mayo makes a really good additive for cake. I have heard that it's a good additive, and I think it's because of the fact that mayo is extra, like it adds like extra oil and like egg to it to make it moist. Yeah. So it's got that extra like bit of like boost to it. I've heard it. I've never tried it because one, I don't bake cakes frequently. I made a cake for the first time in like 10 years for my 32nd birthday because nobody was home for my birthday and I needed to make a cake for myself because I needed to celebrate my birthday, otherwise no one was going to celebrate it for me. So for my 32nd birthday, I made myself a cake for the first time in 10 years. So I don't bake cakes regularly, so I wouldn't have the chance to try, but I have heard that you don't even notice. So I'd be curious, but I don't really like cake anyways, so... Which is ironic that I made myself a cake for my birthday, because I don't really like cake. Scandalous disliking cake. It's not that I dislike cake, I just don't eat a lot of sweets. I prefer more salty like snacks and treats and stuff like that, but I will eat cake. I just can't eat like a whole lot of it, like very little piece, very tiny itty bitty piece, which is why it was so funny that I made myself an entire cake, because I made myself a red velvet cake, which is my favorite cake flavor. Excuse me, I'm sorry. I don't like pecans at all. I'm not okay. I say this and people always, I don't really like nuts. outside of like peanuts and like sunflowers, like outside of like those like specific nuts, I don't really like nuts. But I don't like pecans, so I've never had pecan pie. I know my dad loves pecan pie. Like yeah, he loves pecan pie. I don't like nuts. So I'm not really a big okay, pumpkin pie. I love pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie. I have a soft spot for pumpkin pie. I don't eat it too often, but I love pumpkin pie. You'll hear me say that a lot with all of my favorite desserts. I don't eat it a lot, but I love it. Like the pumpkin pie, carrot cake, red velvet. Trying to think of something else that I like. Ice cream? I love ice cream. Otherwise, that's it. I don't really like desserts. I'm not a dessert person. Carrot cake and red velvet are tied for like my top favorite dessert flavor. Like red velvet is if I'm craving something really sweet, and carrot cake is if I'm craving a dessert that is a little bit more savory. Especially when it's got nice large chunks of carrot in it. Because I love carrots. Carrots are objectively my favorite of the veggies. I love carrots so much. I can eat carrots all the time. German chocolate. See, the issue with German chocolate, I can't eat it because a lot of times German chocolate cake has coconut. And I'm allergic to coconut. So, I can't have it. Yeah, I'm allergic to coconut. So I try to avoid a lot of tropical things because listen, I just came back from a convention, and going shopping to buy small travel sized items to bring to the hotel for the convention was so difficult because the amount of coconut that is in everything lately has been driving me nuts. We literally spent a good 30 minutes looking through everything just to find non-coconut items. Upset. Sorry guys, I was not prepared and there's an ad break. Ad break, I'm sorry guys. I pushed it off as long as I could. It's back. You're the worst when it comes to this, honestly. I keep trying to warn people, but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler, but you have a point. Right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing. They simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready. I need to change that one. Someone remind me later that I need to change that Stream Elements auto command, because I'm the only one that should be on there now. Because unfortunately, Keto, Kenzie, and Shay haven't been around in a while. So I need to change that command. Welcome back. Welcome back. I could only push them off for so long. They needed to run at some point. the auto system wasn't going to let me push it off any longer. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to move Cove to meet Cove at the beach. You weren't sure what you were going to do. He was surfing, and you didn't know how. You said the same thing to your parents. Well, and while Ma laughed a little, Mom gave you a smile.
Well,
You'll just have to go there and see what happens. Cove must have been so excited to invite you there that he forgot you don't surf. Or he's hoping you'll go to watch him so he can show off. Oh yes, I used to do that. I know, hun. I experienced Cat's situation firsthand. I was stuck on the shore too. You noticed what I was doing? Yes. After the very first time. It's not a subtle move. How embarrassing. I was still impressed.
oh,
Aw, thank you. That's sweet.
Hey.
Hey, what are you still doing here? Go on, have your fun. You're only young once, but don't do anything I wouldn't have. Okay. At your parents' prodding, you hurried to leave the house and head down to the beach. When you arrive at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft call of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your peachy skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen, and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to the sea yet. I'm curious, what kind of hobbies did you choose? Oh, when I was talking to his mom? Reading, writing, and then I selected the Cove option. Getting him all flustered. It was so cute. And then I was like, and then the character's like, wait a second. Wait, I meant hanging out with him. So cute. But yeah, no, reading and writing, because that's, oh, and drawing as well. Reading, writing, and drawing, because that's what I did growing up. I still do. I don't read as much of like classical like books. Like I do read like manga and like manhwa and stuff like that still. I don't read as many like traditional books, but I still do occasionally read traditional books, just not as often as I used to back in like middle school. So this age, 13. But yes, I've definitely selected the Cove option. You spotted Cove himself. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You walked up beside him. Hi, I made it.
Cat.
See, hearing him say cat and then not appearing on the screen was so weird. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was gonna go in on my own soon. It kind of seemed like you weren't coming. I wouldn't have missed it. He chuckled shyly at your insistence. Okay. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. I'll stay here and watch you surf.
Oh,
Oh. You were ready to spread out your towel and
don't
take it
worry
easy.
about it.
I don't have to go out. I'll stay with you on the shore. Or if you want, you could use one of my other boards I could teach you. Surf lessons? Guys, I'm terrified of the ocean. Oh, like I'm legitimately terrified of the ocean. Like I have a huge fear of open bodies of water. But I developed Oh, listen, like I have been to the beach in Florida once, and I stayed on the beach. I literally stayed on the beach. I could not go near the water. I'm so glad that I live in an area where the closest beach isn't an actual real beach, and the the closest big body of water is is like 6 hours away. I have a fear of any water deeper than my head because I can't swim, and trauma from something my dad would try to do and teach me how to swim. Fair enough. I'm terrified of open bodies of water, so like lakes and rivers and stuff like that. Like absolutely terrified. And bridges with going over open bodies of water. Oh, terrifying. And I have a fear of heights as well, so I think that also plays a part in it. When I was a kid, we would go up to a cabin that my mom's friend was in my mom's friend's family, and we'd go up to that cabin and we'd go out on their pontoon on the lake, and oh my god, scared the daylights out of me because like big body of water, and I would go swimming in it because of the fact that it was all we could do was swim, otherwise we were bored, and I hated doing it because it was the type of lake it was. It had like seaweed, and seaweed touching your legs, so gross. Had to park on the opposite side of the bridge. It was over running a body of water, and I had to walk right next to the road and stare at the ground. Oh my god, yes. And you have to like staring at the ground because you have to, otherwise if you look over, oh no, I totally feel that. There's a bridge in Georgia that goes from Savannah to Tybee Island, that it's literally just a stretch of bridge that goes over the open ocean. Ooh. And it's see-through. And I only know that because I wasn't aware of it, and I looked out, saw it was an open stretch of ocean. Yeah, terrified, absolutely terrified. Last time I ever went to Georgia. I have family that lives out there, so that's why I had to go. But, oh god, terrifying. Terrifying. Absolutely not. I stay in my house. I stay in my house. No thank you. Okay, but for this game, as much as my fear is, I think he wants to teach us surfing, so I think I'm going to let him teach us to surf. I'll do it. Let's surf. Cool. It was settled. Cove left up the shore, then returned with an extra board under his arm in no time at all. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
It's nice.
Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks like perfect. It looks like perfect today. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you, and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Probably different locations. Same year, several of the booths were set up near the harbor, so I had to walk on the grass away from the water. Still had a good time. I'm glad. That's awesome. I'm glad you had a good time. Sad that it was by water, but I'm so glad you had a good time. Do 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 do. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. He smiled at you and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey,
Sorry.
did that hit you? Sorry. You could tell he really did feel bad that you had gotten caught in the crossfire. You splashed him back. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him.
Seriously?
Is that any way to treat someone trying to help? I come out here to teach you, and I was just following your example. Cove tried to keep a straight face, but ended up blinking away. The water you flicked at him landed in shining droplets on his hair. Then here's another lesson. He soaked you deliberately this time. He used his full leg. Oops, I clicked on accident. He used his full leg and an immersive curtain of water hit you in the face. You lost your balance and scrambled to keep hold of the board. You just managed to stay on, but it was close. Cove winced. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I'm fine, but we should do the real teaching. Yeah. He chuckled awkwardly and shook some water out of his ear. With that, Cove started telling you all the tips and tricks of how to stay on a surfboard. He demonstrated both good and bad posture and explained where you need to put your weight. Like this? You wiggled your body so that you were more in the center of your board. Cove nodded. Yep, just like that. The lesson continued and... You kind of struggled. Cove tried his best he could to help you improve. It was difficult for the both of you to work it out, though progress was made. Occasionally he reached out and touched you to more directly help get positions right. It felt nice. But if you acknowledged you noticed his touch at all, he would instantly pull away. Since you weren't truly ready for it, Cove never pushed you to start taking on full waves, which meant he didn't either. Instead, he stuck by your side in more calmer seas to assist with your practice. There was no disappointment on his face over how things played out. Even if you hadn't reached the point of doing any real serious surfing yet, it was still a lot of fun. Many laughs were shared between the two of you. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening, but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There, you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance, and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves were good today, I think. Perfect for surfing. He nodded mildly. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over, not yet. He scowled in the distance, as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? Yeah. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not going home yet. I want to go somewhere. I don't know. Cove was still dripping in seawater, so you weren't sure what the alternative was. Wetsuits were fine for the beach and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. You'll be real cute in that wetsuit wherever you go. Cove's face and ears flushed red as he looked down and inspected himself. he, he crossed his hands over his chest self-consciously. He had been so used to wearing it that Cove hadn't given his current choice of dress any thought. At least that was before you pointed it out to him. Well, you would too, so, Cove's eyes widened when he processed what he'd just said and awkwardly decided to give up on the whole thing. Then he looked down the shore with wide shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into. Wait, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid. I feel like something was not correctly written here. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might. I don't know. Maybe I'm just reading it wrong. Whatever. You brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there, a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. You tagged along. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though it didn't take much to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. He stuffed everything together quickly. I'm done, Cove. He rolled his eyes with a bent smile at the announcement. As a final touch, Cove plucked his glasses off the beach and put them back on his face. He looked more like himself now. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed the motherfucker tossed his towel over the top. Ouch. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You were still short enough to make use of the monkey bars yourself. Sometimes being tiny had its perks. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on the top of the bars. His legs dangled on either side of the bar he perched on. You joined him on the monkey bars. You looked above yourself to inspect the monkey bars. You might have been short, but that just gave you more experience in climbing things. You leaped and grabbed at one of the bars, using the momentum to swing yourself up. It looked more like scrambling, but you made it to the top. Cove seemed impressed. You settled on the monkey bars like it was a throne. You didn't get to be above everything often. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of us tonight. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way.
I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Parents don't know anything. Cove chuckled back at you, amused. You looked around the old park, the streets you knew like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke, and how much was sincere dislike of this place. Moving had never been his choice. Do you actually like this neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that cat? Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. Cove flushed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running in place. It didn't take long for the day to draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. We chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. He kicked out, his feet kicked out. It made him look like a pouty child. Oh well. Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression, and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Cove? I just remember when we were young, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall. If you got sandy, your parents would have something to say. If you got wet, your parents would have more to say. If you came home after dark, well, your mom's and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Bye. Thanks for the awesome day. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This was a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Cute! Okay, we're gonna keep going because I'm addicted to this game already, guys. I don't care that I have to be... I only have plans in 5 hours. But I am gonna go to the bathroom real quick. So, I'll be right back. I gotta go potty. Because I haven't peed in like 5 hours. So let me go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay. Continuing on. Because yes, I don't have plans until 5 hours from now. I just have to bring the animals to the vet, that's it. Not like I have anything important to do. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. But where did my... Oh no, I lost my phone. There it is. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. Your moms, and your sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You specifically were sitting cross-legged on the floor. You looked out the windows at the backyard, not that there was anything of particular interest to watch. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was laying on her back on the couch, massaging her calf with one hand.
Ugh.
I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know. It just hurts.
Sweetie.
Oh, sweetheart. Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains? You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over to, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or husband. She only seemed interested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate. She's still practically a child. But if you ever pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely. We're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust. No way. I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It wouldn't really be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't care. I don't care. But I can listen anyway. Mom snorted at her own joke while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up.
Thanks.
I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone. Thanks. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the stairs two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Whoops. Looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk.
Well?
Oh well. We'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. Obviously, your mom's liked women, but you had no idea that mom liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd heard her say something like that. Ma, you like guys and girls? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things now that you'd spoken up. She smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both, but I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek slightly. Mom reached up to cup a hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together.
You're fantastic.
Thanks, Lonnie. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you.
Oh.
Aw, Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. You thought the moment was very sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Ma looked back at you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone, isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. You blushed fiercely. Ma only giggled and smiled, not looking the least bit apologetic. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now either. Life's nice like that. It can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic, at least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. You nodded silently. You weren't sure what to say to that. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize that it was all fake. First Elizabeth and now you, Cat. Exactly, you don't need to have experience. To know who you're attracted to. Do you have to grow up? Yes, children do tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your cue to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without a problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your window since it was hotter outside and you'd let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering position in the mirror as you passed by it. Heat does rise after all, exactly. But it doesn't always, cause oh good lord, heat can settle. Heat settling sucks. That's something that people don't talk about, is when heat settles. You thought back to the conversation you had had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror, you stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. Oh, that's always the worst. You were definitely growing all right. It was weird thinking about how you were now in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. When it came to your body, it... Okay. I was waiting for this one. Come here. You shifted to the side, your head still facing forward and continuing the self-evaluation from this viewpoint. Trying to think of what I looked like at this age. Oh, yes, definitely. Especially because, like, for me, for example, it's giving me the opportunity to explore a lot of these emotions that I didn't have when I was this age because it wasn't a thing when I was this age. And I didn't get to experience any of these emotions until I was already older and have a lot of unfortunate, like, preset, like, thoughts that have developed over time that, you know, just society unfortunately, like, ingrains into you. So it's kind of nice to go back and think about these from the perspective of what I would have been like at 13, like discovering myself at this, you know, at this point in time, and having really supportive parents and, you know, just going through all of these, you know. Oh, yeah. And it's ever evolving. Like, I have been leaning more mask lately and exploring a more masculine side of myself. I've actually just recently chopped off literally all of my hair. I have basically like the shortest hair I've ever had in my entire life. So you're constantly changing and evolving, and I don't think you ever stop changing as you gain new experiences in life, so it's always nice. But it's nice to go through this, and yes, especially if you are new to these feelings and experiences, this is also a good way to get those emotions and kind of work through them yourself. And clearly there's different routes you can take to experiencing those emotions within this game, so I'm definitely gonna be like recommending this game to people because oh my gosh, like how have I not heard of this game sooner? Because oh my gosh, this needs to be like a revolutionary game. Standing sideways, it was easier to notice the slight increase in that area. You took a step backwards, finished with your impromptu inspection. You locked eyes with your reflection, cocking your head to the side, all things considered. You were self-conscious. Want to dress more feminine? I want to present more feminine, but it's not as easy. Oh, I get that. I'm sorry that you're having to go through that. And I truly do understand, just from the opposite end of the spectrum, where, like, up until I think, like, now, like, I don't think people really fully grasped, because there were certain aspects of like my feminine side that were like so like integral to who I was. Like I had really long hair, and I loved my hair so much. I was so proud of my hair because it meant so much to me. I dyed my hair, like I love dyeing my hair. I actually currently have like a peachy orange hair color right now. So like so many parts of like the feminine side of me were so like integral to like my look and stuff like that, but unfortunately like it hindered so much of who I am now, and like it's it's also, you know, it doesn't help that a lot of people around me don't actually believe that there are such things as like, because I am 100% non-binary. Like, I don't fit in with either of the genders 100%. I just exist is the way that I explain it. And it's just so hard because there's so many people around that are just like, they just don't believe it. And it's hard, and it hurts a lot to know that people choose to ignore who you are, and it makes it hard when you are still, like, I have been out for like 5 or so years. Like, I came out as a lot of things all at once because, like, I had a lot of self-discovery, and I had a lot of self-discovery in like one whole year. It was scary. But I literally, like, pieces of my life started falling into place the more I figured out, like, I figured out why I was feeling one way about one thing, or, you know, one way about another thing. And it's also scary, the aspects of your life as you're discovering it, what people are okay with and what they're not okay with. And it's so scary because you're just like, how do I feel comfortable in my own skin if I can't fully express myself? So I definitely feel your pain, and I wish for everything that we can have a world where everybody can freely be who they want to be without judgment. I don't think we're in that position now, but we can only just keep trying and hope that one day we can have that, you know, that world. But that's why I have a platform like this, where I know I'm not like a big creator or anything like that, but I can at least have conversations like this with people, because I'm also going through these experiences, and I'm also, you know, I get my voice shut down constantly, and I'm terrified. So yeah, no, I get that. People suck. People truly do suck. I hate people. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry you're going through that. Yeah. Yeah, no, definitely. I have people like that where I'm just like, where they're just like constantly then, like, if like, especially when you are struggling with weight loss, like trying to even lose weight or, you know, maintain or anything like that, and you're like struggling, and then somebody comes along and they're like, oh my god, I'm so fat, I need to lose weight, blah blah blah, this, that, or the other. And like, you just look at them and you're just like, I wish I could have your problems. I understand that there's like an insecurity, mental health issues that go along with that feeling that they're having, but it's just like, at the same time, it's just like, it's so hard to separate yourself from the feeling of inadequacy when it comes to hearing somebody who is in a position where you're just like, I wish I could be in your position. But there's also that whole like self-esteem, self-confidence, and all of that stuff. And life is so complicated. It's full of such complicated emotions, and it takes a lot to truly be happy. And it's scary, because what is happiness? You shook your head roughly, putting thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brow scrunched up in thought. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you heard your mom call you from downstairs. Cat, there's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that all right? You perked up at the words. Sitting up in the bed, you yelled back to her immediately. Yeah. You got to your feet and headed downstairs, eager to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway, because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. I think we're gonna go into an ad break soon, guys. I think it goes every like 30-ish minutes. And I think it's been about 30-ish minutes since our last one. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
What a pickle.
She said, what a pickle. Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know, he's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger some kid from school was egging Cat on to behave badly, I think we can both agree that they'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove Holden got into a reckless mood and wanted Cat to be part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call they'd make then?
Yes.
Yes, we can, Pamela. Cat would do whatever Cove wanted.
Lonnie.
Your ma giggled freely at your mom's reactions. You worry too much about those two together. Look, all I'm saying is that I haven't forgotten the time when they were kids and tried to run away together. And there was that time they snuck out in the middle of the night when Cove was supposed to sleep over. Ma just laughed as she turned away, still snorting. Her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well. Oh, I didn't expect you to come down already, Cat. I just wanted to let you know what was happening. Oh. I'm annoyed, so I think I'm going to call her out because I'm already annoyed because of my body changes. I'm annoyed because of the heat. Well, if I hadn't come down now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said.
Pam.
Ooh, you got caught, Pam.
What?
What? You were saying things too. I didn't say anything. Yes, exactly. I definitely had a friend like that in middle school and high school, and I got into a lot of trouble with that friend. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told to Kat directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents, even as you fought a blush when you remembered just what they've been discussing. All right. You got me. I'm sorry for being gossiping, saying that about your friend. I can be bad too.
Let's go.
Well. It says wheel. We'll get out of your way now. Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you were alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. I did something that could have gotten me in so much trouble with one of my friends. Went down into the swamp with them near where we lived. We started hacking up the trees with a knife, then tried to start a campfire that was very dumb because, again, it was a swamp. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, I did a lot of really dumb things with my friend, and we did stupid shit. We were up later than we should have been, and it was horrible. It was terrible. It was a no good time. The fire did start. Swamp gas is very flammable. You guys would have been fucked. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did. Oh, I'm fucking hugging him. I'm hugging this man every single time, without fail. With a hug. He stiffened in your arms because I'm treating him how I would treat my best friend, who a lot of people who literally, like, people thought I was dating my best friend for the longest time. Like, still, like, she's been married and people still think that I've been in a relationship with her this entire time. She's not married anymore. She's in a relationship. But when she was married, they still thought. But I was one of the first people she saw when she got divorced, so. He stiffened in your arms and relaxed after a second. One would think he'd be used to your hugs after all these years. Hey. His voice was cracked as he struggled to say something. You didn't feel worried about that. It was how he usually reacted when you were close by. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in the air-conditioned place, even if you only had to walk across the street to get here. It must be obvious that you were confused by his visit because he answered your unspoken question. I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around. Oops. I hit the wrong button again. So the only reason I got a phone as soon as I did, I was 14, was because of the fact that my parents went to Hawaii. And we were being left behind, and they wanted to be able to keep in touch with us. I was in high school, and my sister was in middle school, and we would be kind of left on our own with two different people. So for most of it, we were staying with my one aunt, and then for the rest of it, we were staying with my other aunt. And so because we were staying at two different places, my parents wanted to be able to keep in touch with us. Plus also they wanted to keep in touch with us, you know, after we were done with school, make sure we got home okay, blah, 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 all that stuff. So that was the only reason I got a phone at 14. I wasn't allowed to use it for the purposes that most people would typically use a phone for, like texting and calling and stuff like that. It was exclusively for calling my parents, except for on nights and weekends when calls were free. Yeah. Free calling times were awesome. It wasn't. I didn't. We didn't start using it for texting until I was 16, 17. So, junior and senior year of high school. Yeah. That was nearly 20 years ago. I say nearly because not exactly. More like 15 years.
So,
I thought I could at least do nothing with you. You thought that was really sweet. His words were nice and expressed real fondness for you in a strange sort of way. Which was usually the case with Gove. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Great, we can eat lunch together. Cove nodded, looking content with your suggestion. Okay, cool. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't want to cook anything that's warmed. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from, since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free, and pita pockets.
Hey.
Could you take the grain one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grain, then made your decision. Ooh. I really love mixed grain bread. I really do. But I also really love sourdough bread. Sourdough is a weakness. I'm gonna do sourdough. You pulled out the sourdough too, setting both items on the counter. Then you had to decide what the main direction the sandwich would go in. You wanted to make ooh. I don't mind eating white bread. I'll eat it like at like a restaurant or something. If they're like, hey, what kind of bread do you want with blah blah blah, I'll be like white bread, blah blah blah. Because I like very specific grain breads. So it has to be a very specific type. And obviously, like if I was at home, I'd choose the grain bread because I know that it's a brand that I like. But I like a savory sandwich. Something savory would make it feel like a real meal. As for the specific ingredients, seeded Italian, there you go. I have never had cold tofu before. I've had cooked tofu, but I've never had cold tofu. But I'm gonna do turkey slices because turkey is my favorite. I love turkey. Hey, look at it, egg salad again. Egg salad, chicken salad, tuna salad, get it all out of here. I want to do lettuce and cucumbers, pepper jack cheese, and then you move on to the condiments. This is like literally like a sandwich I would make like now if I had this. I do hot sauce and ranch. Cause I like a spicy ranch. So I make my own spicy ranch. I all mix together like a ranch and a hot sauce that I like. And make a spicy ranch. Goes great with turkey. You nodded yourself with quiet hum, satisfied. Turkey's turkey's really good. Especially if it's like actual like turkey, so like leftover like Thanksgiving turkey. Whew, beautiful. So funny. I don't celebrate Thanksgiving, but I love leftover Thanksgiving food. The two of you bustled around the kitchen. I usually make turkey sandwiches with mayo and Swiss cheese. See, I don't eat mayo, as we've previously discussed, and I don't eat Swiss cheese either. Pepper jack is my favorite. Pepper jack is my favorite cheese. If I could put pepper jack on anything, I would. I would put it on anything. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intently on assembling your own for the most part. When you were close to being done, though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate, as well as banana peel. Is he making a peanut butter and banana sandwich? A man after my own heart. If I don't have a turkey sandwich, guess what my sandwich of choice is? It's a peanut butter and banana sandwich. Literally, like, this is my other sandwich. Because I don't eat jelly either, so don't put jelly on it. No jelly. Get the jelly away. Peanut butter, banana. No jelly. No jelly. I don't like jelly. That sounded great. Breaded chicken. She'd make it with hot sauce again, mayo, and the breadcrumbs. Hot sauce? Okay. I eat too much hot sauce. I eat too much spicy food. I like hot food. I like buffalo sauce. I like hot. I just like hot sauces. It was always super juicy chicken in the end. I bet. Breaded chicken's always super juicy. The mayo probably helped it too. Maybe you'd have one yourself a different time. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you're done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation and he turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him, at least. Done? Yeah.
Cool.
He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Banana. Always went with peanut butter and jelly. Not a big fan of bananas. I'd try peanut butter and honey. It'd be just as good. It'd be just as good. If you like anything chocolate related, do peanut butter, maple syrup, and like Nutella. That's delicious. If you like a really sweet sandwich, if you're craving something really sweet, that's a sweetness. And it has to be on toasted bread too. Like if I have like a peanut butter sandwich, I love it to be on toasted bread. Actually, I just love it on toasted bread. I just like the crunch of toasted bread. I don't remember. Maybe. Entirely possible. I've tried a lot of things. Don't really like a lot of things. Holy shit, it's already 9 o'clock? Not 9 o'clock, it's already 9 hours? You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, and then hummed happily. The sandwich is really good, at least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. You nodded. You were enjoying yours too. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. Ham and cheese, often with turkey dipped in egg batter and pan-fried until golden brown, then sprinkled with powdered sugar and often served. Definitely have not had that. Interesting. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Because while I can eat ham, I don't particularly like ham. Oh, it definitely seems very sweet and savory. It's kind of like French, it's almost like French toast with a savory sandwich in the middle. Obviously, you were a pro at making sandwiches. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glancing around. His every movement was sluggish. Want to do something? It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already worn thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Like what? He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? Yeah, neither of you had much energy for something more taxing. The bread is essentially 2 slices of French toast without actually being French toast. Well, I mean, it's egg dipped and pan fried. So it's close enough to French toast, right? So it's close to being French toast as French toast to French toast. Wait, what? That made no sense. I'm sorry. I've been streaming for 9 hours. My brain makes no sense. You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers. I love cinnamon. Cinnamon and French toast is delicious. Same with pancakes. Pancakes should have cinnamon in it. Cinnamon pancakes. Yummy. Just put cinnamon in everything. Even if it's not necessary. Just put it in it. Cinnamon noodles? Go right ahead. Guys, I'm starting to fucking lose it. Or cinnamon and chocolate chips. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand while keeping half 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 slice. I can't read this fucking sentence. I'm laughing. While keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left.
That's,
Can I pick the phrase? Uh-huh. If you want to. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of the marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. You raised an eyebrow. He'd suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines on the paper to signify spots for the letters. Alright, you can start guessing. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters, and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. Enter 1 letter of the alphabet. Is it bad that I think I figured out what he wrote? You got one. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned on the TV downstairs. The TV. It was earlier on, but no one was really watching, and everyone started to leave. Wait, did it turn off the TV? Turn off the TV. But no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that.
oh.
Poor show playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? He squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed. Then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station because someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence, both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyway.
I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Me neither. And I just saw it. Good guess. Okay. I'm fairly certain that the phrase is you and Cove. It's just guessing. Good guess. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features twisted in a grimace. I feel so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. Looks like we'll both be stuck here forever. I'm sticky too.
You're right.
Even when we're gray and old, we'll still be right here. Yeah, we have to accept our fate. You giggled under your breath at such a bizarre scenario. Cove cracked a smile as well. Then you returned to the game. Just gonna put a C there. Listen. Yep, that's right. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? I've always wondered about that. This is my first playthrough. Hello, welcome in. We've been going for 9 hours. But yes, this is my first playthrough. The two of you fell silent as you tried to puzzle out a logical answer. Eventually, you decided to just return to the game. Okay, we're gonna do an O. That's another one. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too. But now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go back downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. Honestly, I have been loving it so much. For the first 5 hours of the game, I definitely cried a lot. I cried so much. I cried within the first 30 minutes of playing. I've been loving it so far. Out of all of the visual novels I've played, definitely up there for sure. I can't wait to explore more. I've been having a lot of fun. I'm already like way attached to these characters. And it's just been fun to explore, you know, like sexuality and gender at such a young age that it's been nice to, you know, do that in as like in the game as somebody like basically as like my younger self. So it's very nice to experience those emotions as I was talking about earlier. So but hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. Nope. Sorry, I'm gonna start adding the little person. Am I wrong? I was wrong. Oh wait, I think I figured it out now. Hold on. It is! Okay. You're really close. I think I figured it out. I figured it out now. Oh my god! He's so cute! You are cute. That was the phrase that Cove had spent so long settling on. You stared at it. A few correct letters in, you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it clear as day on the paper. You took in the words for a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling awkwardly on his lips. His next word left him in a mumble.
I mean...
It was all I could think of at the time. Okay, I guess, guys, they gave me an option to hug him again. I'm gonna have to hug him again. Literally, like, they keep giving me options to hug him. It was instinct. You leaned over and wrapped your arms around him in a hug. Damn, Cole. No, you're cute. Cove smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. Things started to feel a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked... Listen, guys, I'm like blushing right now. If I had a blushing emote, I would totally put it up right now. But I don't. I don't have a blushing. Oh. You... You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. Moms will judge Cove for being clingy, but little do they know, I would be attached at the hip with this precious boy if I could, right? Listen, I was willing to run away with him. I was willing to run away with him. I will do anything. And saw yourself staring back. Okay, do I be honest? Or do I ask him? Because I think I've, up until this point, I've been pretty honest with my feelings. So I think I'm gonna be honest with him. Not honest, I'm gonna ask him. Did you mean it? Do you really think I'm cute? Cove didn't crack a smile or tell me he was joking. He just firmly kept his gaze. Yeah. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whoever.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed. Not in a big way. Not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more, but at least with... You waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. You glanced down. You were so close to hearing what he had to say. You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his face was any indication. But the expression was quick to disappear. He peered over at you looking nervous. Okay, what about you? What kind of guy, person do you like? He winced, seemed to be mentally kicking himself for saying it like that. You considered his question carefully. Did you know who or what you liked? Oh, mama. Has it been 30 minutes already? No shit. Or is it like every 20 minutes? Jeez, I think it's been like, I think it's, yeah, because it's 3:48 now. Yeah, it's been about every 30 minutes. Holy shit. Sorry, guys. Okay. I want to pick this one because I have a feeling that as a person That's I'm holding my decisions until the ad break's done. 20 seconds. Tell me when you guys are back. I want to go over these decisions with you guys. This is very important. You guys did not spend 9.5 hours with me for me to just willy-nilly choose this. And get your paper towels today. Okay. You got an ad for Neuromeg. Paper towel dispensers and Neuromeg. Okay, interesting. Well, sorry about that, guys. I didn't realize how long this, and apparently you need supplements. They've expanded. They've broadened their horizon. Okay, so now we've got a very important decision to make. So, I personally want to pick this one because I feel like this is the most me answer. But let's go through the options first. You were starting to have physical attraction in a general way. You only started to feel physical attraction in specific cases and situations. You didn't really have physical interest in other people. You didn't think you could tell if you had an interest in people physically. Oh, the Arrow Ace representation is so beautiful and I love it. There was only one person you'd ever have those kinds of feelings for. I think I want to pick this answer because I feel like if I was ever to have romantic feelings for somebody, it would only ever be for one person. And I just feel like that's the kind of person that I am. So I think this is the one I'm going to pick. I am Arrow Ace. I'm Arrow Ace in a way that I yes. Hello, I am a very gay I'm a gay little boy. I am non-binary and I am Arrow Ace. But I feel like if I was to ever feel something for somebody, it would only be for one person and one person only. Like, it would have to be very, very complicated ass label for me though, but those are the umbrellas. Exactly. And like I'm clearly saying that like as of right this moment, I am very Arrow Ace, haven't had any of those romantic sexual feelings for anybody, but there could be somebody at some point, maybe, who knows. Life changes, emotions change. Trans, femme, non-binary, demi-romantic, asexual. Oh, I love it. Oh my god, I love it, love it, love it, love it so much. Okay, we're clicking this answer, but specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys. Oh, definitely, you genuinely weren't interested in guys, but there were special exceptions. And how you felt towards girls. Found them attractive, but you hadn't thought about being with a girl. Definitely. returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. You explained how you felt to Cove. He listened intently, taking in every word as you tried to convey how you felt. He definitely perked up a bit when you mentioned having some interest in romantic relationships. It was nice to have people who supported you when it came to who you liked. That line hits fucking hard. What is with this dorky ass smile that he's got? I love him so much. He is such a cutie. And you knew he accepted you for who you were too. He had never treated you differently because of your identity. Then he scratched the back of his head sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all of this when we started out just playing Hangman, but it was good, I think. I think so too. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So, have you gotten to make any progress on your artwork recently? I have. The conversation took a lighter turn after that, and it felt like you got closer that afternoon. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove, with some minor complaint. You both stretched your arms, groaning, and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks, and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow, you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Want to go outside? It might be better out there than it is in here now. Sure. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stepped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. This time of day, it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. I do too. Cove smiled. Tendrils of his hair danced with the wind. A beat passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again.
Cat.
I'm glad I met you, Kat. You're really important to me, you know. Okay, can I also talk about the fact... Oh, hold on. Because we were talking about how great of a game this is, can we talk about the fact that one of the named... the voiced names in this is actually my name? So I can actually play this and have him speaking my name. It's great. I'm glad I met you, Kat. You're really important to me, you know. You're special to me, Cove. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, he knew he heard you. You knew he heard you. Then, Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. Even as the sun disappeared completely, the sky darkened. You and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. It does have your middle name, so you can go by that. There you go. It also has my legal name. Not my chosen name, but my legal birth name. It also has that. So I'm like, if I really wanted to. And hearing him say the one I went with definitely helped decide. There you go. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky, and you closed your eyes. enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee. It's an experience? Oh god. Oh no. So I should buckle up. Okay, let's buckle up. Oh god. Okay, this might be my last one though. This might be my last one because depending on how long it takes. It might be my last one though, because I do have to go do something in 4 hours. Because I wasn't planning on streaming for this long. Okay. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house. I forgot about Lee. We talked to her like once. That was it. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up, reaching for a snack, listening to Lee talk away about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. Lee doesn't show up. Oh, you are right. You are correct. It's been a minute since I've taken a hydrate. You are correct. Thank you. Oh. Thank you. Appreciate it. Listening to Lee talk about the musical she had gotten to see. Oh, yes, a good stretch. Everybody stretch. Stretch your arms. Stretch your legs. Stretch your back. Go big kick and stretch. And then we're good. Okay. Good job, everybody. Good stretch. The musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. Okay. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts. It was all done live right in front of my face. I spit on my computer screen when I stretched. I was like, what is that on her face? I don't remember having her having something on her face. No, that was just spit. That was gross. Maybe one day we could go together. I've got to see more shows like that. He smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing, and she was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of times, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing, but weren't very good about it. I apologize to you guys. You guys have gotten to know me through this. If you guys ever come to any of my other streams, I apologize. I sing, and I'm not good. I sing while I play games. That didn't stop you from doing it, though. This character is literally me. I apologize. I sing. I'm not very good at it. That didn't stop you from doing it, though. I wonder if maybe we could put on our oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I see where this is going. Oh no. I'm scared to see how this is going to turn out. Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come watch it too. It'd totally work. Okay, do we answer this as me? Because I could not perform in front of another person. It'd be embarrassing. I'll do this one though. This is totally me. If I'm answering as me, which I totally am this time, this is me. But would it showing off to everybody be fun? I don't know how I was in band for all 4 years of high school. Have no clue I was in band. We had to perform on stage. Don't know how. Do not know how I was in band for 4 years. Holy, you were an extrovert, right? The thought of an audience made you feel queasy. Not really.
Are you sure?
Are you really super sure? You have so many skills you could show off to the masses. I'd rather do something else. Lee seemed a little disappointed, but she nodded and respected your wishes all the same. A supportive person? What did you have in mind? The two of you lay back on the blanket and lazed in the sun, throwing ideas back and forth about what you could fill your time with. The beach was nearby, so you could go swimming or collect shells or find something to do back home. I don't know when I gained the anxiety debuff. I've always had the anxiety debuff. I was called a robot for most of my life because I clammed up so hard. No, not another ad. It has not been. Oh, it has. It's every 20 minutes. I apologize, guys. I don't know when they changed it to every 20 minutes. Maybe it's because of how long I've streamed that they adjusted it. Okay, figured it out. It is every 20 minutes. Welcome back, guys. I apologize. It's usually every 30 minutes, but I think because of how long I've been streaming, they dropped it to every 20 minutes. So I apologize that this is going to happen every 20 minutes. The beach was nearby, so we could go swimming or collect seashells. Or find something to do back home after all. In the end, nothing was tempting enough to move from your current position, so you continued chatting with Lee and nibbling on your snacks while the sun traveled in the overhead.
Alright.
So, how are your neighbors doing? You haven't spoken about them lately. You knew Lee wasn't talking about the neighbors generally or down the street. She wanted to hear about the Holdens across the road. It was no secret that she liked to keep up to date on what was happening with them, or more specifically, Cove. There weren't many other people your age around to talk about. They're great. That's exactly what I thought you'd say. Lee gave an annoying look and your face flushed with heat. Lee loved chatting about other people's relationships and would always ask you for the details on people you both knew. Okay, I need to change that. Hold on. Because that's going to drive me nuts. Chat commands timers. Sorry, I'm updating this command, this automatic command, because it's going to drive me nuts if I don't. Okay. Saved. There we go. Okay. I fixed it. Oh no! I disappeared my game! I reappeared my game. How did you... Oh, wait, shit. Hey, did you want to see if Cove would join the picnic? Yeah, pronoun update. I updated the pronoun, command because this automatic pronoun command, has, 3 other, hosts, who, no longer stream on here. So it, will, automatically now instead have a different phrase and only my pronouns in it because the other 3 are never here, so. He's busy this afternoon. Yesterday he said he and his parents were going out. They might be finishing on the docks by his dad's store. Finishing? That said fishing, didn't it? Fishing. It did. It said fishing, not finishing. I know how to read. Guys, my height's not the only thing that chat can make fun of me about. That's too bad. I bet he'll have a great time with his mom and dad though. The sun slowly began to set, the sky turning a rosy pink, then warm orange. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I knew you'd think so. It's okay, that's you weren't here 5 hours ago, 4 hours ago, no, 6 hours ago, however many hours ago when I couldn't say the word. We're not saying what the word is again because we're not going to try again because my brain hurts. Cat can't speak. Yes, height small. as my pandas described. Ah yes, the word. It's a bad word. It's a banned word. No word. Bad X. Nope. X's. Banned word. If the word is mentioned, I will ban it. But speaking of boys we like, I wonder if it'll come up again in conversation in the game. If it does, I might cry. It only came up like the entire it only came up like the entire first the first stage. Like, seriously. Every other word wasn't. I'm like, come on. You're 8. How do you know what this word is? Cove is 5'4" in this step. Okay, the joke is, I'm not actually 4'2". I'm 5'4". So I'm the height as Cove right now. And I'm a full-grown adult. In the game, I was probably closer to 4'2". Like, at age 13, probably closer to 4'2". Okay, that's a lie. I was like 4'8". I'm not a tall person. I didn't hit 5'4" until I was like 16. I barely hit 5 feet. I think I hit 5 feet at 14. Ooh! Goddamn. Spoilers. Spoilers. I'm a tall man. Let's go. Okay. Spoilers. I got something to look forward to. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? You blushed and said nothing. Oh, you're bright red. I guess it's very good. But like, are you going to tell him you have a crush on him anytime soon or what? I'll tell him soon, or I'm pretty sure he already knows. Oh no, okay, in the way that I've been acting, do I think that he already knows, or do I just... should I outright tell him? Because we've all been kind of just beating around the bush. I know I did literally tell him, but like, I think until I was 14, I was the same height as my sister, who is 3 years younger than me. Okay, my sister, who is 11 months younger than me, is taller than me, and she's been taller than me my entire life. I have a complex. She's basically my twin. I'll tell him soon. I hope so. You know, he's totally into you too. I guarantee it. You didn't say anything. Wondering about the possibilities instead. And a year or so ago, barely passed me in height by like half an inch. Listen, I probably would have had more of a complex if both my younger sisters were taller than me, but lucked out. Only one of them's taller than me. I'm just a small boy. Little boy. Little tiny baby. Little kitty cat. Now I'm the tall one in my family, taller than most of my family, but not by a lot. Height is just a number. Unless you need reach for something on a shelf, then it really matters. Then it's more than just a number. You didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sorts of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something. Exactly what? Hey, look it! There's the new pronoun command that pops up automatically. Tall one, get that for me. Yeah, see, the issue is I have to be around people in order to have that be like tall one. And my only tall one doesn't live close to me because she decided that she didn't want to live here anymore. And I'm like, okay, bye, come back. My tall one left me. She went and got married and then divorced. Okay, let's go. You had interrupted something. Exactly what? You weren't sure. Okay, this is so something that I actually say. I'm gonna say this one just because it's something I say. Wow, who died? Oh god, wait! I didn't actually... Somebody didn't actually die, did they? Holy shit. You really hoped that no one was actually dead. Wait, hold on, did I make a bad joke? God, I'm so bad. I make bad jokes all the time, holy shit. Almost immediately you knew joking was the wrong thing for this.
Oh.
We were just having a talk with your sister. The room felt quiet again. No one quite knew what to say. You felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your mom's nodded in agreement with her.
Well,
Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Oh. Her biological ones. The world spun around you at the news. You couldn't understand, why was this happening now? When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably as though she didn't know if she should be there or not anymore. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from you either. It's your right to know your past, but we did want to wait until you asked us to hear it yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your mom shared a nervous glance, and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
no.
No, you weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I going to have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
No, you were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. Damn! This is going... Jesus! This game literally is hitting every fucking subject, isn't it? I followed all of the laws when it came to bringing a child into the U.S. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information, but still far from happy. Who were my parents? As people, why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulders, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer.
I'm so sorry.
Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how— Shit! Somebody did die! It was a joke! I'm never joking again! But you were an orphan. I wish we had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great, so I can never meet them, even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs into her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your Ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee were still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see, oh Jesus. I'm sorry you had to see all of that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came, but since it's the topic of the day, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive smile. Now that the thought's in my head, I need to know now, right? Like, it's in my head now. Like, I've thought about it, like, as we've been playing, but it's never been, like, a forefront thing. Like, oh, I need to know. But now that it's kind of been pushed to the forefront, like, I kind of want to know. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. I want you to be here. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. We used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the U.S. We're sorry to tell you... Jesus, everybody's dead! I'm never joking again! Your parents had also passed away, and no other family member took you in, if there were any. That's why we waited until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared.
I'm sorry.
We're sorry. Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show you she was there for you. This would be a time where humor I would default to humor. And I kind of want to pick this answer because that's where I would default. I'm gonna pick this answer. You were trying to lighten the mood, but your moms didn't seem any less grim. Thank you for listening. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
How are you feeling now? Are you going to be okay? Lee watched you closely as though judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. You held back the tears, but you weren't fine at all. I'm not okay. We're sorry. Your moms looked just as sad as you felt. No one seemed to have any words after that. The issue is I want there to be an option where I can see both of them. I'm crying again. It only took a little bit longer for me to start crying again. I want an option to be able to see both of them. Because I'm gonna break my necklace because I keep tugging on it. Oh my god. I want to see Elizabeth because Is there an option to pick both of them? Because I need to talk to both of them. Because I need to see Elizabeth because she knows what I'm going through. Okay, give me the option I need to pick without telling me what happens. Because I need to talk to both of them. I do get to see both, so it doesn't matter which option I pick, I get to see both of them. So if I choose to go see Elizabeth right now, like, I could still see Cove. That's just what I need to know right now because I'm not okay right now. And I need to see both of them. Okay, I'm gonna go see Elizabeth then because I feel like if this was my situation, I would need to see Elizabeth because she knows exactly what I'm going through right now. And Cove, because obviously, like, I feel things for Cove, so, like, I want to be there and have, you know, his comfort and stuff like that, but I need to see Elizabeth because she knows what I'm going through right now. Okay, I'm gonna go see Elizabeth. Right, see, like, literally the one person who would understand what you were going through. She was going through the exact same thing as you, and had seemed just as upset. You headed over to the stairs and up to her room. You left Lee in the living room. I'm not bringing Lee with me this time. It would be best to speak to Elizabeth alone. There was more chance of her opening up to you that way. Waiting in front of your sister's door, you raised a hand to knock on it. There was no answer for a good minute or two. And when you jiggled the handle, you found it was locked. Raising your hand again, you knocked louder. This time thinking she must have... Oh my god. Must have her headphones on, so she couldn't hear you. When she didn't answer the door a second time, it was clear that she either still couldn't hear you or was just straight up ignoring you. It hurts me. I'm fine. I'm so fine, guys. It hurts to be shut out, especially right now. Oh my god. I know you warned me. Listen, it doesn't make it any easier. Okay, I'm gonna go see. Oh my god, I'm not okay. My shirt had just finally dried, guys. More than anything in that moment, you wanted to see Cove. No one. It could be for. It could be. Oh, Jesus. I'm gonna go out for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom's nodded in understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully, Cove's house set in your sights. After you raised a hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holden to answer it, giving you a broad smile. Cliff's face fell suddenly. He could tell something was wrong. But he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked back towards the hallway where you knew Cove's room was located. Cove, Cat is here. After calling his son, he turned back to you with an encouraging thumbs up. He won't be long. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you all. Cat? Cove pushed past his dad to stand with you outside the door, watching you with concern etched all over his face. You kids be safe. If you need anything, you know where to find me. Oh my god. Oh. gave you a kind smile before softly shutting the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove stepped closer still and spoke cautiously.
What's wrong?
Jesus, my parents are dead. That's so fucking aggressive. I needed to talk to you. I think I want to say this one. Cove's forehead furrowed in concern at your words. Well, I'm here. You could tell me. My mom and dad, who gave birth to me, if they're dead, without having to say anything. Oh. What? I can make it through a sentence, guys, without having to say anything else. Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace. His familiar warmth enveloping you. Oh. I'm sorry, Cat. His words were whispered comfortably into my shoulder. I'm just gonna start crying because that's what I'm doing right now. Oh my god. You pressed your face in. You pressed your face into the crook of his neck, unable to stop the tears. The hold he had on you tightened. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the edges of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem, though. Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, this is great. This is wonderful. I hope you guys are having a wonderful time. Oh my god, your guys' introduction to me is me sobbing like a baby over this beautiful piece of art. I don't want to stop streaming it. If I literally didn't have plans that I have to do, I would just keep going until we finish this fucking game. Oh my god. Oh, Cove took you by the arm and encouraged you along behind him. You followed without protest. You headed towards the hills. Ugh. I needed that drink. Holy shit. Ugh. You headed towards the hills, where you and Lee had spent the majority of your day. Things seemed so different then, only a couple of hours ago. Oh, excuse me. I am so sorry. I took a drink of soda because I figured it would help. Ugh. Blah. Because I can't take water right now. Can't take water right now. So I took a drink of soda and now I'm all burpy. Ugh. I usually just drink water, so... Oh, I'm sorry. Things seemed so different then, only a couple hours ago, and you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launched into the story. Ouch. I readjusted my position again. I need to get comfortable for this. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then or taking in a sharp inhale. I'm gonna sleep so good after I get home. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Oh, yeah. The best sleeps definitely come after a good cry. I'm just trying to debate if I want to take a nap and then pick it up again. Because technically, I don't, I don't know. I don't know. Because I'm like, technically, I could play it again later on today. But it may have to wait until Friday. And I don't know how I feel about having to wait until Friday. I need to know. I think I could get a good 6-hour stream in today. Later on today. After. Because they said it. I don't know. I don't think I could do another 10-hour stream. We'll see. I don't have to be anywhere for another couple hours. Let's see how much we can get completed today. The issue is I have all of this DLC content that I'm also doing too. It is 3 a.m. When is this later today? I mean, it's 4:41 a.m. for me right now. So, later today is probably... Because we all need to go to bed. Because I have plans at... I have to drop my pets off at the vet by 8. So, I have plans in 3 hours. Many a sleepless night have been caused by Cove, you dirty dog. I wish I could just keep playing straight, but I can't. I have to leave, and then I have to come back. But I need sleep too, because I can't just stream for 24 hours without sleep. I could, but it would not be healthy or mentally sound.
Cat,
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
I'm really sorry about what happened to your parents. So sorry. I think people would worry, truly. He stopped suddenly and took a deep, shaky breath. You got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. I'm sad I'll never get to know them. I think out of everything, it's just being sad that you never get to know them. I'll never find out what they're doing or what they're like as people. It's just all gone.
Cat,
You're not doing anything wrong, you know that, right? I think you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need. Or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
it's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. His words made you feel better, and you knew it was true. You didn't have to apologize or make excuses for the way you felt about it at all. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related. You're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Cove's support and to know you could count on him if you needed it. Hey, the sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. She walked closer. You didn't quite know what to do or what she was playing. Oh God, please. Don't make me cry again. I don't want to cry again. I'm tired of crying. Oh my God. Or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to just Kat. You can come back. It's not going to be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. I want to talk to you too.
Really?
Oh, then we're on the same page. She made a little move along gesture with her hands, and it was settled. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did moms tell you about your parents too? My birth parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? I went to see you and you didn't even answer. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at this news.
What?
I didn't hear anything. Shutting everything out with loud music was very typical of your sister. You didn't feel much less confused though. Why did you stop doing that then? She shook her head as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. It's fine. Oh my God. Yeah, we're not gonna continue on after this one. Oh my God, because I need an emotional break after this because this hurts. But I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. I'm not mad at you. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. All of this, it upsets me. She slipped back into a scowl. I'm sorry, Kat. It's a pretty depressing topic. Yeah. You have to be born in the US to become president. What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never going to be president, but it just feels weird having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born, I was going to have a completely different life. So different, I can't even think about what it'd look like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died, and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't just go back to what it was, even if I wanted to. A heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. You You knew exactly how she felt. It was a confusing feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. When it was just me and Mom's in the living room, I just kind of said it finally. There you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit more. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family. She smirked, fixing you with the sharp eyes. I'd already figured out a long time ago that Moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. You kept listening to Elizabeth. Nothing about the family I was born into. And would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped to be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sibling.
Thank you. You're a cutie. You hugged her. It took a few seconds, but she gave... Listen, I'm a hugger, apparently. I'm actually I really am very emotional when it comes to my siblings. And when we're having an emotional moment like this, I'm definitely hugging. But she gave you a quick squeeze in return. I'm not a hugger, by the way. I hate hugging. Don't touch me. I think I'm really lucky. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home? It's been a long day. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
Come on, you two, let's go. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up and they got to their feet to meet you. Ma giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. I'm sorry for walking away before. That's alright, sweetheart. We're just happy to have you here again. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better kids. We love you. More than we could ever say. Moms. You smile at their comfort. I love you too. It was a nice moment and you enjoyed it for as long as you could. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew then that you all had each other and you always would. Hey, I hope you're all right. Lee came up towards you. A soft smile plastered on her face. Are you okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and huffed a breath. And you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side.
Fine.
I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well, now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally.
I love the sound of that. Okay. I love that Cove is just here. He's just existing. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but he tried not to pay attention to it. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be there. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we could do here in the house with everyone in the same room. We could just put on a movie. That would be wonderful.
Yeah.
It's good to me.
Me
too. Yeah. You're happy with watching a movie. Who wouldn't be
Alright.
happy to watch a movie? I'll cook up some popcorn. The rest of you can pick a movie. Your mom headed off to the kitchen and Ma turned to face the rest of you. What do we have in mind? Everyone else can decide. I'll watch anything. Anything but drama. We don't need any more of that today. There were some chuckles at her joke, and you thought about what you would prefer to watch. I don't know. I love rom-coms, honestly. They're a guilty pleasure of mine. But I love a good comedy after I've been crying all day. But, I don't know. Honestly, if I've been crying and I'm feeling sad, I actually just turn on Howl's Moving Castle. We're gonna watch a rom-com though. Cool. Perfect. With the basics settled, Ma took to sorting through the DVD collection. You didn't notice that Elizabeth was sidling up to you until she was right next to you, arm in arm, since there's only so much room on the couch. I say, it should go to Kat and I. This is our day. Wait, I want to sit with you too. I'm small, you won't even notice I'm there. Elizabeth raised a skeptical eyebrow. just raise the whole fucking eyebrow. Not so sure about that. Ma stood back up with a DVD in her hand and a smirk on her face. I want to sit with the cool kids too. Surely there's room for one more, right? It might be a tight fit, but we can make it work. You could tell that Ma was teasing, and Elizabeth rolled her eyes at where this was going. She had expected an easy victory. I bet you want to sit there too, huh, Cove? Ma tapped Cove on the shoulder with the DVD case. He blushed and dropped his gaze to the floor. Oh, dude, bitch. Like, I want to sit with Elizabeth, but I want to sit by Cove. Elizabeth snorted from beside you, but you ignored it. It made Cove red and even more, and that was enough. Mom came back with a big bowl of fresh popcorn, and you inhaled the smell of the hot salted snack. What's the skinny? We all want to sit with Elizabeth and Kat, but there's not enough room on the couch. Mom took that answer in stride and pursed her lips thoughtfully.
What a pickle.
That's definitely a problem. I suppose there's only one solution. Elizabeth and Kat will have to sit on the floor in front of the couch. That way there's a spot behind them and on the floor at their sides.
Yes.
Yes, that's fair.
Rude.
What? No. The whole point was us getting the couch to ourselves.
Sorry.
Sorry, that's the cause of popularity. Elizabeth groaned, crossed her arms over her chest in annoyance. Fine. Kat, you're with me in front. The rest of you can fend for yourselves. There was a mad dash, and Mom and Lee raced for the couch behind you and Elizabeth. Ma put in the DVD player before joining them. Cove took a seat at your other side on the floor, giving you a small smile. Everyone soon quieted down, and the only sound to be heard were hands scooping up popcorn and munching it down as the movie began. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be part of the family you had. Holy shit, that was so intense. Oh. Y'all, it took almost 3 hours to go through 3 DLCs. You did warn me without being too specific. Oh my god. And it took me 5 hours. Took me 5 hours to go through go from the end of all the DLCs of step 1 to this part. You have over 7 hours, but you played it over a dozen times. So what I'm thinking is that unfortunately this moment was so like this memory or moment or whatever they're calling it this moment was so heavy that I can't emotionally continue. Plus I've also been going for 10.5 hours, and this was really fucking long for a stream that was just supposed to be me saying, hey guys, sorry I didn't stream for 3 days, I'm back. I'm gonna try and see if I can stream again. Yeah, I'm gonna try to see if I can stream again later on today. I don't know what time it'll be, but check Instagram is where I will definitely be posting. Discord also does alerts, so you can always do Discord, but Instagram for sure. SheAnimeTTV. Literally same username across all social medias. You could go ahead and say it. We're ending anyways, so come across as self-promoty. So Instagram I will post for sure. But I'm gonna I want to at least try to get maybe like an hour of sleep before I have to continue on. I was gonna say, if you don't want to stream later today, I'll be streaming my run. Oh yeah, everybody go. Yeah, if I don't stream, everybody go check out. But yeah, I'm gonna be. Oh, I'm so tired now. Literally. Let's see. Who's currently up right now? Jeez. Sleepless has been going for almost 6 hours already. What have they been up to? Oh my god. Guys, nobody's playing any... People aren't... I don't like any of these games. They're all playing games that I don't want my account associated with. I know, right? It'll be your first ever stream? Oh my gosh. Well, we'll definitely check you out. Guys, I can't, like, I want to read out. But none of my friends are currently live. I don't like the game that the only person I'm following is streaming. Maybe we'll read out to this person. They're playing Zenless. Oh, they've got a cute VTuber. We'll read out to them. I stream Zenless. So maybe we'll raid out to them. Um well, thank you guys very much for hanging out with me today. Make sure, like I said, to follow me on Instagram, and I'll post on my story if I'm gonna stream later today. But I'm going to go try to take a quick little nap before I have to get up in 2 hours so that I can bring the pets to uh the vet, and then I'm gonna then crash for a little bit and head on out then to stream, try to stream maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We will see. Otherwise, Friday for sure will continue on because Fridays are a normal streaming day and I have a lot more free time. So, thank you guys. I love you guys. Thank you all for the follows and the support and the chatting, and I adore you guys all. And I will see you guys in the next stream. Fuck off ads. Bye guys.